him, want to develop him where he fit on the whole team. I don't have to talk to anybody about that.
What's up?
These are the Sean and RJ Morning Snacks on 105.3 The Fan. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Altuve's hit his 13th and his 14th tonight. And now he sends one to center field. That'll send Taveras back. Could it be? 4 in a row! 4 in a row for Altuve! 5 and 6 at bats! The legend continues to grow!
Absolutely incredible.
And with that, we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ back together again on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home for Texas Rangers baseball. 14-1. And Choppy, the first two games of this series, the total score is 27-7 as Jose Altuve makes some history.
I saw one person out there that had any guts. Any. Care to guess who that was?
What was the statement? I'll tell you the person.
Well, that would give it away. Ian Kennedy gave up he comes in two pitches later, gives him a bomb, and then proceeds to plunk Alex Bregman on the very next pitch. That, my friends, is the only one with any guts. I mean, Jesus.
I don't feel pressure.
It was 14-1 at that point. Glad somebody finally got hit. Not in the head, thankfully. In the back, between the spine. They can feel it tomorrow. My gosh, it's awful. What is happening right now is a disaster. And
can we think of other DFW collapses like this?
2012 with the team when they collapsed at the very end of the year and they went from first place team to playing in the wild card game.
Because this is officially a collapse?
I mean, it's not yet because they're still, they still have a chance. They could absolutely, come back and still win the division.
Well, I brought up yesterday, Sean, while you were out, would the Mavericks collapse last year compared to this? Would you say the Mavs was worse? Because they didn't just miss the playoffs last year. They were, a lottery pick.
That's a good question. I felt like the Mavs were never as good as this Rangers team. It was aided a little bit by an intentional collapse because they were trying to tank to some degree. I feel like that happened just like over the course of 1 week, maybe 2 weeks of the season. And then you don't have the thing that we're going to remember about this, I think, is the bullpen. The bullpen is making this like something to remember. That for years we'll say, remember that Rangers bullpen? Remember that Rangers bullpen? We don't really have that with the Mavericks. Mm-hmm. I'm blanking on 2012 with that Rangers team. You know what I'm saying? You have something really, you have a signature to this collapse, and it's the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, the 2012 team, that was the Josh, sun in my eyes. I had Red Bull. I quit dipping.
Yep.
Blue eyes, UV rays. It was the game in Oakland, the 3 games in Oakland where they got swept at the end of the year. All they needed to do was win one game, and they clinched the division. I think the Angels won the division that year. Josh dropped a pop fly in center field. That was that one. And then they go and they play Baltimore in the wild card game, and Josh, I think he struck out. I think he went 0 for 3, and he saw like 6 pitches or 7 pitches, and like one of them was a strikeout. Like it was just a complete give up game.
Well, look, you didn't need the bullpen for this because it was the return of Nathan Eovaldi, who lasted all of 10 hitters. That's it. 10 hitters for Eovaldi. He was done after 35 pitches. We know that he was on the pitch count limited to 65. It looked like Altuve was testing it early. The Astros just said, go up there and take. Because Altuve, they said, when's the last time? I was watching the Astros TV broadcast that you heard with the home run call, and they're like, when's the last time you remember Jose Altuve taking 3 pitches like this? And they were going to get Eovaldi off the mound early, and you got the contribution from Altuve. Obviously, 8 hitters in the first, 8 hitters in the second.
Yeah, I mean, and like, I don't even know. Like, they were definitely trying to get him out, but man, some of those pitches weren't even close.
Yes,
like you're not going to get. Houston doesn't chase. They don't chase the way they're not Javi Baez out there. Javi Baez swinging at anything. Houston's much more. And the home run to Altuve. It was a 3-1 count. He was just trying to get that ball in the strike zone somewhere. You can't do that against this team. And this is a perfect example of this team. They panicked as an organization, they panicked here by starting Evaldi. The Braves were bringing Max Fried back. Max Fried made like 4 minor league rehab starts. 4. And he came out there and he was damn near dominant in the first game. Why?
The Astros TV broadcast could not believe. They said, when's the last time you remember Altuve taking 3 pitches or a pitcher ever not having a rehab start? Coming off the IL and going right out there for his game.
We're talking 2 months here.
They could not remember it. They were kind of blown away. They were almost speechless.
You got to build his arm back up. I mean, it takes 3 to 4 rehab starts for some of these guys. When it's been out 2 months, there's a reason they have spring training. You can't simulate. Bassett was talking on the post. Like if he was throwing a bullpen, his velocity is 5 to 6 miles an hour slower in the bullpen than it is on the mound. Just with sheer adrenaline. And that was they had the gun on them back then. Obviously you have the gun in the bullpen, you have the gun on the mound, and it's just different. I was blown away because I was like I didn't hear about a rehab assignment, but I don't really pay attention if you having rehab assignments. I'm not going to go to Frisco to watch a pitch, but I was stunned. I was stunned that's what they did, but I mean that's the breaks you get.
So Altuve homers in each of the first 3 innings. Home runs hit in 4 straight plate appearances. 5 homers in 6 appearances overall. That's the most in a 2-game span in Astros history. That's tied for the most over 2 games in Major League history. He's the first player since 1961 to hit a home run in 4 consecutive innings. He's the 4th ever to hit 5 home runs in 6 plate appearances, joining Manny Ramirez, Shawn Green, and Josh Hamilton. So I told you they exploded on Boston. That was nothing. That's nothing compared to what they are doing to us throughout the first 2 games of this series. So the Rangers are now 2 games back of the Astros. Shouldn't really disrespect them and insult them this morning. And Seattle is 1 game back in the West.
Yeah, and the wild card is no longer theirs.
Oh my!
We are
out of the playoffs.
We are out of the playoffs as of today. Half game back of Toronto, 4.5 up on the Red Sox, and only 7 up now on the Yankees, who have gotten hot. So,
are you embarrassed?
Well, you should be.
Yes.
So now it's now look, now you're only a half game out of the wild card. You still have a series coming up at Toronto. I think they have 4 games at Toronto. You've got to win the series. Now it's like, all right, let's take 3 or 4. Now you don't have to because there's still enough time left. They still got 24, 25 games left. But now you got to worry about Boston. You got to worry about New York. I mean, it's not like they're just out of the woods here.
And tonight it's Scherzer versus Verlander. 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7:00 on this radio station. Bruce Bochy, have you ever experienced a funk like this, and is there a way out?
Not quite like this, to be honest, where, it's kind of started early in the season, as you know, when we had to start making adjustments when Johnny Hernandez was struggling. Leclerc lost some confidence there, and it's been ongoing. And, usually if you have a set closer that's staying, he's staying hot, staying consistent, then you can build from there and kind of piece it together. I haven't quite had that like I think we can. And, hey, I know we're running out of time, but, we still believe we have guys that can do the job down there. And we got to try to help these guys, be the best version of themselves because we need them. As I've said, it's not like, we're looking at these starters to go 9, but I think we have the guys that can do it. I really believe it's going to get better.
Well, starters to go 9, even the starters to go 4. You need them to go 8. How about that? 7. Let's get that happening. It's just a problem. Like the pitching staff especially the bullpen look. I cannot think of a worse bullpen in the sport. Maybe there is one. I don't know about it. All I know is I've never seen a team. Now look, positive side. They didn't blow a save last night. Okay?
You can't blow a save if you don't have the lead. Think.
Yep. They didn't get shut out. And I'm told they tried their best.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up throughout the entire show. That is also the number to call to win Rangers tickets coming up at 7 o'clock, 877-881-1053. We are back together again after my quick weekend is done, featuring Paris Hilton, Robin Thicke, Bentleys, and kind of a private jet. We'll recap all the craziness and take you inside the Star as well, as Bobby's set to join us right here on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we have the Rangers Player Show at 3:20. And Sean Merriman's going to join us to talk NFL Week 1 at 5. Nation 2 to 6:30 on the Fan.
Diamonds Direct is proud to showcase the extraordinary bridal and fashion collections from Tacori. Tacori is the premier name in fine jewelry and the most sought-after designer brand in America. We've partnered with Tacori for a special event this Friday and Saturday with an expanded selection, including all new designs flown in from the Tacori studios in California. It's your chance to see the entire Tacori collection all in one place. Engagement rings, wedding bands, exquisite fashion jewelry, thousands of magnificent handcrafted pieces from this renowned designer. When you see the distinctive styling from Tacori,
to come up with a new thing where you just save time. You cut the lines. You show up 20 minutes beforehand, and you walk right in. You can have your bags of liquor and alcohol on you.
I like that a lot.
That was fantastic. You get on there, one little stop, 30 minutes in Boulder, Colorado to pick up some more people, and then you are out. You walk off the plane, and you have your Uber, Lyft, your valet car, $40 a day. I would not suggest doing that. Waiting for you, on, off, no waits. That's their concept.
So what, you had to stop to
Yes.
get the? Oh wow, I did not know that. When I was looking at this at the flights like that you were taking, I thought it was just a direct flight.
No.
So are they all like that where you have to stop somewhere?
I don't know. You know, they don't fly to every city, but
Yeah.
they fly to Austin.
Yeah.
You know, out of here, it's, you know, right next to Love Field. So they don't have every part of the country down, but JSX, it's gonna be tough to go back to the regular flight.
Really?
with all
Okay.
the weights.
'Cause I was thinking, I was looking at the costs, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, so like, because you're probably paying an extra. I mean, it's definitely cheaper than a first class seat.
Yes.
You know, your first.
But it's
class,
not the same as a regular airline. No, not the same as a regular one, but cheaper than a first class seat. Yes.
Okay. Is it comparable to a first class
No.
seat? No.
No, a little bit disappointing on the seat setup.
Okay.
Dogs allowed on, dogs everywhere.
Oh yeah.
They're just not yeah.
So you're basically paying for saving 2 hours at the plane.
You're paying to save time.
Okay. Okay.
You can show up literally 30 minutes before, and when you land, within 15 minutes, you're in your car.
Okay.
So it's
it's
for
quick.
time.
That's quick. That's a big time saver.
Yes.
If you are crunched for time, then that may be the way to go. And
you're
I
not
assume
gonna-
they're more on time.
Yeah, but for this weekend, right? Someone said that 33% of the country traveled for Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
So for that type of thing, maybe holidays, whatever the highest traffic weekends are, something to look into. Pay maybe for the Los Hombres trip to Las Vegas. I don't even know if they go to Las Vegas.
I thought they did. I thought I saw a trip out there. I don't know the price, but I mean, so how many people were on this flight total, you thought?
Probably like 30 max.
See, that's not bad, I don't think. I mean, for
No,
that
it's not
price,
bad.
Yeah.
Maybe 35 people have felt like something like that.
They do go to Vegas, by the way.
Just two little rows, but the seats were not that big. Drink service a little bit slow on the first trip out, but not on the trip back. Wow. So
Like their flights to Vegas are not expensive.
no?
No.
What are they?
Let's see. If you want to go, what's today's date? The 6th. If you want to go next weekend and you want to leave on Friday and come back on Sunday, it's $500.
For one
Yeah.
$500 flight?
I mean, you're going to pay $3 something,
Three.
you
With
know,
American.
and then you're I assume these are closer to first class seats? Like in terms of the width?
Man,
No.
it's not that. It's
No.
not that good.
Okay. I mean, still, you're saving a couple hours.
Now you're sitting by yourself. Each person's just by themselves.
Oh, so it's one on
and
each side.
One
Oh,
on each
okay.
side.
That's better because that plane is like a 1 and 2 or 2 and 2. So that's better.
No TV on there, but free internet. No issues with that. You just get on. It stays
Okay.
connected.
All right.
So that was part of that. What else did y'all make fun of or insult yesterday? Because I know you did.
No. So what did you get the rental car you were hoping for?
So I was trying to get Turo.
Well.
I'm taking my buddy out there. Godfather of my son, Samir, married us. All the Nick and Sams for life. And I'm like, I'm going to take him out there, special trip. This is the one thing he can't get. So this Turo is this like rent-a-car,
Yeah.
but like a exotic car service. It's so damn expensive. I just bailed on it. They add like $300 in fares and delivery fees and all that. So I found a little family business out there where I was trying to get a Bentley.
Oh.
I wanted a Bentley convertible because my wife said, we're in California. You might as well get a convertible. And I was like, good idea. Let's go over the top. So I found this Bentley convertible and I reserve it. Screw it. It's going to be waiting at the airport. Awesome surprise. Then my wife, of course, the wet blanket that she is, couple days later, Miss Practicality, I don't know about the luggage. I don't know if everyone's going to fit in there. So before we left, I embarrassed this girl. I humiliated this girl by making her go to a Bentley dealership on Lemon Avenue. Went to the Bentley dealership, dressed how I'm normally dressed, like a gym coach. And she's like, I'm staying in the car. I'm not getting in to do this. She's like, what are you going to tell him? I'm like, that I'm shopping for a Bentley. That's what I'm telling him.
Yeah.
I'm like, get out of the car. You have to sit to sign off on this. So I walk into this Bentley dealership.
I can't even imagine.
And I'm like, what do the back seats look like? What's the trunk look like? Because we got 4 people. My wife pulls me aside. She said, this woman thinks that you are transporting narcotics. No one walks into the Bentley dealership and says, just let me look at the back seat and the trunk.
Yeah.
That's it. I didn't even sit in the front.
You didn't even look at it.
I pushed the front seat.
You could have had
up.
a driver.
Could have had a driver. I said, sit in the back. And the knees. You're dealing with $100,000, $200,000 cars. Your knees are pressed.
Oh, no.
All up in the back seat. You got women traveling with you, so the trunk space isn't that large. Snap, crush my dreams. Just crush them of a Bentley convertible out there in Malibu. But this service was so nice. They said, we're gonna show up with the Bentley just in case, the convertible, and the Bentley SUV.
Well.
So it ended up costing me more getting this stupid SUV. But both Bentleys were sitting out there waiting for us. My wife then took the liberty of packing the bigger bag. 59 pounds for 2 days.
59 pounds.
50 cost me $50. I had this flight fare and then $50 on top of it because of these women. 59 pounds. They rung me up.
She got Ollie in there or something? Who's she taking?
Was it just for her? Did you have your own bag?
It was both of us.
Okay.
But still, I left Saturday morning.
It still seems high because it's 2 days.
And we're not packing hoodies.
No.
Maybe one hoodie.
Yeah.
I didn't even pack a hoodie. Saturday morning and flew back like late Monday night. 59 pounds. So we couldn't fit it into the Bentley. Got in the Bentley SUV and just prayed that I didn't need my collision or insurance. So that was the Bentley part.
Now, the bags flew free on the plane?
Yes, if they weren't over 50 pounds.
Oh, my God. They had a 50-pound limit. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
They didn't check on the way out. And then on the way back, after all the shopping, Venice Beach, by the way, Choppy, underrated. We have to go out there.
I've heard great things about it.
I thought it was just where Hulk Hogan did bench presses.
Yeah. I mean,
that's it.
That's Muscle Beach, right? That's right in Venice Beach.
Oh.
Well, no, I think it's the same. I think it's the same place.
Chris
I think Venice
Rock
Beach
shopping.
Chris
the same
Rock.
shopping experience when we were out and about, walking around. Chris Rock in the store right before us. So the celebs were out. Paris, Robin Thicke. Robin Thicke had like his little Merce bag with an RT on it, like trying to get noticed in the restaurant.
Yeah. Was he making more songs about sexual assault?
It was pretty pathetic.
Yeah, it's Chris Rock. I mean, he must have just gotten out of Burning Man because he was stuck at Burning Man and he walked like 5 miles to get picked up.
Probably flew JSX out.
Maybe he did. You never know.
Yeah, that's right. So that was the weekend. Good to get it out of the way, crossed off, and now it's going to be full football season.
There you go.
Starting tomorrow night. So there it is. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton, Ryan in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, yeah, the Paris Hilton thing. People are tweeting me. That was a drive-by picture attempt that got shut down.
Oh, really?
Oh. Paris came in. I go, that's Paris Hilton. That's Paris Hilton. Amanda's like, shut the hell up. She was in awe, though. It made her entire night and weekend. She had enough drinks. She goes, I'm asking her for the picture on the way out. So she's standing up. You've been to this restaurant by the host stand by the bathroom. And as we're walking out, she's asking Paris for a photo. And it looks like Paris is like being nice and talking to her. I just caught her in the right pose. As the host stand reaches out and starts to grab my forearm.
Oh, no.
To take the camera down.
Oh, yeah.
No pictures allowed with the TMZ waiting outside.
Oh, TMZ was out there?
TMZ waiting for Paris
fantastic.
Outside. So, no, they don't know each other. No, Paris did not stop down and have a conversation. That was a photo attempt that got rejected like Matumbo. Yeah.
I can't believe they stopped the photo. I guess that's why they're so famous. Like
that's why the celebs want to go in there.
Yeah.
You know?
Protected.
Very unbecoming. Very
Yes.
unbecoming.
Very unbecoming.
Asking a celebrity for a photo in there, but had to do it. YOLO. Tolo.
YOLO.
All right, let's go inside the star and around the NFL as we get you closer to Cowboys, Giants, And is your fantasy team already in trouble with some tight ends missing for game 1, including Travis Kelce tomorrow night? We start getting you ready for the NFL season next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What? Already throwing things off.
I was locking the studio down.
Don't do that. Don't give them the
It made him upset.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with some late night accommodations that had to be made because of the Bell residents.
Yeah, the stupid AC compressor went out. And so they came over and they're like, yeah, this compressor's broken. It'll be fixed tomorrow, but it'll take like 4 hours. So, they said, we can bring you a little like portable unit. I'm like, you're not going to cool down this apartment with a portable unit. So we ended up getting a hotel that the apartment is crediting. On the rent. So we're not paying for it, but yeah, and then we went in there and I felt like the AC in the hotel wasn't like super strong. It wasn't hot in there, but it wasn't cold like I usually like it in the hotel.
So when did you start realizing this AC is not putting out?
I had left. I was in Irving and Kristen texted me while I was at my other gig and she was like, hey, she texted me a picture of the thermostat, which was set to 72 and it said the temperature in the house was 74. And I was like, crap. Okay, well, we got to start figuring some things out. 30 minutes later, she texted and it was 72 and the temperature was 76. And then by the time we left, it was 81.
Oh,
that's disgusting.
So are you in there tonight as well?
I don't think so. They say it should be fixed this morning. But if it's not fixed this morning, we will be in there.
So you had to pack up all the kids? Was it a pain finding a place? They charge out the you-know-what?
No, it wasn't bad. There was a discounted rate that we got with it, too. So it was like $59 a night or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it was like, because we have a friend who she's like, here's my discount that she works in the hotels, and so it was cheap, but it was closer too. So I got up like 20 minutes later than normal.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Maybe I should stay there tonight.
You should. I mean, maybe it's not close for your kids to get to school.
It's not. They've got a longer drive this morning than they normally do.
So was everyone just walking out of your complex with bags?
No, I don't know who all it affected, but I know that we were gathering stuff up and heading out because I guess it was whenever the compressor would try to come on, it would flip the breaker and shut it off.
Yeah, I know that Bassick dealt with like an AC issue. It's weird that we've gone months and like just within the past like 2 weeks, I've started to see the rolling blackouts or some of the AC units finally going.
We've had, it's the
been hot for a while.
Yeah, it's been hot for a while.
Sun's been out for a while, as Jason Garrett would tell
Yes, 5,000 years sun's been burning. Or 5 million, whatever the hell he said.
Yeah,
5 billion.
I think he said 5 billion.
5 billion.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. No, it's the heat has been hot, but then we've had that stretch of days of over 100, which just takes its toll. But yeah, I mean, you could have just called A1 Air. We would have taken care of it.
I couldn't because it's not.
That's right.
It's an apartment, and so they have to handle. But we had this happen about 14 months ago. Like it was June of last year. The same thing happened, although they were able to fix that much quicker. That was like 30-minute fix.
All right, let's get you ready for the opener tomorrow night. It's the Chiefs and RJ Choppy's Detroit Lions to kick off the season and adjust your fantasy lineups possibly for Travis Kelce. It's never a great sign when the first sentence of the article is, the Chiefs believe Travis Kelce's ACL is intact.
Yeah.
That was the first sentence from Adam Schefter. Inflammation in the knee. He's going to test it again today, but he suffered a hyperextended knee during yesterday's practice for Travis Kelce, starting off the season against the Lions. Some people taking Travis Kelce, the highest Travis Kelce's ever gone in fantasy. So there's your fantasy alert. Some people were taking him 1 over Justin Jefferson. So the number 1 pick in some drafts may be in question for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, I'm screwed.
Did you? Oh, you took Kelce?
Well, I had a keeper league, so I had like a lot of the picks were taken already. So I had the second pick. I wound up taking Kelce my second pick because I already had Jamar Chase in the second round.
You fool.
I mean, yeah, everybody was gone. Like it was either him or like Jahmyr Gibbs, which I wound up getting anyway. But like the point is that it's going to kill a lot of people. What?
I lucked out in our league, I was going to say. Alec Medford has Travis Kelce, and now he has to start Evan Ingram.
The Chiefs line went from -6.5 to -5. So Kelce being out moved it 1.5 points. And they don't have Chris Jones. No progress Bobby, why is Chris Jones upset? What specifically about the contract?
He wants a new deal. He wants to be paid higher. He doesn't feel like he's at the top of the league, and this is something where he's willing to cost himself a lot of money. I think it's already he's racked up. When we talked about Zach Martin, how much was he willing to put his money where his mouth was, and how much was he willing to lose? Chris Jones has apparently lost. I saw Albert Breer yesterday, $2 million already. He's out $2 million, and he's digging in, just like Jonathan Taylor seems to be digging in. This is it's funny. I think they thought that the penalties they put in place and saying, well, we can't reverse these fines. I think they thought that was going to end holdouts forever.
Yeah.
And it has ended the majority of them, but it seems to have made the ones who do hold out more aggressively dig in.
Well, it's like with Zach, he's like, you're just going to add this into the new number. You're going to add this into a new salary in order to make up for it. Early schedule for the Chiefs looks like this. Lions tomorrow night, at Jacksonville, playoff rematch.
Mm-hmm.
Bears at Jets, at Minnesota, Denver. So just keep that in mind for Travis Kelce and Chris Jones questions for the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, you got multiple guys out. That really is, Chris Jones, when he was out, that the line did not move. Did not move. And then you add the Kelce injury, and now you're going to have multiple starters out at multiple positions, and you get a little bit of a movement. It's interesting because, they don't usually adjust those betting lines for singular players. You got to get multiple guys out.
Yeah.
That's big. It's big to have two guys out like that.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting week for standoffs like this because Chris Jones holding out, Bosa still digging in, doesn't want to play. Brian Burns has not practiced yet. Brian Burns in Carolina may not play. I mean, Carolina is not the contender, obviously, that San Francisco and Kansas City are, but this is three different instances of guys just kind of, and I've got to feel like even though Chris Jones is a defensive tackle, you've got three defensive linemen, three top-tier pass rushers, and I do wonder if, Jerry and the Cowboys are just kind of watching it from afar going like, is this in our future with somebody like Micah? Like, do we have to worry about really ponying up and making sure we're paying this out? Because this seems to be the tactic that pass rushers are going with right now.
And George Kittle, questionable.
Questionable.
Off.
Yeah, hammy, right? So that's
shocker.
Yeah, I know what? George Kittle always hurt, huh? That's big because now if they don't have two players, it would be kind of the same situation. It'd be kind of the same.
And
Bosa with his availability.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, only you've got two better players in San Francisco, so that would move it 2 points.
Don't
probably.
disrespect Chris Jones too much.
I'm
I know you're
kidding.
trolling. How about San Francisco's schedule? Because I'm more interested in looking at them, hopefully struggling, than I care about Kansas City being a Cowboys NFC opponent.
Ugh. God.
What a joke to start.
Wow.
At Pittsburgh, at the Rams, Giants at home, Cardinals. Is there an easier 4-game start in the National Football League?
You don't think?
Although Pittsburgh, a little bit of a pain, I guess.
Yeah, you open up twice on the road. Giants were decent last year. Cardinals are the only push. I think Chiefs' opening schedule seemed easier. Detroit's good, but outside of that, it sounded like the Chiefs had a cakewalk.
I mean, Detroit's an unknown still, though. I mean, they're good, but there's a lot of unknown. Look at the ticket.
The Rams are supposed to be a joke. Let's see. We all think the Giants are going to be 500 or below. Cardinals, number 1 pick. What is Pittsburgh going to be?
Yeah, I mean, great question. What is Pittsburgh going to be? They always seem to be a 500 team or above under Mike Tomlin. That's what they always seem to be. I'm just looking at the ticket prices here. Their home opener against the Giants, $78 San Fran. Then Arizona, $70. And the Cowboys for the third game in a row, $311.
Jeez.
Jumps a little bit.
That is the highest ticket price San Fran has this year by $150 on the get in the door price.
That's the game. We're tapping into 90s nostalgia the last few years. That's the big game every year for the Cowboys. That's a big one for the 49ers.
What is going on with Chandler Jones? Raiders defensive end going on a social media rant. So he's going into the second year of a 3-year, $51 million contract he signed last season. He went on social media yesterday morning because he said he's not being allowed to work out in the team's facility. Quote, F it. I don't want to play for the Raiders if this is my head coach or GM. I want Patrick Graham, Ivy League, N-word. He's talking about Josh McDaniels, the general manager, Dave Ziegler, and Graham Ivey, the Raiders defensive coordinator. Quote, "It's a shame. I'm a top athlete with 112 sacks in the NFL, and I have to go to a local gym to work out during the year for no apparent reason. This is wild to me, Josh, and you know it. You need to do what's right." A day earlier, he wrote on X, "Can't wait to play this year. Feeling great in practice." Didn't Chandler Jones have an issue years ago? Didn't he have
high on life, right? Wasn't he? Wasn't he K2ing it up or something like that?
Yeah, Chandler Jones has had his issues before. By the way, Chandler Jones, maybe for me anyway, the most underrated pass rusher of the last decade. That dude just is every year is 12 to 15 sacks, like easy, and he's been really, really good for a long time. So Chandler Jones is incredibly underrated. I don't think this is what happened, but I did love the conspiracy theory I saw yesterday. They were like, is it possible that like maybe the facility doors were just locked on Labor Day and he got confused and thought he was locked out? The building was just closed, which that's not how NFL facilities operate, but I did like the theory. But man, this is something about the Raiders, man. Aldon Smith, Antonio Brown, Chandler Jones, like guys get there and they lose their minds. And that was something that really, I guess, made people uneasy yesterday, as Chandler Jones had made some sort of reference to, I need to get the opinions of Aldon Smith and Antonio Brown on this stuff, see what they think about this.
Great, role models.
Yeah. I mean, it's really just the entire Raiders organization over the last decade.
It sounds like Sean Payton is already sick of Russell Wilson's corniness. There was a little article and profile done from ESPN where he told Russell, "Yo, man, what are you doing? Will you blank and stop kissing all the babies? You're not running for public office." So Sean Payton taking some shots toward Russell Wilson's
Broncos country.
personal branding approach. I love that Sean Payton is already sick of it.
Look, first thing that hit me when I saw that is Russell Wilson has turned into Rick Vaughn from Major League 2. Where Rick Wild Thing Vaughn went from the Wild Thing to the guy in the suit with the girlfriend in the commercials, and he was worried about his image, and he named all of his pitches, and that's who. And then he lost it. He couldn't pitch anymore. He lost his edge, lost his mojo, and that's Russell Wilson.
It's Mr. Unlimited.
Yep. See, because
gosh,
he didn't necessarily get hurt. Like he didn't have some catastrophic Chad Pennington noodle arm injury.
Right.
All right. He didn't age to the point where he's 40. He still has his legs.
Yep.
What happened? Like nothing makes sense. Like this drop off from him doesn't make sense, other than the fact that he went from the wild thing to the mild thing.
Sierra, that changed over the years. Could say it was Sierra's fault, just like everybody tried to blame Danica Patrick and others for Aaron Rodgers at times.
Look at Future after he left her. He's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Starts turning out hit records again. It makes sense. That whole profile from Seth Wickersham was really interesting on Sean Payton. If you guys are looking for a read this morning, just go look for the ESPN piece. It's fascinating the way he's talking about the way that he's addressing, Russell Wilson. The aspect in there that I thought was funny was, man, Sean Payton really is, it feels like, in don't give an F mode with this second job. Like he was always a big aggressive personality, but he seems to just completely gloves off. Like, I'm out now that the second job away from New Orleans, I'm going to do whatever I want. The fact that he says in this article that he thinks basically New York 345 Park Ave was screwing him on purpose for years, and essentially that's why he walked away. Said that the line here says that he essentially got burned out from all the ways that it was, people were screwing you at the league office. You were getting blown calls. And he said that that's what caused him to walk away.
Did the Texas Rangers panic with Nathan Eovaldi last night? Why did Corey Seager leave this game? And when did you turn off the beatdown against the armpit? That's next on your Home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you some.
are brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 0-1. That ball lifted high and deep into center field. Leote going back, looking up, and it is gone. Jose Altuve has batted 3 times and hit 3 home runs. To this point, it is a complete evisceration and a 9-0 Houston lead.
Wow. Hicksy nailing all of it. Last night, a 14-1 destruction of your Texas Rangers. It's 27-7 throughout the first 2 games of this series. And this is Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. What's this song, Bobby?
Don't Panic, French Montana.
Well, I like the song. It's a bad choice right now. Bad choice right now to play. Although, go ahead and keep it up there. Pay. Nathan Eovaldi lasts 10 hitters. That's it. And as RJ said to start the show, he wasn't even close with a lot of these pitches. So Altuve is going to be the national story. I want to ask if this was a panic move. Was this a sign of desperation throwing Nathan Eovaldi out there? His first start since July 18th. No rehab starts. I was watching the Astros TV broadcast, and they couldn't remember a time when someone didn't have a rehab start. When someone did not go out there and get a little bit more tune-up, and it had a lot of Tolos on social media saying this is a sign that they are desperate and panicking.
They took the approach that they did not have time for him to go on rehab assignments. If you look at it, the Braves, they sent, Max Fried to the minor leagues. He had, 4 rehab starts? 3 or 4? He comes back, and he was fine. And he was, I don't want to say lights out, but he was damn near it in his first start back. They didn't do that. They're like, we don't have time for that. We don't have 4 rehab start times. You could do your best in simulated games all you want. It ain't the same. And not even going to a minor league rehab start is going to get you ready, but at least to build your arm strength back up. Get you back in there facing, actual hitters that aren't just out there taking BP and basically doing you a solid by taking a simulated game for you, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So this is, was it a panic move? It was panic. No, desperation. Draw that fine line, right? That's kind of what it was.
No one's dying.
This is, I mean, when you talk about building up arm strength, what was the sign before he went to the IL? What was the sign that started freaking everybody out that made them go, oh, is he hurt? It was his velocity was down. His fastball didn't have the same juice on it. His average fastball velocity pretty consistently has been 96 and a half in the first inning of games. And he'll ratchet it up sometimes to 97, 98. That's where he can touch. His first several fastballs were 95, which is okay. That's not bad. But everything after the first 4 or 5 fastballs last night was 93 again. And so it's either there's still something not right or he didn't have time to build up the arm strength. I'm guessing it's more he's just got to build up to that, and he hasn't had time to. But 92, 93 mile per hour fastballs is what initially put him on the IL. And that's where he was sitting by the time he got taken out last night.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes time. Even when Fried came back and he had his 4 rehab starts, his pitch count 72, 79, 83. And then he finally, in his 4th start, went to 103. And then 98 and 104. You basically, you have to go fully back to spring training, but that's kind of where he is.
I heard you guys talking about this on the drive-in where you were asking about the collapse that this would be. If they were to miss the playoffs completely, and I know this is a very serious example to bring up because of how much PTSD people still have about this, but it's obviously
the lead was 6.
The lead over, the Mariners, who are now in first place, was 10 a month ago. I mean, they've collapsed. And you talk about them being one of the best run differentials in baseball, consistently one of the best teams in baseball, best records in baseball. Now they're out of the playoffs after 3 weeks of losing.
Having the entire all-star infield.
When you talk about such a short stint ruining what had been so consistently great for months, Is it the only thing that's similar to me that I can think of in DFW sports over the last 20 years is the Mavericks losing to the Warriors. If they were to fall out of the playoffs completely, that's similar to me of being at the very top of the league and then just embarrassing yourself down the stretch.
That's worse.
That is worse. That is worse. This is the only thing I can come up. This is worse than 2012. This is worse than getting swept at the end of the year against Oakland.
This is longer.
This is worse than getting swept by Toronto after having the best record in baseball.
Yeah. Longer makes it worse.
Yeah.
Versus just a week. And then another bad sign. Here's how bad it was last night. They just took Seager out.
Well, that was by design. Once the game was over, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. What was the score and when?
It was like 9-0, 9-1, 12-1.
What?
When they took Seager
like 9
out.
batters into the game, 9-0.
And they were just like, because Seager is not going to get an off day the rest of the year. He's going to continue to play, and they were like, all right, let's just give him a mini off day if we can. And that's why they did that. I think Altuve got taken out of the game too.
After 3 home runs.
Well,
after 5 at-bats.
After 5 at-bats. Like they were like, all right, let's just, instead of letting him get that next at-bat, maybe go for 4, they were just like, there's no point.
Right.
Game's over. Let's get him out of the game. Anytime Austin Hedges is warming up, it's game time.
Their run differential over the last 18, which is when this stretch really started, where they've played terrible. Their run differentials, I believe it's minus 46. And this is for a team that all year has been floating around, or not all year, but basically since July has been floating around 180.
And how about Dane Dunning? 5 1/3, 9 earned.
Yeah,
he gave up 3 bombs.
He was a sacrificial lamb. Once they took Evaldi out and the game got out of hand, they were going to ride him until he got to 100 pitches because the game was over, and they were and they were not. He did save. He was terrible, but he saved the bullpen.
That's all you. Honestly, when that game was over, what you needed was just somebody to eat innings and not have to sacrifice anybody else.
And now we got to listen to the Astros fans. I think Astros fans, they're more annoying than Eagle fans.
You're punching a little person.
I really do believe that, because last night this popular Astros account on social media started going at the Rangers broadcast team, saying that they were minimizing. They were not giving enough praise to the historic achievements of the great Jose Altuve. So here's Dave Raymond and CJ Nikowski on Bally talking about Altuve going yard. Now, the Astros fan base is spinning this as really disrespectful that they weren't impressed.
I saw a note here that said Jose Altuve, just the 3rd player in Major League history to homer in each of his first 3 at-bats in the first 3 innings of a game. Manny Machado did it in 2016, and Carl Reynolds did it in 1930.
Oh, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
When you're sitting there bragging about his 6 hits, I would just say, it's easy to get 6 hits when you hit them over the fence.
Yeah.
It's not like you don't give the other team a chance to even get you out. So it's not really, it's not that great.
No, I think you bring up a good point, right? He couldn't do it there.
Right. If he give the Rangers a chance, I think they could fairly well get him. Even the base hit he had that he kept in the yard the other day, we threw him out at second. I'm not sure I'm impressed yet. 0-2. Or, no, I'm impressed.
So maybe the Astros fans aren't familiar with sarcasm. Now, look, Dave Raymond sometimes thinks he's a comedian. He's trying to be like a watered down version of Josh Lewin.
Waka waka.
The sarcasm and the jokes, Dave, waka waka, exactly. So that's just Dave Raymond trying to be funny. But this blew up from the Astros account.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Not the official team account, but if you can't tell that, you're an idiot.
Yes, there's no way. Like that was fake. That was faux rage. There's no way they couldn't tell that was sarcasm. There's no way. But that right there goes to show you how down bad the Rangers are. Play the beginning of that again. This is the information that the Rangers gave CJ Nikowski.
I saw a note here that said Jose Altuve, just the 3rd player.
Okay, there you go.
In Major League.
He's the 4th. So even the Rangers are not giving they're not even giving the right information to the broadcast team.
Rangers PR is too busy saying everyone stay positive.
Everyone
be positive.
And they're trying their best.
Make sure
they are trying their
this
best.
This isn't a collapse. It's not a panic.
Oh my God! I can't say his name, but his initials are Mike Bassick. On the post the other night when Seager made the error, that base of the ball, it didn't really go through his legs; it just squirted away. He goes, and on the there, look, Corey Seager's trying his best. He was trying his best, and I was like,
Bally,
you did not say that.
The entity that is Bally is a disgrace. It's the worst, most homer sports broadcasting I've ever seen in 40 years. I don't know whether to blame them or blame the Rangers for saying, people want to get on us and y'all with a Jerry interview or talk about the Rangers or the Cowboys. Oh, you're the local station. I haven't seen a lot of that from the trolls in a long, long time. You're the local station. You have to say this. No, all that applies to Bally. It's ridiculous. It is a joke. I can't even watch it. I'll watch it for a game recap if I miss some of the action, but analysis, not being allowed to say certain things, and I'm not relaying anything from Bassick, but it's been like that. Macklemore, Pudge, it's laughable.
They
it's
tried,
so
man.
bad.
Hey, listen, they didn't get swept. I mean, I'm sorry, they didn't get shut out. There was no blown save, and they tried their hardest.
And they're making moves with some bullpen guys going bye-bye.
Yeah, which, I mean, the addition they made yesterday, I know Chop is in favor of now because Ian Kennedy was the only one who showed some guts last night.
Yeah,
but
even though he has Derek Holland's spot for this year. Derek should have been over on the roster over Kennedy.
Yeah.
I don't know how Ian Kennedy's still in the league.
Yeah, until Derek got go-go gadget arm and wasn't able to throw it anywhere, but he should have. But this is definitely desperation here. They designate for assignment Glenn Otto. Josh Spores was placed on the IL. You think he really has a left hamstring strain, or do you think that's just like we got to find something wrong with this guy?
That's definitely has nothing to do with an injury. That's a left ego strain.
Spores to the IL. Glenn Otto designated for assignment. Ian Kennedy added, who Ian Kennedy was so bad back in April that he was designated for assignment, chose free agency, left the organization, signed back as a free agent a couple months ago, and has been okay at AAA. But this is how bottom of the barrel it's gotten. It's like, well, let's recycle the guy we released back in April, see if he can do some stuff in the bullpen. And this is over the last 19 games. The Rangers bullpen has thrown 80 innings. Their ERA over 80 innings, 19 games is 7.17.
Oh, some Bobby Belt patented stats on your home for Rangers baseball. Scherzer Verlander tonight, though. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. We have some movement in the world of college football. RJ says stop changing things. Bobby's Longhorn fan base is getting disrespected. And how far up is prime time moving after what happened over the weekend? Little college football movement and a Rangers ticket giveaway next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
College football! We got some movement after the real, true opening weekend. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again for the Hump Day edition. Here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. A Texas Rangers ticket giveaway is coming up next at 7 o'clock. But Duke and Colorado moved into the AP Top 25 college football poll yesterday afternoon. And number 4, Florida State jumps into the top 5 after what they did to LSU. Duke, number 21. Colorado, number 22. Georgia remains number 1. Michigan holding steady at number 2. Bama moved up a spot to number 3. So that's where we stand with the opening rankings.
And Clemson falls all the way from 7 to 25.
My freaking Venmo account was sending Jared Sandler money after our Dabo bet from years ago after they got humiliated against the Blue Devils.
Yep, it's USC, Ohio State, USC, Penn State, Washington, Tennessee, Notre Dame round at your top 10. Texas coming in at number 11, Oklahoma at number 18. This was a this was a fun weekend. You know, whether or not the games on paper were great going in, there was only a couple of them that had a ton of intrigue. The Big 12 had an awful day, and of course, you see Colorado and Duke move up into the top 25, which was absolutely the right thing to do.
Bobby thinks it was a little bit too much for Colorado.
It was probably a bit of overreaction because we don't know. We won't know how good the Colorado win is for a while because we don't know what TCU is. And we don't know how the rest of the league. Look, now there's tape on Colorado.
Yep.
There was no way for anybody to know how they were going to play. I mean, they still got USC. They got Oregon on the schedule. They're not going to go undefeated.
TCU could be an awful football team. That's still a great win.
Yes.
We'll still look back on it. They could win 3 games this year for all I care, and they're not going to do that. But it's still a great win to me what Colorado came in and did. And so that's a big deal for sure. But you can't go from Vegas, Vegas over under 2.5 wins
to 22.
To he's 22 after one game against a TCU defense that was very questionable last year. The last game we saw them, they gave up 65 points or whatever it was. Their defense did. TCU.
And they got run over by K-State in the Big 12 title game.
And they had a lot of players leave. They had most of their secondary intact from last year, but they had a lot of guys leave.
And TCU was 17 in the preseason rankings.
Right. Duke had a better case of jumping because of beating number 7. But then again, look, these preseason rankings are garbage anyway.
Yeah.
Okay? It's all projection.
Yep.
We were projecting Cade Klubnik to be a Heisman candidate. All right?
I wasn't.
We forgot. No. When I say we,
I know. I was kidding.
College football world. Then we forgot that Dabo Swinney only can produce quarterbacks named Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence, who, exclusive, produce themselves. Okay, this guy's just Jack Easterby. That's all he is.
He's if Bruce Arians and Jack Easterby had a baby, where we give Arians all the credit for his quarterbacks that were just gifted to him, like Peyton and Roethlisberger and people like that.
Brady, yeah.
And then we go, oh, he's a quarterback guru. This guy.
I didn't hear it in the 5 o'clock replay, but I'm sure you guys gave me some Dion props yesterday. I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
This show is great at giving me any credit.
Spent about half the show doing it.
You probably did.
Mm-hmm.
I said this job was too small for him, and he'll be at a bigger program in 2 or 3 years. He's just a winner. You can love him or you can hate him. He's just a freaking winner. He's brash. He's out loud. Again, you got to give respect whether you hate or love. On Facebook, I had some Tolos. Dion didn't make the passes, and yeah. That's his son. The son and all the players are there because of him. He came in and blew out the entire roster. Did he do it in the nicest way? No, he did not. It was pretty cutthroat. And you can hate him for that. That's fine. You can hate Deion Sanders, and many people do. He's a freaking winner. And I just believe he's going to succeed in anything that he does, really. And it doesn't even matter what happens the rest of the season. They've already beat the expectations. They get Nebraska next at home. Deion saying it's personal because they got to hype up. They're being told you're supposed to hate Nebraska when you play for Colorado. Nothing bad that you can say. All the praise in the world from me. And Deion Sanders, he belonged to Florida State or another job on that level, and he will be there in about 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, he won't be at Florida State. They ain't gonna run that guy out now.
All this is one game. Yeah, not Florida State, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. This is look. I mean, listen. This could be a failure if not a failure, but if they just go on this epic 8-game losing streak and they wind up not even winning 4 games, then we'll look at this in a bad way. But it is just the first year too. Like he completely revamped. And it's not like he got guys to transfer from only Power 5 schools. Most of these guys that transferred were coming from Group of 5, FCS. He was taking the best of that bunch and compiling them here. And it was just there's no way of knowing what they're going to be from here on out. What we know what they are is that Shedeur is a good player, and Travis Hunter, we have not seen the likes of him. Like this, the last guy to do this is Charles Woodson.
Well, Deion too. Like playing both sides. I mean, he told Travis Hunter behind the scenes, he had to. I'm not reporting it. It's just common sense. I'm going to make you primetime. You're the next Deion Sanders. You're the next Charles Woodson to do it both ways. And it's fun. I mean, I was sitting there. I was rooting for TCU at the very end because Sonny Dykes coming on the show and Horned Frogs and all that stuff. But this was incredible. You had to follow it throughout the entire day. And now they're in the top 25. Deion said, I don't care about no top 25. I care if we come out and practice. That's what I'm caring about right now. Rankings don't have a record, do they? Ranking does not have a record. And Duke,
you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Duke is ranked for the first time in the AP college football poll since 2018. Now we're getting number 3 Alabama against number 11 Texas. This will be the first regular season meeting between the two with both ranked.
Wow, that's surprising. That's really surprising. Then again, some of these Alabama had some years there on probation, and they were down. And then of course Texas has had their years too.
Now what's happening with the fans? What's the storyline with this?
So Texas last year put Alabama in the upper deck.
Yeah.
And so their 5,000 allotted tickets went in the upper deck. So the Bama did not even travel their band. Bama, in the pettiest of petty, is saying, we're kind of the same way that they treated us last year. We're going to do the same thing for them this year, which, in the SEC has a rule that you have to allow at least 2,000 seats for the visitors in the lower level so the band can travel. But it's not a conference game, so they have to do that. So they're just returning the favor to Texas, and they're going to put them all in the upper regions of Bryant-Denny.
Yeah, now, I thought I heard you whisper something to yourself in the commercial break, like all this Alabama deference. Did I hear that correctly?
Yep.
And what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the fact that Florida State should be ahead of Alabama. There's no question. Alabama, no, there's not. Alabama in general, the deference to have them at 4 to start the year is ridiculous to begin with. The fact that they didn't even know who their quarterback was going to be until couple days before the game. Great. You whooped on Middle Tennessee State at home. Fantastic. Love it for you, Alabama. But Bama coming off a year where they were seriously dinged and degraded, and then
where did they end up last season? What number?
Where were they?
5-4.
Is that even where they were? They were not. You're talking about a team though that
you sound stupid.
I don't.
Yeah. You really do.
That's fine.
I don't understand the Alabama deference with the greatest dynasty in the history of college football.
Sure.
Arguably, every single year, they deliver on the expectations of a top 4 or top 5 season, and you're like, oh, what did they do last year? 4? What did they do last year? 5?
No, 5 is a team that was gifted the spot right outside the playoff. Last year we were talking about it'd be ridiculous to put Alabama in the playoff because of the way they played. They were not.
Were you willing to say
team.
Before the season that the Florida State Seminoles were going to be better than Alabama? Were you willing to say that before the season? No, no, you weren't, and nobody in their right mind would have.
2 weeks ago we were talking about Alabama, and you guys were giving me hell for saying Alabama's not Alabama anymore.
Yeah, because your take is dumb.
No, why?
Because your opinion. Because every year they prove you wrong.
Okay,
every year they're on top. Every year they're in the conversation for the Final Four.
Every year you've known the guys at Bama. You've known exactly who's
still
the
have
role.
a ton
You know
of first-round
Will
talent
Anderson.
team.
Name them.
Oh,
dude.
Hey, thank
come
you.
on.
That's all I'm saying. Alabama's roster is not Alabama's roster.
You don't know.
There's a ton of deference to Saban here. This is Clemson. This is the same issue. Bama and Clemson are the same team right now.
Here's the difference. Bama returns.
Wow.
Hang on. So
and who's Bama playing this weekend?
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah. So
convenient. Convenient time in Roberto.
You follow Bill Connolly, the SP plus projections that he has. All right. Bama's number 1. And his is not based on any preconceived bias. They return the 3rd most efficiency on offense in the sport and the 7th most efficiency on defense. They are there because they return a lot of people from last year's team. Now, they don't return 2 big ones.
They don't return 2 big ones, and their offensive line has not been rebuilt over the last 3 years, and their receiving core has not been up to the level that it had been for 15 years, 10 to 15 years. Their weapons are not the same. Their offensive line is not the same. Their quarterback, obviously, is not the same. They don't have the top edge rusher in the NCAA anymore.
So
they're still returning a ton of good players.
And not naming them means nothing. I don't care about. I'm not watching them on Rivals. But I don't care on National Recruiting Day what the F Nick Saban is doing.
But you know Bryce Young going into last year, and you know Will Anderson, and you know these guys.
And I knew all the guys that left in the draft beforehand who got replaced.
And you know who?
They're a machine.
We all know the quarterback. You know who didn't know the quarterback as of 2 weeks ago? The starting quarterback for Alabama? Nick Saban didn't know the starting quarterback for Alabama.
So you're saying that you and I need to construct a bet on who will finish the year higher, Florida State or Alabama?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Florida State's finishing above Bama.
I wouldn't take that bet, Sean. No, I wouldn't take that bet. And the reason for that has nothing to do with whether or not Florida State or Alabama is different. Florida State is going to be favored by a touchdown on at least in every game they play. And Alabama has the potential of, I mean, they've got.
Was Florida State favored? They weren't even favored against LSU.
No, they weren't.
They were the underdog.
No, LSU was a slight favorite.
Was that LSU higher ranked?
Yeah, but look, Florida State has no trouble the rest of the way. Like, they have literally no good teams.
Yeah, I heard you talking about their schedule.
Bama loses 3 games this year.
I don't think they lose 3. We're the 3 lost. They don't play Georgia.
Oh, they're going to lose this weekend. That's 1 right there. Texas, baby. They're going to lose to Texas.
Now
they're going to lose to LSU, and they'll find one of these other SEC games.
I mean, they get Tennessee at home. I don't think they're going to lose that game.
Maybe
I did not think it would take 90 minutes, but you know who set me off? The Pacific Coast is well out of my mind. The relaxation of the ocean has been destroyed by Roberto Bell. Hit us up, 877-881-1053, and let's hook you up with Rangers tickets next. After Choppy tells you about Platinum Chrysler.
All right, Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The spread is currently 3.5 for Sunday Night Football. By the way, the voice of Sunday Night Football, the legend Mike Tirico, will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 on your home of America's team. In case you're going through the radio dials and you're like, I like the Cowboys, where do I listen to the games? Right here. Zach Martin on Weekly with the G-Bag Nation. We have Mike McCarthy starting this Friday at 6:30. And, of course, yesterday you heard Jerry Jones every Tuesday at 8:30. He'll be on KMC. Stephen Jones joins the other shows as well. We have the Cowboys covered more so than anybody else. And Dak Prescott, are you surprised it's 3.5, by the way? Dak has beaten the Giants 10 straight times.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised it is that close.
Like, if I'm going to bet that, I'm taking the Cowboys in those points.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Dak usually plays very, very well against the East. I'm pretty surprised. But then again, I mean, look, I'm sure there's a lot of lines out there that are kind of eye-popping week one. I haven't done a deep dive into week one's lines, like, in terms of that, but this one kind of stood out to me.
Bobby, like with many Dak quotes, I rolled my eyes, including this one. Do you buy any of this? Understanding I wasn't playing in the preseason allowed me to watch some of their past games. He's talking about the Giants and our history with them. You've got to prepare. It's game one. You want to start off hot and start off the right way. And when you've got the time, you've got to use it. So you're telling me that the Dallas Cowboys not playing starters in the preseason gave Dak so much extra prep time for game one regular season against the Giants. Those 3 series that he could have played gave him a lot more binge watching time for Big Blue.
So that's improvement.
Yeah, probably not, because the fact that when those games are being played, there's not a ton of prep that goes into them outside of practice. So when those games are being played, I'm guessing he's not sitting on the sideline watching the Giants during those games when he's not getting his one series in. But what I'll say, maybe he can get some truth to it, is the fact that if in the preparation for calling plays, knowing that he was going to call plays, he was doing extra study that week.
Okay.
And may have been studying the Giants as part of it. That I could see.
Dak said, I feel great about where we are. Much different than last year. We're in a much better place right now than we were at this time last year with the installation and the details of everything. It's about making sure we cross the T's and dot the I's. Everyone says that as well. I don't know how you're in a better place with a new offense versus going into another year with Kellen, unless he's just talking physically. But here he's talking about the details of the offense.
Well, I mean, look, I guess maybe if he feels more comfortable in the offense, which I would be stunned to see considering he was very comfortable in the last one.
Right.
Maybe the talent on the roster is just better. Okay. And, there's a lot of things maybe that could go into it, but yeah, that's just Dak speak. It's coach speak. It's player speak. Best shape of my life. Yada yada yada.
Y'all's interview making the rounds. Jerry telling you yesterday we expect Dak to be with us a long time.
He has to be.
Did he say that with us? It's hard to tell. I don't see any credit on Craig Harden's screen there. It's tough to see it there. No, honestly, where I'm most concerned about this game heading this week, and the reason why I think Dallas wins this game, but Kayvon Thibodeau is the exact type of pass rusher that will give Tyron Smith problems at this stage of his career. And when you take into the fact that, okay, Tyler Smith is dealing
meaning someone who breathes.
Stop it.
According to you,
a guy who has a strong inside move, somebody who can set you up with speed to the outside and then jump inside. That's the toughest thing for Tyron to reset with. But if you take that and then you factor into it the Tyler Smith hamstring injury, which right now, who knows how bad that is, but he'll likely be hobbled to some extent. Okay, well, that means the left side of your line is a little vulnerable, probably, to what the Giants want to do. And the Giants have a really great interior of their defensive line. Dexter Lawrence is fantastic. And so I do have some concerns about how the offensive line will look in this first game. And yeah, rust is always going to be a question. They've come out flat occasionally in the opening game the last few years.
Let me ask one more Dak follow-up question, because in reading Jerry's quotes to this show yesterday, I felt this, but y'all tell me listening to him, did he give any impression that they were still in a future evaluation stage of Dak? Like, did any of that come off like, hey, we got to see how the year goes?
No.
Oh no.
Okay.
They even if they see how the year goes and they don't like it, they still have to re-sign him.
Because he said no, but I want to know how he sounded in the answer. I know the realities of money. He said it's a moving part. Of course, the real life situation that we deal with is injury, and we deal with appreciating and depreciating talent levels. It goes up and down, and it happens there right before your eyes. It can happen during a season. And in reading that, I was like, are they still trying to see how he plays before deciding the next big contract?
No, because in the course of that answer, he was talking about like balancing the sheet in general. Like when you look at all these numbers, he's like, all these numbers that you have, and he was talking about you deal with this, you deal with that. And so I think he was speaking more broadly. The tone he struck yesterday to me was Dak is going to be here. Which we all believe. Yeah. And so that was the tone that he struck there. I didn't think that any of it sounded wiggly or waffling at all on Dak's stability here.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you. Travis Kelce now sounds very questionable for the opener tomorrow night. Adjust your fantasy lineups accordingly. Hyperextended knee. They did tell Adam Schefter yesterday that Kelce's ACL is intact, so that's good. And you got some George Kittle questions about the start of their season. Oh, by the way, Chris Jones still doesn't sound like he's anywhere close to the Chiefs facility, as he could be the best defensive lineman in football, not showing up at all this offseason.
No idea.
Kelce and Jones?
Yep. And and they're already saying, can the Chiefs beat the Lions without Kelce and Jones? Yeah, they can. They have Patrick Mahomes. They can still do it. They're still a 5-point favorite for a reason.
All right, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. If I told you there's no Jones or Kelce throughout the year, would you make Kansas City the favorite?
I still would.
Wow.
But they lost Tyreek Hill. They name me a guy they had last year as a receiver, and Patrick Mahomes had one of his better years.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah.
I only remember that because they put him on the banner at the Super Bowl instead of Kelce.
Was he even active for the game?
I don't remember.
I think he was. So it's like. Yeah, I mean, they're still going to be among, and I would put them as the favorite. But, look, in one game, I mean, how you have to deal with things in one game when you're not prepared for it and having a day before to prepare is not really being able to prepare for it. It's tough. It really is. And it had the line move that much. There's only about a dozen guys in the league that will move a line that isn't a quarterback.
Watching the Texas Rangers play is also tough here. Listening on the Fan.
Altuve's hit his 13th and his 14th tonight. And now he sends one to center field. That'll send Tavares back. Could it be? 4 in a row! 4 in a row for Altuve! 5 and 6 at bats! The legend continues to grow!
Absolutely incredible.
Nathan Eovaldi did not last. Jose Altuve's streak did. 4 home runs in 4 straight at bats as they beat the Rangers 14-1. The final tally throughout the first 2 games of this series is 27-7. Tonight, Verlander against Scherzer. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock on this station. The Rangers are now 2 games back. The Mariners are 1 game back in the West.
Yeah, that buzzer's been working great for Altuve the last couple games. He's clearly getting all the pitches tipped in a timely manner.
Hall of Famer, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, without going through, I would assume so.
He's the best. He's not the best, but yes, probably a Hall of Famer. Unless, I mean, look, you don't want to let Bonds in. You don't want to let other potential cheaters in. I don't know why you'd let those ones in. But yeah, he's great, and it's frustrating and it's upsetting because this is an absolutely epic collapse. And it's like Chop and I were talking about yesterday. It does not feel like this has been 3 weeks. This feels like
longer.
2 months.
Yes.
This is like, it's hard to believe we're 3 weeks removed from a 12-2 stretch.
Bruce Bochy on with the KMC masterpiece, talking about his managing frustrations.
I mean, I'm human like everybody. I've shown my frustration. I've had my snaps going in after a game. It's just a competitive part of everybody that's involved, just like hitters. They don't get it done. You'll see the snaps in the dugout. But, after that, no, it's good. The only thing you can do is try to put them in a position to win, and we're doing the best we can to do that. We'll continue to do that, and hopefully, they go out and they get it done. But you got to stay behind them because, let me tell you, as a pitcher or even a hitter, man, it just starts with confidence, man, and confidence that's going to build first of all, the command, the control part of it, and then the conviction on every pitch you make. And but if they don't think we have confidence in them, it's a tough game to play.
To those upset with Bochy and or Chris Young at this point, you would say what? How much of it that is justified?
Look, I mean, Chris Young, if you're going to give him the credit for this roster, even though JD put some of it together, then you have to give him the blame for its faults, which is the bullpen. And that's a problem. Now, does he deserve a lot of blame? No. I mean, he also put together a team that was, over 115 games, was among the best in the league. Did they play over their heads? Sure. It's okay. It happens. Bochy, again, I mean, he gets a lot of credit. We are really focusing on recency bias here. He gets a lot of credit for the first 150, 120 games of the year. That said, what happened on Monday was entirely Bruce Bochy's fault. Bochy and Maddox, I don't think have grasped the fact that the game moves at a lightning pace now, and they're not getting guys warmed up. There's no reason Josh Spores should have been in that game beyond the Abreu at bat when he walked two guys and he loaded the bases and then he walked Abreu. That was a tie game and then made it 6-5. He should not have been in to face another hitter, but nobody was warmed up, and that's a problem. Has he managed the bullpen magnificently? No, but again, who's he going to go to?
Yeah,
the bullpen stinks. He literally is. My buddy Wes just texted. I think Austin Hedges has more innings pitched than at bats. Okay, and I don't know if that's a real a stat. Right. It was a joke. But the point is made, right? The point is made. That is not good. When you have Austin Hedges out there throwing any kind of innings, it's a bad spot you're in.
Headlines coming at you along with your Texas Rangers ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Boston Red Sox on Monday, September 18th. And come on out early, Tolos, to Rogers Roundhouse in Fort Worth next Thursday night, September 14th, for a Texas Rangers watch party to see them battle the Toronto Blue Jays. Rangers alums Darren Oliver and Craig Gentry will be on hand to sign autographs. And starting at 6 p.m. that same night, the first 150 fans wearing Rangers gear will also receive free Rangers tickets to the Rangers Red Sox game on September 18th as well. Get more information at rangers.com/watch party. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And we're looking for the peeps to join us for section 133 night.
Yes, rangers.com/133. Get your tickets for September 22nd against the Mariners.
That'll be a big one.
Yes, it will.
Season in the balance right there.
Absolutely.
Rangers ticket giveaway every morning at this time on Sean and RJ. Hit us up on the truckbreak.com text line and the same exact number for the phones to win the seats in Arlington. It's a hump day.
Hump day.
So that means it's time for chopping it up.
We now know the answer to what happens when your butt explodes on an airplane. Next on 105 through the Fan.
Perfect segue. Not really. It's an awful one. To talk about
never do anything for us. They never do anything for us.
Very sexist.
Very sexist. I mean, what happens? When would this ever happen to us? Joe Burrow obviously got engaged to his lovely girlfriend, fiance, Olivia.
What's her last name?
Holzmacher. Holzmacher.
Okay.
All right. Very cute. Very attractive.
I'll be the judge of that.
It's like, she's brunette. Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, she's fine. Well, apparently the women of Greater Cincinnati are so depressed about this that you will find literally women crying that he is off the market. There is a video of a girl in a locker room. She's getting ready to play volleyball or field hockey or whatever. And the caption is, when you find out Joe Burrow is engaged. And this girl is just stone-faced, depressed, dead. All right? So this Cincinnati bar is offering sad girl shots. It's called the Filson Bar. They are offering shots for 9 cents a piece.
Oh, man.
Why? Because Joe Burrow wears
Number 9.
Number 9.
9 God.
Big Tony Romo fan, apparently.
Yep.
Listen, do you think...
So what, they're going to look and see if you look upset at the bar? They're just going to judge your face?
Oh, I think it's just that this one night, it's sad girl shots. If you're a girl, say you want a sad girl shot, they'll give you a shot.
Okay.
And they're probably going to have some watered-down, pre-made lemon drop thingy or whatever and give them 9-cent shots.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, is that a great... like combination for potential liability at your bar is emotionally vulnerable girls drinking 9-cent shots? I don't know that that's a great idea.
There's a cutoff.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a cutoff. But you know what? It just we never get anything done for us. Like when Ricky Fowler took Allison Stokey off the market, the smoking hot pole vaulting girl. Was there a bar given, pole vault shot discounts? No,
because we know how to deal with our emotions.
Exactly. Because everybody, because we're supposed to, as men, we're supposed to bottle it all up. Nobody comforts us. Nobody helps us. And BetterHelp does. But when we drop dead of a heart attack at 54 years old,
jeez,
no one's gonna say anything. No one's gonna wonder why.
Who was a celebrity? Obviously, you have no shot in what with them, but she got taken or she got divorced, and you got excited or like a little bit down about it. You're like, oh no, or she's single. That delusional hope, that delusional reaction, like your wife when Luca got engaged, how she just downed that entire bottle of vodka.
Exactly. Yeah. She was super depressed. I don't know what it was. Growing up, I was always obsessed with the gymnasts. So like when I was
Carrie Strug,
not Carrie Strug,
no, of age.
They were all my age or older.
Okay.
Thank you. So as a kid, it's like I was obsessed in '96. That was my first crush. Was Dominique Mucciano from the U.S. team, and then up in 2004, Carly Patterson. I was in love with Carly Patterson, and then 2008 it was Nastia Liukin, and so something about the female American gymnasts always did it for me. And Kristen did gymnastics when she was younger. Maybe that's part of it. But yeah, Carly Patterson was the one that I remember specifically thinking at 16 anyway. I was like, she lives in Allen. Like, I mean, it's not the most impossible thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Mary Lou Retton married a regular person.
Mary Lou Retton. Absolutely. Good throwback there to the 84 games. Boy, I mean, as a kid, I'll tell you. I had a big crush on Jennifer Capriati, like the early days.
Oh, yeah.
Early days Jennifer Capriati. But I don't remember, it was hard to know when they got married back then. This is pre-internet, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So Joe Burrow, shot night.
Shot night, Joe Burrow. Again, no one threw a party for us when certain ladies were taken off the market. But there you go.
214 was disgusted when Selena Gomez got with Justin Bieber. 940 thought early 2000s Britney they had a shot with. 214 Tiffany Amber Thiessen. So a lot of answers there on the truckwreck.com fan text.
All right, so let's go to Neil Lennon. Neil Lennon is a soccer analyst.
John's son.
Not John's son. I want you to take a listen. He is sitting now. there is a lot of wondering about what this is. He is talking. It's a very short clip. He pauses. There's a sound, and people think that he paused mid-sentence on live TV to pass gas.
He needs to find, first of all, the best formation that suits the squad of players.
I don't think
That's a two.
That's too obvious. That's too obvious.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, that's
All right, you got to set the scene here. So he's on a couch, which there's clear rumblage on a couch, right? When you're on the same kind of, sofa cushion.
Sure.
Right next to him is this older lady. Now I say older. She's probably like, a little bit more, probably 50 years old. But she doesn't bat an eye. There's no movement. There's no, nothing. She doesn't flinch. So that first thing made me wonder, okay, maybe he didn't toot. Maybe it was like one of those stomach burps that doesn't actually come out of your mouth. Because his lapel mic. You had one of those.
Yes.
Early days of Sean Sharif.
like a gargle.
It was a gurgle, and because his lapel mic was right there, it picked it up in his chest. But let's hear it again. One more time. Neil Lennon, soccer analyst, possibly tooting on live TV.
He needs to find, first of all, the best formation that suits the squad of players.
Like, he paused.
I wonder how many people can get RJ when he does this and he just sits up, leans up in that chair, right on this counter.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a tendency to just kind of shift in my chair a lot like this. And so the Twitch and the fan text have before asked if I was doing that. It's like, no, I just I'm fidgety. That's what mine is. I roll up on the arm of the chair here. But no, I don't think that was. I think that was a throat gurgle.
Yeah. Throat gurgle. I'm voting.
One more time, throat. I don't know.
He needs to find, first of all, the best formation that suits the squad of players.
That noise cannot be.
Yeah, it's a toot.
That cannot come out of your throat.
Toot.
Yeah.
Man, it sounds like a toot, but I'm just the lady next to him is throwing me off beyond belief. So
what is your guy? Because I hate this subject. I know, I'm the old bitter man. I was so happy that Bobby, the final question in his interview, we said, "Do you like gas? Do you like talking poop humor?" And he goes, "I hate it." I was like, hired.
Yep.
That was the seal of the deal. But when your kids start
human fecal matter.
When your kids start doing this out loud, is there ever a correction of, hey, that's bad manners, or is it just laughter with them and it's free reign? I don't even want to ask RJ first.
I'll be honest. My 13-year-old, he will do it. He'll come up to you and do it in your personal space. And I'm like, bro, that's not cool. Julian will do it and it's silent, and then all of a sudden, 30 seconds later, you get slapped in the face. And I'm like, roll the window down, man.
I'm not gonna tell them don't do it. If it's gotta happen, it's gotta happen. But if they're coming to my personal space to do it, that gets corrected. But I'm also not laughing along with it. I'm generally silently rolling my eyes.
Okay, but you're not saying, hey, keep that to yourself.
Unless they come up to me and try to do it. The youngest likes to do that. The youngest likes to just run up to me and do it.
Chopping it up every hump day here on Sean and RJ.
All right, this was a Delta Airlines flight from Atlanta to Barcelona. Barcelona, Peyton, was the host city of the 1992 Olympic Summer Games.
Oh, well.
Where the Dream Team made their mark. This is an Airbus plane. It was 2 hours into a transatlantic flight from Atlanta to Barcelona when the pilot had to contact air traffic control about an emergency situation.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
Great content again.
Hey,
gross.
This story is dominating because the amount of questions as to how, and there is video footage of this trail of diarrhea up and down the aisle.
Are you embarrassed?
How? Was it a woman wearing a skirt and it just kept flowing out? What possibly happened here? Nobody knows.
I don't know.
Couldn't have been pants.
It's gross.
Well, this is why you wear skinny jeans. It doesn't do that in skinny jeans.
You would think the skinny jeans.
I don't think that's why you wear them.
Yeah,
that's not why you wear them.
I think baggier jeans would be better.
Jinkos?
I don't know. Baggier jeans, more room to get out. Skinny jeans, it's kind of more pressure.
I gotta tell you, if this is me, this happens to me, I am literally sitting in my seat, not moving, and I'm the last damn one off the plane, and I'm never flying that airline again because I don't want to show my face anywhere.
My flight on the way back, we were the last seats in the back by the bathroom. How much do you dread that?
Oh, it's awful.
It's awful. I had dogs sitting behind me on the way, smelling their you-know-what, and then back bathrooms on the way back. That was the seating arrangements. Yeah.
This is the last poop story, I promise you, by the way.
Dear God.
No. The one we just did.
The one we just did. I thought we were about to go to a third.
That's the one we just did. I promised you guys that one. But yeah, I have so many questions to this. But I could you imagine being on this flight and have, first of all, you have to turn around. You got to go back 2 hours. I mean, they couldn't have emergency landed in like Raleigh. They had to go back to Atlanta. Like, what is going on here? It blows my mind.
Closest I had was food poisoning on the way out to Surprise one year.
I remember that.
Chicken.
I remember that.
That did not hit me bad till I got to the house.
He was in the terminal at DFW. Like, he took over like 4 seats. He was just laying down.
And I left. That was my fault. Like, it wasn't a surprise attack. That was a probable attack.
Yeah.
I left that chicken out. I left the chicken out, ate it, and first day surprise in my room, just coiled up.
Oh, poor guy. I remember that. Have you ever had a situation where you had a server either flirt with you or flirt with your spouse right in front of you?
No.
I mean, I've been called like babe or sweetheart or something like that, but I don't think it's like
Hooters doesn't count, Peyton.
I'm glad you used the term.
How much is that dance?
Sweetheart.
$200.
You call me sweetheart.
What
What was it?
$200. That's how much my dance was.
What was her name again? What was her name?
Molly.
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 That's right.
So this is a woman who had a photo that was posted. I guess it was a server that posted it, where she was a waitress at a restaurant, and the amount of the bill was $32.76. The wife received the bill, paid, and in the tip column put, "Don't call my husband sweetheart."
Ooh.
And then left absolutely zero tip. What are your girls doing?
Well, is the girl... Look, I'm going to keep it real, like always. Was the waitress ugly or not? Was she attractive or ugly? My girl's not going to care whatsoever if the girl is ugly and unattractive. If she is attractive, then it's going to be, what did you do? What did you say when I went to the bathroom? Why would she be giving you that feeling? And then we're in an age where Chief, big word in the Sharif family. Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief. Can you tell me where to go, Chief? Hey, Chief, dear, sweetheart, honey. We are in an age where those words have been canceled. You cannot use those words.
A girl can call a guy sweetheart. A guy definitely cannot call a girl sweetheart.
Right.
Sweetheart, honey, hon.
Yep.
Naked. Now, you might be able to, especially if you're old, you can get away with it maybe if you're an 85-year-old man. But, boy, I showed this to Sarah. She was like, how insecure could this woman possibly be?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
You got to know what the girl, how old is she and what she look like?
She wouldn't say, I don't think she, like, if there was a genuine, it was not just something where it's just like general politeness or whatever of a server. There was some like genuine flirting that Kristen were to pick up on. She would just sit on it until we got in the car. And then as soon as we got in the car, she'd probably go at me for like, why were you giving off a vibe that would like make her think you were open to flirt? That's what would probably happen to me.
Yeah, because I charmed the hell out of the flight attendant on the way back here from California. She was an older,
You bring her chocolates or something?
She was an older woman, and I was like, your service compared to the flight out is night and day. Night and day. I just, I was feeling good. I gave her a compliment, and the drinks, she kept them flowing.
Heck yeah,
She kept them flowing, but and my wife didn't even look up. She didn't look up because she knew it was an older woman, and she didn't care. Now, if it was some smoking hot 20, 30-year-old, then I would have gotten a glare.
I hear you.
That's what it comes down to, I think.
I got in trouble for sweetheart on social media a couple years ago because Jane was standing up to do her first live shot of the year during COVID, and I just shot a video of her standing up doing her hit, and I said, America's sweetheart is back. That's all I said. And some guy replied to it and said, how about just a great reporter is back? Ever refer to a male football reporter in a similar manner? And I was like, yeah, you clearly don't know me. Like, I will call Chiafalo sweetheart all the time. Or Zach. Like, I'll answer the phone. I'll go, what's up, sweetie? How you doing?
Do you remember Alex Murdaugh?
Yep. Oh, yeah. The Murdaugh murders.
The Murdaugh murders. It was Netflix, right? It was not HBO. It was Netflix.
It was a couple ones.
Couple ones,
I
right.
think there was two.
There's a Hulu one, too,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Anyway, this is the story of an attorney, a very wealthy attorney in South Carolina, whose son had a boating accident where he was hammered, killed somebody, and then he winds up being convicted of killing his wife and his son. Now there's issues with his other son potentially being involved in a crime, a killing of a guy. Well, his attorneys have issued this massive bombshell request for a new trial based on evidence that they claim shows a court clerk tampered with a jury by advising them not to believe his testimony in order to cash in on the post-verdict media blitz. And apparently they have a mountain of evidence on this court clerk that they think is going to get him off on a technicality, or at least present the opportunity to get him off on a technicality. I'm just waiting for part 2 of the documentary
And
now.
what would it be? What's the evidence?
That she tampered with the jury. So they haven't released all the evidence on this one, but basically that they violated his right to a fair and impartial jury when she advised them during the 6-week trial not to be misled by evidence presented by the defense. So
that's why law's stupid, though, if that leads to this. I haven't heard one other suspect named in this entire ordeal. I haven't heard one other person.
You don't have to bribe me to not believe his testimony based on what I've seen from the story. I would have walked into it going, yeah, I don't think I'm going to believe much of what this guy says.
So they have this jury person, the foreperson, whatever they call it, frequently had private conversations that lasted 5 to 10 minutes with this court clerk. So they have someone inside the jury room that apparently is singing right now. Again, they haven't released the details of what the conversations were about, but they think that this possibly could be something that gets him off.
Chopping it up every single hump day here on Sean and RJ. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Yesterday, this got 1 million views real quick. Apparently, the Mannings are looking for a third person to join the Manning cast. Of course, they simulcast this during Monday Night Football game. So part 1 of the tryouts are them interviewing Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, Sean Payton, amongst others.
Hi, I'm Jared Goff, quarterback, here to audition. So, Jared, how excited are you about the opportunity to be on the most popular show on television? Isn't this for the Manning cast?
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Well, I play quarterback.
Ooh, quarterback. We like that.
You like that?
I just said that we liked it.
You like that?
I mean, what is this guy's deal?
No, but did you like it?
How do you feel about audibles?
We generally just want the quarterback to run the play that's called. That's the play.
Sean McVay, Los Angeles Rams head coach.
On this team, we tear ourselves to pieces.
This is how you guys dress in real life.
You guys are terrible evaluators and go yourself.
Thank you, Mike.
That was Mike McDaniel at the end. Well, Sean McVay is in there with the play sheet over his face. Jared Goff with a great opening line. And then Mike McDaniel, you're terrible evaluators. Go blank yourselves.
And I wish you could have seen like the visual of their faces when Sean Payton says we don't believe in audibles. The play is the play, and you see the manager like they're captain audibles are like, oh no.
Do you think they had to bring Sean McVay and Jared Goff in on different days to shoot?
Like I also when was this done? Did they fly to all these camps? Like are they getting all these guys to fly to them?
I mean, you never see them in the same room, right? So it's like them sitting on one side of the table and then cut. Yeah. They probably just had them in front of a green screen.
You like that?
Part 2 of the Manning cast tryouts, DJ Khaled, Mike Tyson, and Lil Wayne.
Who are your broadcasting icons?
Another one.
What would you say are your strengths?
We the best.
I'm just here because your guys have the most punchable face in the history of punching faces.
Wow, Reese Witherspoon. I mean, we're honored you'd even consider auditioning for the Manning cast.
Manning what? Oh, no, I was calling to bundle my home and auto. Aren't you the insurance guy?
So what would we know you from?
Have you heard of TikTok?
Sure.
Really?
No.
Libby Dunn.
Hi, Lil Wayne, Weezy Baby, President Carter.
I'm Peyton, and this is Lil Brother.
So that was it, and then Tom Brady was at the very end.
Tom Brady's at the end, and the way the Brady one finished, it was almost open-ended.
With a loss to Dak.
What's that?
With a loss to Dak.
Yes. It almost finished because he was like, all right, because Peyton said, there's nobody here, at least not on this list. And then it cuts to Peyton, to Tom Brady in the green room or whatever, like the prep room, in a dark room. And he's like, just waiting to get in an audition. And then he kind of says, well, if I can't get this, I'm just going to come back and play. But then it shoots to the schedule, and people are speculating that Tom Brady would join the Manning cast.
Right.
And that would send this to another level. Like, that would be epic.
I'm so bummed we don't have a Manning cast game this year. I always look forward to the Manning cast, not to watch it during the game because it's just really difficult to follow along during the game, but to go back and, like, if there are specific moments in a game, like if Dak makes a bad read or, what happened here? I always love going back and seeing, like, what did Peyton see in real time? Like, what's Peyton describe? And so it's a bummer because the only game we would have had as an option this year would have been Chargers and Cowboys, right?
Yeah, they're not doing it, right?
Yeah, they're not doing it for that one, which is a disappointment. That would have been good.
That would have been good because I went back because he didn't. I don't even remember him doing a detail on Dak. One of those film breakdowns. Maybe he did one. I just don't remember it. That was a bummer because I too would like to see that, what they say.
Last night, Hard Knocks was on, and Pepe grabbed some of the audio. Aaron Rodgers talking about seeing some other life out there.
I was getting down to bed. I heard this alarm in the distance going off. It just didn't seem like normal when I heard some rustling downstairs. So I got up, walked downstairs. It was a beautiful night. And Steve and his brother and I walked outside, and up in the clouds, we heard this sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky. And it was like a scene out of Independence Day when the ships are coming into the atmosphere and they're creating this kind of explosion type fire in the sky. We just saw this incredibly large object and froze, as anybody would, because what the hell was going on. And eventually it went out of sight, and nobody said a word. We just stood frozen, the three of us, on the front stoop of Steve's house. And about 30 seconds later, we heard the real recognizable sound of fighter jets going shoo, shoo, shoo. That seemed to be chasing this object. And again, we just stood there in just disbelief for another few minutes. Nobody said a word.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh and the New York Jets. You successfully killed them talking anything relevant on Hard Knocks about your football team, as Aaron Rodgers just goes into alien talk for 2 minutes.
Plenty of relevant things. Plenty. Look, I didn't watch last night's episode, but I've watched all the episodes up until this point, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the amount of Rodgers coverage. Like, you're getting the stars. You're going inside the offense. Aaron Rodgers is clearly the number one star. A lot on Saleh. I thought they were going to focus a lot more on the scrubs and some of the stories that we really don't care about. But it's a ton of Rodgers, and he's loving it. And he's eating it all up, the egomaniac that he is. Saleh talking about his pet peeve while getting his ass kicked during a football game.
They're all talking about how we got to go through this team and this division and this conference and that quarterback. Well, they got to deal with us too. All the way across the board, I'll take everybody in this room over anybody in football. One of the biggest pet peeves I have as a coach is when you're on a team that's not doing very well and the opposing coach, whose team is doing well, walks up to you at the 50-yard line and says, man, you guys play hard. You. I don't want to fucking play hard. I want to you up. That's the mindset. No one's talking about how we play hard anymore. They're fucking hating. And that's exactly what you fucking want.
You ain't popping.
You ain't got no haters.
You ain't popping.
You ain't popping.
Good grief. No, that's it. Look, I mean, that's better than the Jonathan Gannon speech that was going viral the other day of him trying to hype up the Cardinals. He's like, I hope you guys are here to win. Like, if you didn't come here with a fire in your belly, I don't want you here. So Saleh has passed, honestly, Sirianni for me throughout this, though. He's irritating.
Saleh, yeah,
he's really irritating.
Antonio Brown is in trouble again. Apparently, he told one of his associates, go out to the car. Do I still have that AR?
Yeah, you got that AR in the car still?
I still got the AR in the car.
Go get it.
Go get it.
So this is the 3 Empire players, the Albany Empire, which was the team that was kicked out of the Arena League because of Brown's failure to pay. 3 players wanted to speak with him directly. So they noticed a post that was deleted on their Instagram page that was a tribute to a player, Mo Ruffins, who died in 2022. So they decided that they were going to go confront Antonio at a cigar lounge. And, they voiced their frustrations. And Antonio looked at one of his guys. He was to Ryan Larkin, and he said, "Hey, you still got the AR in the car? Go get it." And then he was like, "I'm not going to allow this dude to walk out of here. He's just going to threaten us." So that was the issue, threatening 3 of his players, or former players, whatever you want to call them at this point, with an AR in the middle of a cigar lounge. What a lunatic!
This is the biggest testament in the world. I used to think Mike Tomlin was an overrated head coach. The fact that he kept that crazy lockdown for so many years.
What people would argue back and say he wasn't crazy if you go and listen to some of his previous audio before the hit, the CTE, the perfect.
But see, even still, like, even we would see glimpses of it. We'd see glimpses of him acting out, and Pittsburgh always kept it in line. And then it was as soon as he went to the Raiders, it was done. And it was over, and he just takes this next level. There's something. Yes. It's not just he's an ass. There's something wrong with him.
Of course. Nobody is like he is acting way beyond any kind of normal actions. Like, even the biggest jerk in the world doesn't act the way.
I think this is really unfortunate, number one, for his own health. But he's going to get forgotten. I think he's going to get forgotten of how great of a receiver he was.
Yep.
He's that is gonna get so overshadowed by the crazy.
Oh,
it really
absolutely.
will. Like, more so than Kanye having his music forgotten. Like, Antonio Brown's music versus Antonio Brown's play versus Kanye's music. Man, I feel like everyone's just gonna forget AB on the field, and he was, for a period of time, unstoppable.
I mean, outside of never being able to go to Italy again because he's banned, Kanye's doing pretty well.
That's right. What did he get banned for?
He got banned for
see how you work one of his songs into this.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Let's see. He was on a gondola right there.
He was.
Yeah, he was on a gondola, and he had a lot of butt crack showing, and there was his girlfriend just sitting right in front of him, facing him while he was seated.
One of his songs is named Monster.
Yeah, Monster.
Dark Fantasy.
Dark Fantasy, absolutely.
4 or 5 seconds. All those apply, I think.
I don't think he has any song called Brain. That's another way you could say it. I don't think he has that one.
Yeah. He was having some fun there.
He was having some fun.
Just like Antonio Brown in the pool one day. I don't think there was someone on the receiving end, but he was just laying out.
Not on the receiving end, but we were on the receiving end.
Yes.
It almost came through the dang screen and poked my eye out.
So there's AB. Yesterday, this was great from Stephen A. Smith. Shannon Sharp, with his ESPN debut, kept screwing up.
Yes, because if you think about it, the Lions were picked to win that division, Skip. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Stephen A. You know what, Skip?
Skip. It's okay. It's okay.
It's been 7 years. Stephen A.
Right, I got you.
Kept calling. Did y'all play this yesterday?
No, we did not. No.
Kept calling Stephen A. Skip. So yesterday, brilliant. Stephen A. sat down in the chair with a name tag.
With a name tag. It's great.
So Shannon could not get confused.
The transformation turnaround
no
of
excuse.
likability for Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
I think it's happening.
Well, I think we're biased.
We are biased.
We're totally biased.
Yes,
he came on this show. He called us out. I don't know how to judge it if that didn't happen.
Right. Like, if Skip came on the show and was like, say, man, we love the way you guys do your Jerry interviews. I mean, I'm sure we would melt a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just hope that doesn't happen.
Please work with me.
I don't think you would.
What?
I don't think you'd melt for Skip, to be honest.
I think if anybody is complimentary of your work, you are going to appreciate that, especially when it's out of nowhere. I think you'll appreciate them in a different way.
Right.
You may not like them, but you'll appreciate them differently. I still think, Stephen A. is, like, I think a lot of it's like fake.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean I don't think he's like, he definitely changed what I thought of him.
It's fake because the guy that we've had on the station here that we've interviewed has not been the same character that goes on the air. Like whenever he wants to talk seriously about a subject or give you like a real take, like when we asked him about the Mavericks and Kyrie and stuff in the last interview when he came on, he gave us a really strong, solid answer without any Kyrie bias or anything else. He's playing a character, whereas Skip is just a bad person.
We forget, like Stephen A. was a highly respected NBA reporter.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very good. So like it's still there. It's still somewhere in there.
So there's the audio. I don't give Shannon a pass on that. You're still looking at the person.
My theory is it was on purpose.
You know what, Skip?
I think it was a bit they had agreed upon.
You've been missing already with all your Shannon theories, so why not another one?
It's my bit. That's my theory. Why is that a bad theory? They're all about the show. Why wouldn't that be part of it? Let's call him Skip a couple times.
Okay, but then you're giving attention. Now, a lot of bosses would say, well, you're giving attention to the competitor. You're giving attention to the other person.
Well, then maybe not them, but between Stephen A. and Shannon, maybe.
Because ESPN is so scared about that. They would never.
No, but like a host agreement, like, hey, I'm going to say this when we get in the middle of it.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. And then Jason Terry is being accused of not paying for a watch. Bobby doing the Jet on the fan cam, $25,000 watch that Jet apparently rented for an event. And now he's not paying up.
No, it's a $25,000 diamond Rolex. This is like a celebrity jeweler. This was a 23.5 karat stainless steel customized timepiece from Eric Mavashev, a prolific New York jeweler who goes by the name Eric Mavani, who also is nicknamed Eric the Jeweler.
I believe Jet already.
Wanted to go into selfish mode.
That's it. Verdict in.
So like he, instead of returning it, he said he wanted to buy it, according to the lawsuit. But he has agreed to pay, but not yet pay.
What are we actually going to get with Mike McCarthy calling the plays? Choppy's going to tell you on the home of America's team next.
Let's get you over to
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour as the entire squad is back together again for the Hump Day edition. With Sean, RJ. Not going to name that guy now.
Wow.
We got Pepe fist pumping in the back, and we got Ryan. We have Mike Tirico, who will have the call Sunday Night Football, Cowboys, Giants on NBC television. Of course, we have you covered on the radio side. Mike Tirico will join us at 9 o'clock. And Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. And Choppy, one of the big storylines is Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling from Kellen Moore. How's it going to look?
Well, it's a great question. So we have to look back at how it's looked in previous years that Mike McCarthy has been the primary play caller for a football team. Through the BetQL network.
We're not that should be old stale information. Remember, Mike underwent the analytical change.
Yes, he did.
Courtesy of Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. So how much of that can still be applied?
Well, you remember, like back in his early days, he was still, as a play caller, he was aggressive, right? He had a lot of aggression to him. Through BetQL, been introduced to this guy named Dave Bartu, who is a analytics staffer. So his company staffs a lot of college teams with analytics departments. He's a former player, so he's got his foot in everything. He's got his foot in analytics. He's got his foot in being a former player. He's got his foot in. He runs the Pro Athletes Hemp Association, trying to get them to, I guess, smoke weed to get healthy or something.
A lot of analytics behind that. Yeah.
A lot of analytics behind that. But also he has dabbled in analytics and he does the staffing. So it's not the traditional like nerd stuff. He focuses primarily on two things: scoring efficiency and your progression. So if you're like 20% below league average, you become the OC, and then next year you're 17%. That's good, positive, right? So you're getting better, even though you're still bad. It's about getting better every year, right?
Good days on top of good days.
Good days on top of good days. So he went and looked at all 168 NFL play callers this century. Now, he removed any of them that did not have more than 3 years of play calling experience. Basically, he said Ken Dorsey with 1 year of Josh Allen is not a fair comparison to Mike McCarthy, who's got 18 years as a play caller with various quarterbacks. So it's already whittled down to 91. Again, scoring efficiency and progression. Doesn't look at yards, doesn't look at points scored. They don't have the context to them. So this is him starting out right from the beginning. His first couple years calling plays way back in New Orleans in 2001.
Second year, scoring efficiency improved by 18.2%. And he was 21.65% above league average. That is a big freaking number. 21% in a league that is defined by inches, mere inches and seconds. He was 21.65% in his third year in New Orleans. This guy was a rocket ship in his third year. All right. So he was going somewhere. Then scoring efficiency dropped 24.42%, but he was still above league average. And then his last year in New Orleans, 2004, his scoring efficiency bumped up 4%, and he was 6% above league average. So in his entire time in New Orleans, 5 years, 5 consecutive years, he was above league average scoring efficiency with a high of 21.55%. Oh, that's the kind of field goal post we're talking about, right, folks? High ceiling, high floor. God, that is freaking sexy as shit.
So he doesn't
settle down, buddy.
He gets turned on. He gets turned on by offense.
Very aroused.
That's what he gets turned on. Okay, so that was New Orleans. So 5 straight years of improvement as a play caller in New Orleans without a great team. This is before Sean Payton. This is before Drew Brees. Okay, so we're talking about New Orleans team.
Yeah, Jeff Blake in year 1 to Aaron Brooks in year 2 will help. Like, that will help some of the efficiency right there.
Because Aaron Brooks is better
than Jeff Blake?
Yeah.
Yes.
Neither one's any good.
Brooks was good for a while.
Okay. All right. So now, let's go to San Francisco. This was a downtime for San Francisco. This is before Alex Smith was, just getting there.
Bobby probably thinks Jim Druckenmiller was Montana.
Probably
Same
does.
thing.
Because he played for San Francisco, and Bobby is a closet San Francisco 49ers fan.
Yeah.
He won't let the world know it, but he is. How did he do in San Fran?
So then he went to San Francisco. Not so great, right?
Stop.
But look what he turned.
These are sound effects coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy's got to be Kevin Hagelin's best friend Star Wars fan.
He might be. He might be.
All right.
So here we go. San Francisco.
So then he went to San Francisco. Not so great, right? But look what he took over in San Francisco. You look at his scoring efficiency, and it was in the bottom of the league. But the offense improved 3%. It was 25.46% below league average, but it got better, right? When you're looking at stuff, folks, especially data, try to find context. When somebody says X, question it. Don't go, oh, that's good. Why? What is that good? What is that compared to? Be a smarter fan, right? That's what I really want to see. That's why I do this, is we try to make our franchises and our college football programs smarter and ask questions and think outside the box and create an edge. So as a fan, ask questions, create an edge. So when we look at Mike McCarthy in San Francisco, a lot of people go, oh, that was shitty. Well, yeah, relative to the rest of the league, but relative to what he took over, really wasn't.
Okay, so not great compared to the league, but fans don't care about that. They care about, right? They care about generally, like, how do you compare against your peers versus that. He did dive off into one thing, and he really, actually, no, let's skip this one, Peyton. We'll go to the last one, and then we'll go back to that. So he goes to the Green Bay years, and they were better, basically better than every year of the year before against the rest of the league. They compared very, very well, but it was time for the change. So over this entire 18-year century mark, or of this century, where does Mike rank among the 91 play callers with more than 3 years experience?
As a whole, 91 offensive coordinators. He is 22nd in overall progression for his career. Guys with 4 or more years of calling plays in the NFL since 2000, he is 22nd in the entire league. That's solid, okay? I like good progression. But remember, Daboll's number one. What really is important to me is scoring efficiency. That is really, really important. The guy one spot above Mike McCarthy, some dude named Mike Martz. The guy right below Mike McCarthy, some dude named Sean McVay. Mike McCarthy is the 11th best veteran offensive coordinator play caller in the NFL since 2000 by these numbers.
Wow.
So
that's pretty stunning.
That's good company.
Yeah.
I think anywhere in the top 20 is probably be pretty good this century. So there's just a little dive into where Mike is. He did say one thing in this, and this is counter to what a lot of the analytics crowd believes, myself included. He says offense does not win championships.
His worst season at Green Bay, 2015, was 1.41% above league average, and the scoring efficiency regressed 35.51%. Okay, but so I'm looking at this going, okay, when he got it going at Green Bay, look at his percentage above league average, and I'm going to use round numbers: 24, 11, 28, 14. 40 freaking 1%. 2011, 41%, 42% above league average. Now remember, great offenses don't win Super Bowls. Number one offense in the NFL in scoring efficiency has won just 2 Super Bowls in the last 23 years. The number one defense, 10 of them. Defense wins, folks. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I know we got recency bias with Kansas City and Mahomes and this, that, and the other. That is an anomaly in football. Defense wins.
I tried to tell you, yet again, I watch more football, telling both of you, if the Dallas Cowboys want to get or win the Super Bowl, it will have to be because of a great, and I mean great. Last year was not great. I put a heavier standard on it. You're going to have a great shutdown defense. That's the way that they're going to be in Vegas with us out there partying.
That's how you would say that's how you get there. But you don't think that's necessarily how you win the game. Like, the game will come down to the quarterback. Like, in that game, you versus them, like, you need your quarterback to step up and play.
I don't know.
In that game.
I don't know if it's all about the quarterback. Like, when the Broncos got stomped out, I don't remember Russ having an amazing game. I'm sure I can go to different Super Bowls where the defense won it more. So, look, I'm not arguing the quarterback's not the most important thing. And Dak can catch fire in certain games and stretches where he can play to an MVP level good enough. We totally forget. Everyone forgets about the Tampa Bay game last year. We just dismissed Tampa because Brady retired. Now they got Baker Mayfield and they suck. Dak Prescott was amazing. He was incredible. Lights out. If he played half of that, 60% of that against San Francisco, they would have been in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, so like look at it this way, because in the postseason versus
I'm just saying for this team.
Yeah, well,
I'm talking about for this team's path.
If you're the
playoffs,
if you're the number one offense in the league, you 100% are going to go to the playoffs. If you're the number one defense, there's a good chance you still don't go to the postseason if your offense stinks. Right? It's just like in baseball. Like if you can have the best pitching staff in the world, if you can't score, you're not going to make the playoffs. Now, when you get to the postseason, I would much rather have a better pitching staff. Much rather have elite starting pitching. And in the postseason, you know, in the NFL, I would rather have either the best quarterback in the world or the best defense because all it takes is a couple games. Interestingly enough, since 2010, which is basically what they consider the start of the modern NFL now, only one team has won the Super Bowl with a scoring offense outside the top 10.
One team has won the scoring offense outside the top 10?
Since 2010. And that was Denver. 2015. Only one team had a scoring offense outside the top 5 in that same time and won, and that was the Ravens. Everybody else had a scoring offense inside the top 5. So since 2010. Meanwhile, like defense, they all had defensive like efficiency numbers inside the top half. But like if you have the top scoring defense or scoring efficiency defense, yeah, if you're lucky enough to get into the playoffs, you got a great chance to win.
And look, the questions are going to be, how is the offense different from Kellen? Will it be noticeable? Those are my questions. What real difference is there going to be, and will we be able to notice it?
How much? I guess that just depends on how much do you pay attention to just like you follow the ball versus you follow like what's happening with the alignment and everything else. These alignments are going to look different. Like they're going to be different alignments. There's going to be different packages because like, I mean, Jerry talked about it yesterday. They are going to play like tighter alignments in all likelihood. You're going to see probably more bunch stuff. You're going to see less motion. I mean, McCarthy basically told us that at training camp, and I know that's one thing people do want. But I think they are going to run the ball differently. I don't know that it's going to be more, but I think it's going to be run differently. They're going to run in different spots. They're going to pick their spots differently and choose to attack teams through the ground game differently. But I think ultimately it's going to be very difficult on a surface level to see much that's different.
Inside the Star, here on your home of America's team, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you on 105.3 The Fan. Someone slept in late but wants to come on the show to try to stop the panic. Rangers insider and play-by-play voice Jared Sandler. Is this an epic collapse? Especially after what Jose Altuve did to this baseball team last night. Jared Sandler tries to calm us down after this. But let me calm you.
segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 0-1. That ball lifted high and deep into center field. Leote going back, looking up, and it is gone. Jose Altuve has batted 3 times and hit 3 home runs. To this point, it is a complete evisceration and a 9-0 Houston lead.
Hicksy with the call on this radio station. Jose Altuve hitting home runs in 4 straight at-bats, 14-1. Nathan Eovaldi gets destroyed. It was worse for Dane Dunning. There are 2 games back in the division. Scherzer versus Verlander tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch, where you will hear this man, Jared Sandler, Insider Rangers play-by-play, here on DFW Sports Station. Is this a collapse?
Well, it's there's still a few weeks left in the season, but this team definitely has been in a tailspin, and they've gone from being in complete control of the AL West to now waking up today a half game out of a playoff spot. With the Blue Jays beating the A's last night, so not great, but still plenty of time for them to turn things around.
Clubhouse feeling going in there amongst this crew has been like what?
Yeah, this is a pretty tame group. There's not a lot of guys with volatile personalities, and maybe you can make a case that they need someone to flip over a table or whatever. But I don't think that has necessarily been a major issue. Although I tell you, and Eric always says this, and he's totally right. The moments where you either see or need leadership take place when the doors are closed to the media. So, I don't know that it'd be fair for me to truly answer that question, just because I'm not there in the 30 minutes to an hour before a game when guys might take a moment to say something, or the 5 to 10 minutes after the game. But in talking to guys, I don't get the sense that's an issue, because typically when that is an issue, it comes out and someone has shared something to someone like, hey, we've got major problems here. But, the whole idea, the magic team meetings that everyone always wants, those just, you can do it maybe once a year. You can't play that card too often, and there's no guarantee that that's going to do anything. You just need guys to show up, step up today, and get behind Max Scherzer and get a win. If the Rangers can get a win today, they'll be 1 game out of first place. They might be back in a playoff spot, depending on what happens with Toronto and Oakland. And now you get the A's coming to town for 3 games, and be a perfect opportunity for the Rangers to get things going back in the right direction.
Yeah, now they're just out of the playoffs altogether. The top 3 problems, the 3 biggest problems in order are what?
Well, the bullpen's number 1, if I can just kind of umbrella that in general. I mean, I don't know what it must be like right now for Bruce Bochy to have to try and make strategic decisions, because it's been tough for him to rely on anyone. Right now Will Smith's been pitching well, but I don't know that anyone else over their last 3 to 5 outings has been pitching well to the point where yep, I'm getting a 0 out of that guy. I think too, and I hate to single an individual out because this guy's meant so much to this team, but Adolis Garcia has really struggled lately. And, he had that big home run against Minnesota, but if you look at his last 3 weeks, it has not been what you'd expect from Adolis Garcia. And there's still time for him to turn things around. But, when you're hitting behind Corey Seager and Nathaniel Lowe, 2 guys who are near the top of the league in on-base percentage, you're going to have lots of opportunities. And when Adolis is going, this lineup it's a much tougher group. And then the third thing I'd say is the bottom third of the order. What did we talk about so much for the first, half of the season? Was this lineup was 1 through 9 group. This lineup could beat you in the top, the middle, and the bottom. And the bottom isn't really scaring you right now. Leody Taveras has actually turned things around. He's been better. But, you're not really getting a whole lot out of Ezekiel Duran. And, that 7 spot's been a rotating cast of characters, but you're just not getting that 1 through 9 production. To be honest with you guys, the Astros lineup now that they're healthy, they are doing to the Rangers what the Rangers did to so many teams through the first half of the season. And, the Rangers need to try and get back to that quickly.
Jared Sandler, Rangers play-by-play, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Evaldi starting without a rehab start. What was your take on that?
Well, I think this falls in the category of nothing was going right, nothing was working. Why the heck not? It wasn't a health thing. He was good enough to pitch on a rehab assignment, so he's good enough to pitch anywhere. It's what was his ability level going to be at, and obviously it wasn't there. But I'll be honest, RJ. Maybe I'm just an idiot. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it prior to the start, so it'd be unfair for me to come out and say, oh, what a silly move. But this is an all-star pitcher. You don't want to, at this point of the year, they didn't want to waste bullets. Having him pitch in Frisco or Round Rock, and this is a team that was, they're searching for something. If this team was getting, say, average performance here lately from the bullpen, then Nathan Evaldi probably is going to Round Rock or Frisco for us starts, right? There's no reason to. And, you can use the word desperation if you want, but the reality is I think this was a decision made based on the fact that the Rangers are underwater trying to figure out a way to get their head above water, and they were thinking, well, you know what, even if it's just 2 to 3 innings, maybe Nathan Evaldi can cover 2 to 3 innings that, we now don't need to ask our bullpen to cover. And, he didn't obviously get the job done. And then Sean, I think, mentioned at the beginning, it was a rough one for Dane Dunning as well.
So, and I understand what you're saying. I understand what the team is saying about, like, if he's good enough to pitch a rehab, he's good enough to pitch here. But at the same time, like, that's, that was a big risk. Like, he could just, not have any command. Or what was his pitch count going in? What was the target for him going in yesterday?
Yeah, and RJ, I just want to clarify. When I was saying he was good enough, I mean, like, he was healthy enough.
Right.
I don't think it was an injury risk.
Yes.
I mean, I think they were thinking they can maybe get 2 to 3 innings out of him. Hopefully if he, if he was able to pitch a little more effectively, maybe you could have gotten him through 2, or you could have gotten him through 2 plus an out or 2, and maybe, gosh, if he was awesome, get him through 3. I mean, I think the question would be, all right, you got a guy in Dane Dunning who, let's take yesterday's outing aside, it seems like maybe he's running a little bit out of gas. He's had such a great year, but his results have been fading just a little bit. And so you had Andrew Heaney pitch the day before, and then you had to get 4+ innings out of your bullpen, 3+ if you take away that inning from Austin Hedges. And so I think Bruce Bochy, Chris Young, and their staff's decision was simply, I don't know, would we rather put Dane Dunning out there to start and risk, another performance in which he only gives you 3 to 4 innings, and now you got to get coverage from your bullpen, or would you rather have Nathan Evaldi go out there and just see what he can give you? I mean, listen, it didn't work out, but I can't really fault them for trying that, because what they've been doing, what they've been trying hasn't been working. And as long as it's not a health risk for Nathan Evaldi, I mean, I hate to say why the heck not, but why the heck not?
Talking with Jared Sandler here on 105 through the Fan. Jared, they are 4-14 over the last 18 games, and on
That's a lie, Bobby.
Well,
stop spreading fake
I mean,
news.
it is what it is. But in 3 of those 4 victories, they took the lead in the 9th. And so, I mean, the margin here for being damn near 1-17 essentially over 3 weeks is not that far away. That feels just so unsustainably bad, to be honest, especially knowing what type of talent this team has. What is it going to be that will break this sort of cycle? Is it just as simple as, look, they got to reel off 3 victories in a row and they'll break this funk a little bit? Or does something have to fundamentally change with what they're doing on the diamond?
Well, this game's about run prevention and run creation, right? So, I guess I'd go to that list of three things. I mean, obviously, you're not going to get. I don't think it would be fair to sit here and say, well, this bullpen, they've got the potential to be an elite shutdown bullpen. You're not going to go from where they are right now to that in short order. But if you can get just incremental improvements from, say, three of your relievers, now all of a sudden this can be a bullpen that can protect a lead, right? And then, you get to the playoffs, you can restructure things, move guys around from the rotation of the bullpen. You got off days. You can try and be creative and put your best foot forward. But, I don't think it's about asking these guys to all of a sudden become a bunch of Mariano Rivera's. But, you're right, Bobby. This is about rock bottom. And, the guys in that bullpen, they are capable of more, even if they're not, again, Mariano Rivera. I think so many times we look at things as like it's binary. You're either the worst or the best. And if I'm saying, well, you're not going to be the worst, well, then I'm saying, well, they're going to be the best ever. No, it's not. I don't think that's what anyone's asking. But just incrementally get better. Even if it's heck, you need to get hot as a pitcher for a couple weeks. But I'll also go back to Adolis. The bottom third for sure. But to me, as long as you got Corey Seager getting on base 40% of the time and Nathaniel Lowe getting on base 38% of the time, Adolis Garcia's got the ability to put a team on his back. And he just, right now, he is not able to hit the fastball. And so you're seeing teams pound him with fastballs. And he's got to make that adjustment because, again, when that guy is going, it's not a coincidence. This lineup was at its best when Adolis Garcia was at his best. And it's not fair to put it on one guy because guys should have the ability to have their peaks and valleys. But unfortunately right now, you're not going to look and say, well, this is on Ezekiel Duran or this is on Travis Jankowski. Collectively, a bunch of guys need to step up. But if there was one guy to me that can, if he turns it around and someone we know who's capable of it, who can really help get things going in the right direction, to me, it's Adolis Garcia.
How does the West end up?
Oh, man. Certainly going to be in the hands of the Rangers as long as they can hang around because 7 of their final 10 games are against the Mariners. I'll tell you what, though, man, Sean, it's really tough right now. That Astros team looks pretty good, and the odd thing is their starting pitching is what's weakest. Their bullpen is so good, and they got a kid named Yainer Diaz who, I don't know why, and I say this knowing that Martin Maldonado had 2 home runs last night. But Martin Maldonado is the biggest fraud in Major League Baseball. The fact that people think that this guy is the reason that Astros pitchers have been good over the years is a joke. He ranks 61st out of 62 qualified catchers in framing, in blocking. He is awful. He's not a good thrower, and his game calling is whatever. But he has conned enough people to believe that he is the reason that guys are good on the mound, despite the fact that he and Joey Gallo have the 2 worst batting averages in Major League history among players with at least 1,000 plate appearances. So every time Dusty Baker writes Martin Maldonado's name in the lineup, he is doing a major service to whoever they're playing. But when they start Yainer Diaz behind the plate, who to me is going to be a problem for opposing pitchers for several years, this is a really, really, really good lineup. And it is going to be very tough on teams to have to go through that group 3 or 4 times a night.
So Houston wins the West?
I will never say those words, Sean. Those words will never, ever, ever.
You don't have a problem making preseason predictions on it. Now you don't want to answer.
No, listen, I said before the season I thought the Mariners would be the biggest threat to the Rangers, to win the AL West, and I'm not going to I won't back down from that. I think the Mariners pitching is really, really good. I know they've hit a little bit of a slide here, but now that Teoscar Hernandez is starting to hit, and obviously Julio Rodriguez is a special player, I do think that the Rangers. I know a lot of people are burying the Rangers and setting up their funeral, but again, they play the A's, and then they got 4 against the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays are good. The Blue Jays right now are in a playoff spot that the Rangers want. But the Rangers could easily go 6-2 over the next 8 games. Max Scherzer pitching tonight, and then it's a totally different ballgame. So I think I understand you're in the middle of the fight, and right now you're getting not just jabs, but you're getting haymakers thrown at you, and it's very tough. It's like watching Rocky. All right, except you don't know that it's a movie, because if it's a movie, you know there's going to be a happy ending. But it's like watching Rocky and Drago right now. It's like, how the heck can this guy even compete? But all it takes is getting, the other team to bleed, and now you're back in it. So, win tonight, you're a game back of the division. It's just a totally different feeling. But this is a big one tonight. Don't get that twisted. You fall 3 games back against the Astros, and you don't get to play them again. That's not going to be super easy. And the Astros have a pretty favorable schedule to close things out. That's the biggest thing to me. They have an off day each week, which at this time of the year is huge. And if you look at their schedule, they got a lot of the A's and the Royals coming up. And so that's not going to be an easy thing for the Mariners and the Rangers to have to deal with.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Jared Sandler coverage tonight at 6:30. How did Dak's traits stack up against the best QBs in the NFL? That's next. Probably fight number 2 this morning in Below the Belt.
At Classic Chevrolet, Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Is this the segment where we finally give Sean Sharif an aneurysm?
What an awful thing to say. We don't want that to happen.
He's stressed, man. He is stressed when we go at these quarterback rankings. When we go back and forth on the quarterback position, he's ready to fight. He's been scrappy the last week or so.
There's nothing to fight about. We know that Dak is 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah.
It's been that way the entire offseason.
It's been like his entire career, basically.
Today's fight was you saying that Nick Saban and Alabama have an overrated program.
Yeah, I would not an overrated program or history. It's just an overrated team right now, is what I would say. And I'm sorry we didn't get into it with Jared Sandler. I think Sandler would have backed me up on that, but. This is actually from The Ringer, and we always get these quarterback ranking lists, and it's the same thing. It's, okay, here's the top 20, or here's whatever else. This one was a little bit more interesting to me because The Ringer does these throughout the year. They update it every week, and it's an ongoing ranking of basically how guys are playing at the moment and their skill set. And these rankings are a grading of 6 attributes. So the overall grade is the result of a weighted average of accuracy and decision making, which account for 25% of the grade. Arm talent is 20%, and then creativity, pocket presence, and timing make up another 10% apiece. And so you're right, Sean. Generally, Dak has been 8 or 9 on every single list, and he ends up 8th on this one, so not a huge surprise there. But we do get a chance to see how maybe some of his attributes stack up or how the perception is, because Steven Ruiz went into this with no preconceived notions. He didn't just, make this up in his head. It was over the course of study and then putting together the formula and seeing what number came out. So the number 1 quarterback in the NFL, before we get down to Dak Prescott, Patrick Mahomes. Easy, no question about it. He has off the charts scores on just about everything. The lowest score he has,
and maybe playing without Travis Kelce tomorrow night. Chris Jones also missing for the Chiefs.
And his overall grade combined is a 97.1. It makes him the top by far. His lowest grade on any of this is accuracy, which is a 95, which is still one of the best ones in the NFL. The next one here, Josh Allen. Somebody you're tired of people throwing dirt on the grave of Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. I thought it was interesting when you look at his grades, his timing was his worst one. And that's something that he was criticized a lot for coming out of Wyoming that I think people felt like he's adjusted to pretty strongly. But he's a guy who obviously is best arm in the NFL. It's not close. The guy can throw it 75 yards in the air. And so he's number 2 on this
best
list.
arm for now until Joe Milton comes out next year. So you mean his timing was off when he was throwing to cattlemen in college?
Well, I mean, it wasn't
ranchers.
It was very much so off there, but like it's continued to be an issue at times. Early in his career, even at Buffalo, the first 2 years or so, it was a struggle for him. Here's where things get interesting. Because again, this was not a thing where he just goes, let me rank my top quarterbacks. It's the grading scale that spit out this number. And the number 3 quarterback was not Joe Burrow. It was Justin Herbert. Wow. RJ Choppy's favorite. His favorite.
The Crown Prince.
It's like, I like Justin Herbert, but like put him where he belongs. Like, can the guy do anything first? Like, great quarterbacks, like they have done more at the same stage. Like the same Joe Burrow was already in a Super Bowl at the same stage of of Justin Herbert's career.
I've got your analogy. I've got your comparison. It just clicked for me. I don't know why I was just thinking of it. Justin Herbert is for you the same as Julio Rodriguez was before the season. It was driving you nuts that everybody had Julio as like the third one in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
You're like, let's give some time.
Like
to
Herbert,
see this actually.
Yeah, Herbert's done more because he's been in the league more. Like he made the playoffs, and so did Julio. But Julio came in last year as in the middle of the season, and they already put him as like a top 5 player in the league. It's like, guys, let the kid. And I'm not saying it sounds like a shot at them, but let the kid breathe for a second.
Next on this list is Joe Burrow. His strongest trait is the accuracy. He's a 99 there, one of the highest rated in the league. And a lot of people I don't think have having a recognition of this because he's been so successful, but he doesn't have great arm talent. His arm talent is an 86 on this grade, which is actually similar. We'll jump down to it here in a sec. Similar to the one they gave Dak. And so think of basically Dak and Burrow are pretty close to each other in terms of just the raw arm talent. I thought the creativity score being an 86 was low. I feel like he doesn't run, but I feel like he moves pretty well and makes some plays on the fly a little bit. The next one, this is where I don't love this list. 5 on this list is Lamar Jackson. And so many of his grades are below a 90, which is unusual for this list. Accuracy is an 88. Creativity or pocket presence is an 85. Decision-making an 87. The difference here is his arm talent's a 95. His just natural arm talent ability. And then his creativity is a 105. He went off the scale of 100. He's like, there's just nobody like him in the league.
Chris Sims the other day having the Baltimore Ravens as his number 1 seed in the AFC. In order.
Yeah, Sims' collar's too tight. It's choking his brain.
Baltimore, Kansas City, Jacksonville, the 3 seed. Miami, the 4. Not Buffalo. Not the Jets. Miami, the 4. The Jets are the 5. Cincy 6. Pittsburgh 7. Chris Sims playoff prediction.
Wait. Where did you have Where does he have Buffalo on his playoff list?
He doesn't have them. They're not top 7.
All right. I saw. See, now this is the same thing with the Bills in reverse. That is with Justin Herbert. We've gone too far. We are over.
You're part of the problem.
No.
You did it.
Okay.
You
did say their window was closed.
Okay, the window for being a dynasty, yes, is closed. 100% is closed. But my gosh, like we have completely overreacted to one game against Cincinnati in piss poor weather.
But none of this is too crazy. Like Miami or the Jets could have a better year than Buffalo.
Yes, I think they could.
Yeah.
But to say, like
a really good team, you could argue if they're healthy, misses out of the AFC East. Like Tua was on his way to winning the MVP.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine Buffalo, like Josh Allen in his prime, I can't imagine he's missing the postseason. That would be like dang near unprecedented for a quarterback in their prime to miss it. I mean, for crying out loud, in that stupid Carton show, I saw Willie Colon have the Bills 4th today in the AFC East.
Oh my gosh.
Like they're not finishing in last place. Like, come on, man. What are we doing here?
That's too aggressive there. That's unacceptable. Number 6 here on this list, Trevor Lawrence. Mike Bassick loves that one. Although Mike would say Trevor Lawrence should be on an even plane with Justin Herbert because, you saw he was out there, he was playing like a stud. But Trevor Lawrence, where he's really getting a ton of high marks for this one, is his pocket presence and his timing. Still struggling with some of the accuracy, some of the creativity. Number 7, Sean.
Jalen Hurts.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my. Who is this from?
This is from Stephen Ruiz and The Ringer. And so this is Bill Simmons' platform with Sheil Kapadia also contributed to it. So a lot of their football analysts. But Aaron Rodgers comes in at number 7. And then number 8 is Dak Prescott. And so when we look at how he's graded on these attribute scales.
And what number was Hurts? I'm sorry.
Jalen Hurts is number 10. Number 10.
That's why you wanted to do this.
No, it's not. I honestly hadn't even noticed Hurts.
Your intentions are like so transparent.
That is not it.
You don't even hide anything.
That was not
it's
it.
so clear and obvious with
Why
you.
would I read a list that has Lamar Jackson 5?
Yeah, okay, but I want to.
Because Hurts is behind Dak.
Let's go through his grades really quickly here. Dak Prescott, accuracy 91, decision making 94, arm talent 85, his lowest mark creativity at 82. They think his athleticism's been robbed a little bit post-injury. Pocket presence, 92, and then his highest mark is timing, 95, which is something that a lot of people try to ding him for. But this is the breakdown. It says, if Dak Prescott played for any other team, we could have a reasonable conversation about him, but he plays for the Cowboys, so instead, Dak enjoyers and Dak skeptics yell at one another until both sides eventually wear down. I find myself in that first group, and it's mostly a stylistic thing. I just like the way Dak plays the position. He's fearless in the pocket, hunts for big plays downfield, one of the sharper passers in the league. You jump down a little bit. He said, had Dak entered the league a decade earlier, it would have been easier to appreciate Prescott's brilliance. But with the top of the quarterback hierarchy now filled with preposterously talented passers who can do all of the processing stuff nearly as effectively as Dak, his robust skill set doesn't stand out as much. Would you agree with that? Like, would we view Dak differently if this was 10 years ago and he wasn't a Cowboy?
If he came into the league at the same time as Ben and Eli and Matt Ryan and Rivers and Romo. I mean, look, those guys are, I think most would agree, like those are like more traditional passers. than Dak.
You want the reality?
Yes.
If Dak Prescott played on the New England Patriots, Jacksonville, or the Detroit Lions, he wouldn't even make the top 20 of this list.
Oh my goodness.
And that's not even a hot take.
That is a hot take.
I call him Silver Spoon for a reason. He's never been without. He's been in a great situation basically every single year here. If he had Jared Goff weapons last year, they would have been under 500. And I don't even blink when I say that.
No.
If he had
Goff had pretty good weapons, did he not last year?
Yeah, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't name another one.
Jamal
Hawkinson before he got traded.
Yeah.
You had DeAndre
What
Swift.
I'm trying to say is, if he had some lesser cast, he wouldn't be top 20 on these lists.
This is his biggest strength. That says Dak's no ball badge is well earned. His diagnostic skill before the snap
His
allows
what?
him
His no what?
His nose ball badge. So like how well he knows ball. It's a term teams use. His diagnostic skill before the snap allows him to get the ball out quickly. His field vision lets him cycle through his options. Prescott forces defenses to defend the entire width and length of the field. And then his biggest weakness, creativity. It says it's difficult to blame Prescott for not wanting to leave the safe confines of the pocket as much as he once did after his injury.
Patriots this year. Dak is Mac Jones. What's their record?
On that team, yeah, I mean, in that division, that's a 7-win team at max.
They were 8-9 last year, so in that range, my opinion. Anything
Right?
else?
What do you think they would be on?
I think
on New
Dak,
England?
like just on league average team.
If Dak, well, hang on,
League average,
if
yeah,
Dak was the
Patriot
Patriots quarterback this year, would they be last in the East?
Probably, but I mean, like, I don't know that's. I think that's the case for a lot of people. Like, I think
I agree.
I agree. That may be a bottom 10 roster.
If you just
right?
if you just take blind pull league average team, I think Dak is worth 3 wins minimum more than Mac Jones is.
I would have to go. I would have to see. I think you're probably in that ballpark, 2.5 to 3 wins.
Let's get to the broadcasting legend who has the TV call for the opener. Whale alert for Mike Tirico, NBC. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Starts after this.
After we get you healthy, boys.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Start of the NFL season tomorrow night. Start of our season here in the Metroplex Sunday night. And this man will be on the call for both. Final hour Hump Day edition. Fist pump time, starting off with the legend Mike Tirico back on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Happy New Year, guys. This is like New Year's Eve. Tomorrow, the real year begins. Like, the first 9 months are all great. I know we had some good college football, but
yeah, now you have to be honest here because you call everything. Like, your top three most exciting sports times of the year are what, in order?
I mean, it's this for sure. I'm still involved with the golf. I'm a sucker for the major championships in golf, so that's kind of the perfect rhythm of the off season when it comes to that. I would also, it's an annual thing, so I can't answer the Olympics, but every 2 years for us with the Olympic Games, obviously that build up. But there's nothing like football season, whether it's doing the NFL or so many of us love college football, went to a college. I went to Syracuse, so even though they played an FCS team, Colgate, last week, I was still excited to watch their game after I got off the air calling the Michigan game. So football just fits America. It's the rhythm of it. It's 4 hours to Saturday, 4 hours to Sunday, watching your team, watching the pregame shows, watching the primetime games. It just fits everything. You build up all week, and it pays off for you. So there's nothing like this time of year, to be honest with you. This is as good as it gets. As my wife says every August, see you in January. Thanks.
So we know you guys start off the season here, obviously, with Kansas City tomorrow night, but you get week one on Sunday night. You get the Cowboys for this game, and we always have our own ideas about what's the biggest storyline. Like, to us, the Mike McCarthy calling plays is such a huge angle for us here locally, but then we obviously wonder about stories like, is Donovan Wilson, their safety, going to be available to play? But when you head into this game on Sunday night, for you guys on the national broadcast, what are the big national storylines to you that say, hey, this is something that's going to be of interest to a national audience about the Dallas Cowboys this year?
You know what? You hit on one of the big ones. I think when you get into the micro of the year, right, and you start looking, how are we going to deploy all these DBs? What's the impact of Gilmore going to be on Diggs, right, and the rest of the secondary as you move around, and how good they are, how many DBs are on the roster. This is like half a team of defensive backs here, right? So you got all that stuff that you always talk about. Offensive line health is a big factor, right, as you go into the year. How's Tyron Smith, can he hold up for a whole year? Steele coming off the ACL with the big deal. You got all that stuff, right? But at the big top of it is Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling. And what's this going to look like? Is it going to be more like we saw with Mike in Green Bay? Is it going to be something that leads to fewer turnovers and fewer picks for Dak? Because you go back through those picks, and several of those were his fault. He knows it. So his play's got to be good. And then if that's the big, bold one, the big, bold two is this running game going to be good enough? And that's not just offensive line. Tony Pollard's a good back. We know that. We saw him get 1,000 yards on less than 200 carries. It doesn't happen very often in the league. How good are they behind him, and how good will they be, not just for the Giants game, but for the rest of the season? I think this defense is good enough. I know this defense is good enough if it stays healthy. will the offense be at that level? Will they be a better offense? They scored 27 a game. That's pretty good last year. Can they be just as good, if not better? Those are the two big headlines for me as I go into this start of the year for the Cowboys.
Mike, you mentioned Mike McCarthy, and I think the narrative on him has shifted to the point where it is like it's dang near insulting. I mean, I'm seeing lists where he's like outside the top 20 in coaches. He's treated as a bumbling idiot. And he's like one of the winningest coaches going right now is basically Sean Payton, and Sean Payton's viewed as a top 10 coach. Why has the narrative shifted so much on him?
I think it's the way it ended at Green Bay, and when it ended in Green Bay, it was truly star-driven. It was Aaron, right? And then Aaron, after that, goes on and has his own individual success with MVPs. So you say, okay, well, was Aaron Rodgers' ability making Mike McCarthy a better coach? I think when you look back at it, it got a little stale, but it was not because of Mike's inability to coach football. And then Mike goes out for a year and studies the game and looks at it a little bit differently. And now he comes here, and it took him a year to figure it out, And you've got to be wired differently to be the head coach in Dallas, right? You've got to just kind of coach football, and you can't worry about all the other stuff. Think of the situation Mike went from. He went from the situation with the least involvement from ownership because of the ownership structure in the community and the board there in Green Bay to, if not the most involved ownership level, with Jerry holding the title of GM as well, but also the most public ownership. The one owner who does interviews in the locker room after games on Sundays. You go a year without hearing from owners in other cities. And you hear from Jerry on this station once a week. You hear from Jerry after the game on Sundays. That's all unheard of with every other NFL team. So what does that mean for the head coach? You got to figure out your place. So Mike's had to do that. I think that was an adjustment. I think Mike now understands, coach the football team, do what I can, do what I understand. And I think that's part of taking over the play calling. If you're going to do this at age 59, I believe Mike is now, do it the way you want to do it on the football field and get the offense looking your way. When I was looking at cuts, right, I've got 2 games in a week here, and I did the Michigan game Saturday. So I'm doing 3 games in 9 days. So all I've been doing is like personnel for game 1, making sure you got all the right players. When I saw that the fullback from North Dakota State stayed on the roster, I said, okay, this is a Mike McCarthy offense now. Here's a fullback, and you're going to play him, and you're going to see him on special teams, and you're going to see him get a handoff here the first couple of weeks. And it just feels like it's more of Mike's kind of team. I think you're going to see that as the season goes on in the play calling on the offensive side.
Mike Tirico will be in the booth with Chris Collinsworth tomorrow night and Sunday night. NBC and Peacock. He's joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Are you buying, selling, or holding the New York Giants this season?
Holding. I would say this team is better in year 2 than year 1 in personnel. Where they're better, I think, is up front. Leonard Williams is going into a contract year. Year 2 for Thibodeau, their edge rusher, did a good job. Against Dallas and Washington, he honestly has best games, which is what you want out of a first-round pick. Does Azeez Ojulari give them a better year 3? It was a second-round pick who was very, very good week 1 and was injured. Year 1, was injured year 2. Added A'Shawn Robinson, Rakeem Nunez-Roches. So you're better up front against the run. Their linebacking core was not good last year. That's improved significantly. Their question mark to me, guys, is they have 2 rookie corners. A first-round pick in Deonte Banks out of Maryland, and Trey Hawkins, a 6th-round pick out of ODU, who they saw most of the preseason and tested him. We'll see how much he plays. I'll be interested to go see those guys in a couple of days and see where he lines up, if that's still going to be their plan. But on the offensive side of the ball, I think they're better. Adding Darren Waller, if he's healthy, is going to make Saquon Barkley better. Will make a receiving core a little bit better. And Daniel Jones now is solidified. He knows what he has. I think they'll be a little bit better offensively year 2, a little bit better defensively. So I would say I'm not buying them like they're one of the top 5 teams in the NFC. So I'd say hold, which was a team that was a player or 2 from being out of the playoffs and worked their way into the playoffs last year.
Yeah, Mike, when you look at the additions that the Giants made, specifically getting Paris Campbell in there, you mentioned Darren Waller. They also, it seemed like a real focus to try and build up Daniel Jones and try and build around him after they paid him. But also at the same time, I mean, they added an interior offensive lineman. They, look to, they were trying to extend Saquon Barkley. So there's still some level of commitment to the run. What do you think the offensive identity is going to be for the Giants heading into Sunday night? Are they going to look to attack Dallas through the air and use some of those weapons? Do you think this is largely going to be the old New York football we've seen the last several years, and they're going to really lean on Saquon Barkley?
I think it's year 2 with the head coach who's a pretty good offensive coach. And I love what Brian Daboll did as he grew with Josh Allen. I think you're going to see that a little bit here with Daniel Jones. Remember last year they were doing 2 things. One, try to win games out, evaluate what they had at quarterback. And, we don't think of Daniel Jones as one of those elite guys, and he's not. He's a good middle-tier quarterback at this point. And I think what adds a differentiation point is a quarterback coming off few mistakes, 5 picks, his best career completion percentage, most yards he's thrown for, but 5th in rushing for yards for a quarterback last year. So he gives you that element. And now you've given him Darren Waller, who is a mismatch problem. I'll be interested to see how often we see the Giants line up with 2 or 3 receivers to the left and just Waller isolated to either the left or the right. And watch Waller try to work mismatch. Now, the Cowboys have so many good matchups in their secondary. I think that becomes one of the intriguing matchups of the night. When we talk to the coordinators over the next day or two and see the teams, I'll be excited to hear how they're thinking about that and then watch that play out. But Waller will make the rookie who they have high hopes for. They'll make him better. They'll open up some space for Barkley that people were loading the box. Now you can run some zone read stuff with Daniel Jones in there. So those things all open up if you have a tight end mismatch on the field. Waller has been that. He only played 9 games, wasn't as healthy last year. Can he stay healthy and do that? To me, that changes everything we say about the Giants offensively as we go into this season.
Which franchise that can't get out of their own way lives up to their expectations this year, the Jets or Detroit?
It's a good question. I live in Michigan. I cannot tell you guys how many times I'm so glad the summer's over because I'm sick of people asking me, do you think the Lions are for real, Mike? do you think this is the real deal? And I grew up a Jets fan. So both are – I've seen misery on both sides for many years of my life here. I would say if you made me believe in one of the two, I would believe in Detroit, and I'll tell you why. I trust their offensive line a lot. I think it's a top 3 offensive line in the NFL, and they can run the ball. And Jared Goff, with a clean pocket, has proven to be a good quarterback. And I love their 2 rookie additions, Sam Laporta, the tight end, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a running back who I think they're going to line up all over the place. So because of that, I like that. Now, I love what Aaron's going to add to the Jets and the people who've come in. I don't know about the Jets' offensive line, and that is a big concern. I think the Jets' defense is outstanding. They were a top 5 defense. Robert Saleh from the San Francisco days, we know how good he is. I just don't know about the Jets' offensive line. If you ask me which one I feel better about going into the first couple of months of the season, it's Detroit because of their offensive line and the Jets because of their lack of one at this point.
Give us a hot take. Give us a Tirico prediction for this upcoming season. Someone you feel great about or someone that you think could be in for a little decline?
Man, I left ESPN. I'm out of the hot take business. I don't do that kid stuff anymore. I'll tell you, this isn't really a super hot take. I think Jacksonville's going to have a big year. I saw Peter King pick them as the number 1 seed. I don't know if they're that good, but man, we had them in the playoff game here in Kansas City, and I really like what they have done. I'll give you my surprise to some division winner, the Atlanta Falcons. I like what Archie Smith has built there, and I think offensively, look, every team in that division has questions, right? You start rifling through Tampa, the post-Brady era. They got a lot of guys who are either at the end of deals or they're starting to hit. It feels like a reset is beginning in Tampa. New Orleans offensively, can Carr elevate what they're doing? Will they get a big year out of Thomas and Kamara? I don't know. Carolina, the new quarterback, obviously will watch how he does in week 1 and through the season, but rookie quarterbacks generally don't make a run. I like Desmond Ridder. I had him in college in Cincinnati when they went to South Bend and beat the Irish. He's a really mature kid. I like his opportunity to grow. I love what they've added all the way across the board the last couple of years in the draft. Talented tight end, talented wide receiver. And Bijan Robinson's good. And this was a team that ran the heck out of the ball last year. So their style's a little bit different. I think Atlanta is going to be the team that will be the surprise winner of the NFC South. I don't know if that's the hot take you were looking for.
That's pretty
but,
warm.
That's warm.
All right, there you go. Good. As long as it qualifies as such. I don't think I'm going to get people screaming at me from the other side of the table for that one, but that's one I'd put a little stock into going into the year.
Hey, man, it's always an absolute treat for us to have you on. Big tune in from the Tolos. Thank you so much, Mike. Can't wait to see you starting tomorrow night and then again on Sunday. Thank you.
Guys, I was just thinking how lucky I am. We got see the Chiefs yesterday, see the Lions today, our game Thursday night. We're coming down to Dallas to watch the Cowboys practice, meet with them on Friday, go see the Giants on Saturday, and then do the game on Sunday night. It is as good a start of the season as we can get. So we're fired up, and we look forward to seeing the Cowboys. Cowboys and Sunday night are magic, so we're all fired up. So great to talk to you. We'll talk to you during the year, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mike. Fantastic. The great Mike Tirico. Joining up with Chris Collinsworth again tomorrow night. NFL kickoff at 7:20 our time on NBC and Peacock. Let's start previewing the Giants with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Let's get you over to
together again. The boss coming in, asking me about my private planes.
Yeah.
And the PJs. That was funny. People thinking my wife is best friends with Paris Hilton and that I was actually on a private jet going to Malibu and back.
I look, like, do you pick your own seat? How's this work? Same thing?
With JSX Airlines? I don't know if you pick your own seat, but there's only like 20, 25 seats.
Okay.
It's not like you're going to have a bad seat.
Sure. Yeah,
Except
you're right.
mine was by the bathroom on the way back. I guess that's the only bad seat. Or if you're sitting next to a dog, they allow dogs on the planes. Let's get to Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Nicholas. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing pretty well. Why are you chuckling?
You don't look like my mom, so when you said Nicholas, I was just like, it brought me back to him. Did you say Nicholas? That's what I heard.
I did. Does Nicholas bother you?
Yeah. No. Nicholas Shane? Oh, I may be in trouble.
Okay.
But yeah, no. Nicholas is fine.
Okay, so you guys have, I always use this as a cheat sheet to preview the game. You got 10 big storylines for Sunday night on DallasCowboys.com. Do you have respect for the Giants? Are you viewing them as kind of an overachiever, like a lot of people were labeling them in Minnesota last year? Is this a real worrisome game?
Can it be both? I mean, I have respect for them on what they've done. I mean, and I think, yeah, you can say worrisome game. I mean, it's going to be a night game with division. They're excited that, we'll just see where they go. We've seen these teams a lot. Was that a team that's stacking good games together, good seasons together, or is it one of those things where, hey, they kind of caught lightning in the bottle. They won some games early. They got hot and they kept it going. I think that they've added to their team in the right way. I think that they're going to be better. I think the Cowboys are better too. I just think matchups wise, they didn't match up well with Dallas, and we'll see if they do now. I think it's their offensive line that struggled, and the Cowboys just brought some waves in there of pass rush. So I think they're good. They're formidable. They're going to beat some teams, but I don't think that they're as good as Dallas right now.
Daniel Jones is what as a quarterback?
Athletic.
Yeah.
Athletic. I mean, and I'm trying to think. Has he beaten the Cowboys? I mean, maybe he was the quarterback that beat Andy Dalton there at the end of the season. But, I mean, Dak is 10-0 in the last 10 games against them, against the Giants. So I guess he was the starter in that weird game there at the end of 2020, mercifully wrapping up that season. But he's taking care of the ball better. But yeah, his athleticism is good to the point where it can hurt the Cowboys. But again, I'm just ready to see like Micah. You know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of talk about Colorado, obviously, lately. When I think about Colorado, I think of Ralphie, like, right there, the buffalo that's, like, ready to just, like, get out of the gate and just bust through. And that's what I feel like Micah is right now. Just, like, ready. He's just been sitting there for, I don't know, whatever the 49ers game. He hasn't really been able to just be unleashed. I think he's just going to be ready to go. I can't wait to see him.
So you mentioned Daniel Jones. Would you put him in the top half of the league?
Yeah, I mean 16. Sure, I think so. I think he's in that group because again, the athleticism, it takes it to another level. I mean, we talk about the other guys. What Mahomes can do, obviously what Hurts can do. I think Josh Allen the same way. And you don't have to be a sprinter to be athletic, but to be able to be move around in the pocket. And I think he gives you that element. Top half. I mean, because there's only about 23, 24, like regular starting quarterbacks anyways, right? I mean, maybe that's a little low since we're early in the season, but I mean, there's a lot of question marks at other places. I mean, he's not really a question mark now. I would put him in there. I don't have the list in front of me, and we did this at training camp at lunch one day, and my list was way different than everyone else's. And I think it's because of the athleticism. I mean, I'm putting Lamar Jackson up there a lot higher, sorry, Bobby, than others because I just feel like, it just what would worry me as a defensive coordinator, and those are the type of guys that do it.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, terrible ranker of quarterbacks across the National Football League. Nick, the 3 injuries that we're monitoring this week, Donovan Wilson's availability, Sam Williams with the turf toe, Tyler Smith with the hamstring issue. How would you rank the likelihood of those 3 guys being out there?
Good question. I'm going to go Tyler Smith, 1. Donovan Wilson's 4th on that list of 3 for me. I know he's last. I would go Tyler, Sam, Dono.
Do you think it's likely that Sam Williams play, or do you think it's likely that those other 2 do play, Sam Williams and Tyler Smith, or do you think there's some genuine question?
Yeah, I don't see Donovan Wilson playing, and I haven't heard that. I'm just going off the fact that he hasn't practiced in a long time. Now today is a big day if he can get out there and practice. He's been doing some stuff on the side. I just feel like it was light stuff too. It wasn't the running full speed with the cord stuff. I don't know if he's going to be ready to go. Sam Williams, they're going to try like heck to get him ready to go. I could see that happening. I could see it happen again. I mean, I'm saying all this. Today is the big day for all of it, just because this is the first day of really. Now they did some stuff on Monday because it was a different holiday week, but this is more game week type stuff. And I think if he can do something today, I'm not trying to sidestep the question, but I just think we haven't seen what they can do today, and today's the big one. But if I'm going off of gut, I would say Tyler Smith the best chance, then Sam, then Donovan Wilson.
When we come out of the game on Monday morning, do you think we're going to be talking about, wow, that was different, or this was different, or man, this Mike McCarthy offense, these are things that we can definitely notice on Sunday night looked different from what Kellen Moore did last year?
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I mean, of course, that being said, they're going to run. If they run a flea flicker, then that's what I'm looking for. Because you know how I stand on about flea flickers.
Love affair.
Won a game. It won a game. I don't know why you wouldn't, but I don't think it's going to be that much different. I really don't. No, what is going to be different is just the way they run the ball. The running backs that they have. I mean, that is going to be different. I don't know if the play calling will be different because of it, but 3rd and 1 is going to look different. 4th and 1 will look different than it has in the last 7-8 years because of what Zeke was able to do and what you knew was coming, and most teams really couldn't stop it. So I'm curious to see what they do there because the Giants will have they'll have a really tough defensive line in the trenches, and I think it's going to be Dak, honestly, that gets a little bit more of these 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, especially around the goal line. I think Dak's going to be a guy that's going to get those. But, I don't think the play calling is going to look that much different for us. So there's going to be some wrinkles here and there, but I don't think it's vastly different.
It's not going to look different than why the change. And this whole off season of, oh my God, we're so different.
Control, I guess, of who gets to make those calls, and maybe that okay. You asked different to us, different to them. I mean, the difference between Zach Martin lining up 10 inches from the center and 12 inches is probably vastly different to them. So I'm just saying what they call different is not necessarily what we will see as different. Now, I mean, we all point to that one game, the Jacksonville game last year, where they had a lead and it just kind of felt like that they didn't run out the clock, or the play call wasn't as good there. And I think it's going to be those type of things. I think Mike McCarthy feels like to manage the game, he can manage it better by knowing exactly how we're going to run the ball or manage the clock here. And there's a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, I'm sorry, there's a lot of head coaches in the league that do this. This isn't very abnormal here. So I think that it's just his way of managing it a little bit better. And he probably feels like this is a make or break year for him. He knows what he's got to do. So if that's the case, he should make sure that he has total control of those situations.
Thank you, brother. We'll pick this thing on Friday. Appreciate you.
All right. Sounds good. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You want an NBA example of the Cowboys? It's happening right now with Christian Wood coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Christian Wood signing a 2-year deal with the Lakers. No other team is Christian Wood on TV right now. And if you think that Richard Sherman or Keyshawn Johnson can talk about Christian Wood, you are smoking something. But there is the former Maverick teaming up with LeBron in LA, 2-year deal.
Would we term him the basketball David Irving? Just like immensely talented and just didn't care.
Yes.
Didn't care enough.
Great comparison.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I got a text last night from our boy Laker Mike, who I went on a Christian Wood text chain with this dude.
Yeah,
okay. And he's a Laker fan, obviously by the name. He said Joker's going to have his hands full with those different looks.
Oh my gosh.
That Wood, and AD, and Jackson Hayes in the front line, and Braun and any guard, there's options. He's excited.
That's enough.
Joker
He's excited.
might score 101 if Christian Wood is out there on defense.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Do they think the Rangers panicked yesterday with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound? Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Let's get you over.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet Labor Day savings back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings. Sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Altuve's hit his 13th and his 14th tonight. And now he sends one to center field. That'll send Taveras back. Could it be 4 in a row? 4 in a row for Altuve. 5 and 6 at bats. The legend continues to grow.
Absolutely incredible.
Wow, this is really helpful from the color man right there.
That was incredible. I thought that had never happened in the history of baseball. That was the third time in the history of baseball that somebody had 3 home runs in the first 3 innings of a game. Fourth time ever? Because I heard Manny Machado, some dude in 1930.
And then I have it here. I think it's Carl Reynolds. Yeah,
Okay.
Carl Reynolds, 1930. Mike Cameron in 02.
Ah.
And then Manny Machado. That's from ESPN Stats and Info.
That's awesome. I said this last night. You might not like it, Ranger fans. You'll love this, Astro fans. Joe Morgan's the greatest offensive second baseman of all time, maybe the greatest second baseman of all time. Altuve has a stake at that. Altuve has a chance to go down as the greatest second baseman in the history of baseball. That's how great he is. As much as we can boo him, we can hate him, we can dislike 2017, I get all of it. He might be the greatest second baseman in the history of baseball. Alomar's better defensively by far. Alomar's, to me, probably the greatest defensive second baseman of all time. Joe Morgan's the greatest offensive second baseman of all time. It's just a debate on who do you think's the greatest second baseman of all time, maybe between those two. Ryan Sandberg enters the conversation, but I think Jose Altuve's arguably the greatest second baseman of all time.
Damian Easley?
No.
And Jeff Kent's the most underrated. And
Might
the biggest
be.
jerk.
Might be.
Altuve 307 career. Alomar was 300. I'm gonna look up the power, which Altuve is gonna have him beat in. But
Rogers Hornsby.
no doubt Hall of Famer.
To me, no doubt.
I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
I'm voting him in first time.
So
first ballot, he's in.
Some Tolos are accusing the Rangers of panicking by having Evaldi start that game with no rehab. Astros TV, that was the call. They couldn't remember the last time that had happened. What do
like
you
a
think?
person starting without going down after 2 months off. I've never seen it in my life, but I understand why they're doing it. There's no time left. If I want to rehab Evaldi correctly, he's going to be ready to pitch on October 1st because he should go down after pitching 1 inning in the All-Star game and then pitching 6 innings against Tampa Bay on, I believe, July 18th, if I have my date right. You should probably go down and make 4 rehab appearances. They just say yesterday he pitches in Frisco for 2 innings. Then he's going to get 3 days off. He's going to pitch 3 innings the next time. Then he's going to get 4 days off and pitch 4 innings. Then he's going to get 4 days off and pitch 5 innings. And then he's ready. That takes us to about September 25th to October 1st. And that's with no regression. That's with progress throughout the whole rehab process. And that's a 50-50 proposition that you're going to have no setbacks through those 4 appearances and those bullpen sessions. I understand why the Rangers did it, but that's why last night on Bally's I said I have no clue what to expect. This is usually not done. The adrenaline rush that you have in a major league game, and Evaldi talked about it. Like, no matter how much, I threw 80 to 82 miles an hour approximately in bullpen sessions. I was trying to throw at 85 to 90. That's approximately what I threw in a Major League Baseball game. No matter what. No matter you put in a live hitter there, you put Mike Piazza catching me, it didn't matter. I could not throw the ball harder than 82 miles an hour because there was no adrenaline rush. There were no fans. So as soon as you put it into a real game, my adrenaline kicked in. The competitive nature kicked in, and I would then be throwing the ball somewhere between 85 and usually 88 miles an hour. I would all of a sudden add 5 miles an hour, even though I was trying my best. The other thing, too, is then the next day I was way more sore the next day because now my body kicked in
we can relate.
into that competitive nature. So now my lat and usually bicep, those are great areas to be sore in. Those are your big muscles. You don't want to be sore, obviously, in your forearm, your elbow, your shoulder. So probably Evaldi's getting a little bit of soreness today. That is a hopefully normal soreness. If he's feeling it all in his forearm or his elbow, then you have to shut him back down and say the season's over.
Real quick, and this is why they make you wait 5 years for the Hall of Fame. And by the time Altuve's done, the Hall of Fame voters will almost be exclusively the nerds.
Yeah.
He ain't getting in. His WAR is, 22nd among second basemen all time. And I would put him in. I would think off the top of my head that he's a lock.
Well, he's 5 more years of let's just say he adds 20 more WAR to his score. Where does he get?
Well, he's only at 49 through 15 years or a dozen years or whatever, right? As he is now. He's still 20 behind Chase Utley. I agree. I think my thought is he's going to get in, but the guys who are going to be voting are going to look basically at his WAR where it is.
Aren't they going to look at postseason too?
Yeah, they might.
He's been to 6 consecutive ALCSs.
ALCS.
He's going to be to honestly 7.
Yeah.
That team's making it to the ALCS again.
So those guys won't care if he was famous or not. They'll just be like, well, the numbers. That's all that matters.
The Hall of Fame voters should care about that. They shouldn't care about who's famous.
They should. It's Hall of Fame. It says it in the name.
Oh, okay. I see that.
If a guy's famous, then he should be in.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, we have a drastic change to the show today. Baseball Nuggets will be at 10:20 today, as we have moved Mickey Spagnola to 10:40. So, Mike, I know you're fuming
Mike
over
McCarthy
there.
Is taking over to no shows presser or be late.
Just like anything.
Like he always is.
So Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets at 10:20. Be ready for it. Or
I'll tell you what, Mike McCarthy, you're not listening right now, but Jerry, you're listening. If you don't start that press conference on time, we're doing a whole baseball segment while you're waiting on your coach to get his hiney up to the podium.
Fine with me.
It's all baseball, Jerry, unless you get your coach to do something on time for a press conference.
Fine with
How long did y'all keep the McCarthy presser last week?
3.5 to 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Somebody started asking about another team's backup fullback, and then we're like, all right, we're dumping out of this.
Okay.
Yeah, the moment.
Have you guys checked? I know you have number 1 or 2 ratings.
Number 1.
Forever. Number 1.
Yeah.
Congrats. How much of those ratings are the McCarthy presser?
None of them.
Have you checked?
No, it's all our 1 o'clock segment.
And that's
that's pretty much
C block.
Pretty much C block. I C
right.
blocked Mike yesterday. It was awesome.
Okay. Luka Doncic's.
Did they win or lose?
Well, who cares really?
I care because I don't want Dwight Powell to beat Luka because then it just adds more fuel to the fire for that front office.
They lost.
When did
They
the
lost.
FIBA start mattering?
Did Dwight Powell go for 2020?
Luka's World Cup run ends with Slovenia's 100-89 loss to Canada in the quarters. He was ejected after getting his second tech in the fourth quarter. Dylan Brooks was also ejected, and this freaking clown, Dylan Brooks, has these boxing gloves in the hallway sitting here waiting for his team to come down the rest of the tunnel. So in fitting fashion, in
Is
form.
Luka that different?
Luka.
Then Dylan Brooks?
Yeah.
Like emotionally?
In terms of complaining and stuff like that?
I tell you what, I've been watching Winning Time, and then it takes me to YouTube to watch more Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
I watched that too.
That's where I fell in love with the game. Is Magic and Larry had me fall in love with the game. Let guys fight.
I agree.
You know what? Like Dylan Brooks, you pull that crap. I tell you what, take one in the eye socket and block it. If you're that good of a puncher and a fighter and a tough guy, let's get back to real basketball where if Larry Bird didn't like you, he punched you in the face and we kept playing basketball.
Find me in the streets.
Yes. So
this wussy basketball that David Stern and Big Ear guy created. What's the big eared guy? What's his
I'm not
Silver?
sure
Yeah.
this isn't. Does he have big ears?
Oh my God.
I did not know what that is in reference to.
Why does the FIBA matter? Like, when did this become a big deal?
I think it's also an Olympic
It's not.
qualifying event, or am
It's
I crazy
not?
about that? Is it not some
Because
sort of,
No, I was saying it's not a big deal.
It seems like
for
these,
America.
like, there are
at
certain
least.
players. Luka could easily just not do this. He could easily just say, "I'm not going to be a part of that thing." But he seems to care about this thing a lot, and I don't know exactly why. And a lot
his
of the
country's
European
like
players
Maryland.
do.
He is taking Maryland, the state of Maryland, and trying to compete against the world. That's why he loves it so much.
Yeah.
Talking to my
It
buddy
means
Chris
more to them.
Owens, I love Chuck Cooperstein, but what you don't understand is Chris playing over there all those years, 13 years, Latvia, Slovenia. Those are just little states in the United States of America. And those little states at times have a chance to beat this huge United States. If you combined all of those states over there that are called countries, they would have an even better chance of beating the United States. So there's such a pride over there on our little country that is the state of New Jersey could possibly beat the whole United States. And it is a big deal to them.
You said Maryland earlier, so what I wanted to know is if you think back in the day, Sean could have won the mixed doubles tennis state championship in Slovenia. Because that'd be neat.
Yeah.
And then you still wouldn't go to their Hall of
And then
Fame.
you would have been a national champ. You would have been a national champ right there.
Luka probably cares, though, more about Slovenian basketball fans
1000%.
loving him than Maverick fans.
Oh, I bet you he cares. I mean,
I'm not
if
saying
you
this
were to
in an
ask him, would he
insulting
rather
way.
win a championship, world championship, say this one for Slovenia, or an NBA title for the Mavs, he's going to take the Slovenia one.
He can't leave Slovenia. He can eventually leave the Mavs.
Like, I think Dirk would have done the same thing for Germany.
I think so.
Sandler's trying to get some betting action after he took my Clemson money yesterday on Altuve getting in. He said, name the price, Choppy. I'll bet you he gets
Again,
in.
I'm just going by the numbers. And I'm saying, like, the numbers don't match up. He's behind Ian Kinsler in career WAR.
So you'll take the bet?
But he has like 5 more years to play.
I know. He's got time. But he's only at 49 in, what is it, a dozen years? So it's basically 4.5 to 5 per year. I think it's right at 4.8.
But don't you, when you look at dynasties, and the Astros are a dynasty, don't you say, well, who's the player that led that dynasty? And wouldn't we say Jose Altuve is the leader of their dynasty?
Yeah, he's the most consistent one. I don't know, like, because their pitching
Springer's
was
left,
so
Correa's
big.
left.
Yeah.
Bregman wasn't there. I guess he was there in 17. He was a rookie in
He's a
17.
rookie, right? Yeah.
So I just look at probably Altuve. That's why he gets booed so much. I almost,
and the cheating part.
I almost want to go, let's stop booing him and just let there's so much energy when he comes to the plate, and I think he feeds off of it a little bit of like Reggie Miller and so I'm just like, maybe we shouldn't give him this energy.
How's the crowd changed in Arlington? Can you feel nerves, tension? How many Astros fans were there?
It's tough. We got blown out after 3. The game was over in 3 innings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Ranger fans were just like, well, I mean, this isn't a competitive situation, and the Astro fans were loving it because they were destroying the Rangers. So it was tough yesterday. I will say this. There were 33,000 fans there, which is a good crowd for a Tuesday night. I was surprised that it wasn't closer to a sellout.
Will Christian Wood be any better in Los Angeles with LeBron?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think he will be
Mavs
worse.
should probably go
but
82-0 now.
the perception is that he'll be better because people won't dump on him all the time.
Who's going to go 82-0?
Mavericks, they don't have Christian Wood. I heard Mark Cuban with Pat Beverly. Everything was perfect when they traded for Kyrie. It was just a couple players acting like individuals and not being part of the team. And it was probably the 12 minutes they were giving Christian Wood. If he just wouldn't have been on the team and we would have just played Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleba, we would have won all those games.
So you think this ups Dwight Powell's value today, knocking Luka out?
Stop it.
To Mark
Max?
Cuban and
Nico.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, we're
I'm
back.
sure he is starting. I mean, we're probably going to shut teams down. I feel like Luka, Kyrie, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Dwight Powell's a great defensive crew with Grant Williams. If Grant Williams can guard all 5 guys at one time, we should play good
I've heard
defense.
he can do that. He did it in Tennessee.
All right,
And
we're
if
back.
he can grab 14 rebounds a game.
Yeah, go Vols, baby.
We're back tomorrow with Craig Way, Longhorns Bama, Michael Lombardi, Babe Laufenberg, Patrick Walker, and a Rangers ticket giveaway.
See you later, Ed McMahon, you millionaire. Go eat your caviar.
Did Ed McMahon pass away?
He's been dead.
Yeah, he's
died
dead,
a
but
while
you're
ago.
taking over his spot. Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
That was
Robin Leach.
You're thinking of Publishers Clearinghouse,
Yeah.
right?
The KFC masterpiece is next on this station.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in any of our conversations, or we would love to hear from you on the Twitch and the YouTube. The Rangers don't deserve our attention to start the show. So, they don't.
Are you kidding right
They
now?
don't.
They
played a third of the game, I guess.
They have given up 46 runs since September 1st. Today is September 6th.
That is bad. That does not help
It
your
is
argument.
colossally bad.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That does not help your argument.
You can only lose one game a day.
That is a great point.
Unless you play
there's
a
a doubleheader. Yeah.
Like
Didn't they try to eliminate those?
Yesterday's loss counted as one loss.
You're damn right.
And we blocked a field goal. We blocked an extra point. A couple days ago.
Oh my God, Mike. All right,
13.
this is why, because I could tell Mike wants to talk about football. So let's talk. What is that? You can't not want to talk about baseball or football. I know you don't want to play about hockey. We're not doing a 4-hour basketball show.
This is Hockey Mike, Kevin. What are you talking about? He's new. He's reborn.
All right, let's talk about it. How many snaps does Trey Lance get on Sunday night?
No.
Oh, I thought that's what we
actually. You know what?
4.
Damn it!
To kneel down the game.
Are we gonna kneel it down on 4th down too? We're just not gonna let the clock.
He's our goal line quarterback.
Are the Cowboys not going to be up 4 scores?
He kneels it down, but there's a
7
penalty.
years
There's a roughing the passer penalty on the kneel down.
On the kneel down.
So then they start first down again. Then he kneels it down 3 more times.
Well, you
run the
know
clock
what?
Out.
I hate that I'm inviting this kind of discussion because I know it's going to come up. What Cowboys storyline are you most interested in this season? And I know for damn sure plenty of people are going to text in, what are they going to do with Trey Lance?
When will Trey Lance start?
Start
doing what?
Start at quarterback. That's what everybody wants to know, right? No, nobody wants to know
What if he
that.
becomes our Travis Hunter and he starts playing cornerback and wide receiver? He's our Cordell Stewart.
Dude, that would be awesome. He's a safety.
He's
and
our slash.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think we
Slash
should
Lance.
all laud that draft pick if he turns out to do that for a 4th round.
Will we go back and look at that 4th round pick and be like, we could have had this guy, but we got Trey Lance?
Yeah, we could have tried to draft what's his face from the Broncos that we tried to draft like 3 times in that draft.
Yeah.
Paxton Lynch.
Mr. Memphis.
Yeah, we really wanted to get him. So for me, and I know we did a full segment about this a couple weeks ago, I'm just going to give you my opinion that what I'm most fascinated about for the Cowboys storyline is Tony Pollard as the lead back.
Okay.
Like, I'm just really interested to see how that works. You know what I became even more interested in 2 weeks ago when I found out how many people either A, think he will fail, or B, seem to be actively rooting for him to fail. This kind of feels like a Dak situation where when Dak took over for Romo, there was a whole lot of Cowboys fans who were actively rooting for Dak to fail, even though he's the quarterback of the team. There's a whole lot of Zeke people out there that seem to actively be rooting for Tony Pollard to fail, which is weird to me because this is still your team.
Yeah, didn't we kind of see Tony Pollard in a lead back role last year? Like you
Some
felt like
of the times,
he was
yeah.
the more important running back.
I mean,
last
he
year.
absolutely was.
Now,
That cannot be disputed.
I guess the question is, will he get more than 2 to 3 yards or 4 yards on the regular? Everybody knows you're running down.
Sure.
Like that's what everybody says.
That's a huge question.
That's what everybody says he can't do. Or will the Cowboys run on those running downs? Will they be like, you know what, we're switching it up enough that you don't know exactly when we're running. You know, you might think we're going to do it now, but we don't. And like I thought there were times last year when Kellen Moore's run plays were, we got to run the football here.
Yeah.
We have to get the clock started. Yeah, we got to get the clock started, so we might as well go ahead and start running. And that was predictable, and there were problems with it. And so I'm very curious how Tony Pollard and the Cowboys approach those downs specifically.
And I don't know if it'll be this exact number, but his career high in rushes for a season is 193. What if it's 300 this year? Which I don't think 300 is a crazy number that he could get to. I'm not calling for that, but what if he gets to 275? What if he gets to 300? Will you see a drop off after, let's say, 200? And will that come at a time of the season that I imagine will be pretty dang important? Although really in the NFL, it feels like every game is super important. So I obviously, as a Cowboys fan, I'm hoping that he succeeds. But I think that is a huge storyline that I'm most fascinated by.
All right, so Kevin, there were 3 running backs with over 300 carries last year.
Is that it? Okay.
Can you name them?
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs is one. Look at Mike.
Man.
Wow,
Right
helping Kevin out.
Out the gate.
Who else? Oh, who else like wanted a contract and got it?
Saquon?
He did not. He had 295.
Okay, but sure.
Go to Cleveland.
Chubb?
Chubb had 302.
Really? Oh, wow.
And
I
Derrick
think-
Henry had
I was thinking
349.
Ernest Biner, but I was way off.
No, not Ernest Biner.
So,
All right.
so like that's where I'm
not a lot.
I
make
look
it
at
to
him in
that
the
point.
Dalvin Cook area.
Okay.
In like 264 might be more of the number. Like
Okay.
it might be 265, but his touches are also going to come in the passing game. Like that's where you're getting production in a couple different areas from Tony Pollard. So that's where I think he could add an explosive component to this team still.
I know we were joking at the beginning, but what is the storyline y'all are most interested in? Because I've already seen a couple texts. It's Trey Lance. When will he take over the offense?
I honestly don't think Trey Lance is going to take a snap this year unless there's 2 injuries.
Yeah.
And that would be Dak getting injured and Cooper getting injured. I'm probably most interested if Dak can throw the ball to our team.
Sure.
Is that can he limit his turnovers?
Sure.
I think in a way, this team is built for him to be successful. He's not a great quarterback. He's good. He's solid. He's kind of above average, whatever you want to use for like an above average term, but not great, if that makes sense. He's an above average quarterback. But when you ask him to lead a team through the air and you have to win the game, you have to keep up with a Burrow-led team or a Mahomes-led team. He can't do it. He's not capable of doing it. He's only capable of doing it when you're down by 21 points. That's when he racks up 400-something yards and people think that he's actually great at throwing through the air 50 times. Can he lead a team, be smart, let the defense have the ball? Like, hey, punting's fine. 3rd and 14 on your 25-yard line. If it's not there, dump it to Pollard, dump it to the tight end, take your 4 to 5 yards and punt the ball and let the defense give you the ball back in hopefully 3 plays.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, whenever I talk to people that I haven't seen for a minute, like last night, I talked to my father-in-law, and I haven't really talked Cowboys with him since we got back from camp. And one of the first things he wanted to know was not necessarily what Mike's saying about Dak, but he wanted to know the connection between Brandon Cooks and Dak.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, this is something that I think you're going to be excited about. And this is based off just what we saw.
I was in training camp.
Yeah. That's just based off something we saw, and I want to know how much of an impact Brandon Cooks has on this offense this year. We already heard what he talked about with Jalen Tolbert being a veteran and being able to get him to understand just to flush it and move on with the next thing. But what other impacts is he having on the football field on game day? And I think that's where people are going to be like, dang, Mike says it. He's never been the dude that's like, hey, we want to keep this guy around as the number 1 for the next 5 years.
Sure.
But you have a dude that can perform at that level, multiple years in a row. So I think I'm very interested in that right now.
Man, that might be something that interests me. Who's the brand new Cowboy that you're most likely to fall in love with this season? Is it one of the rookies? Is it Gilmore?
It could
Cooks?
be Gilmore, dude.
Yeah.
That's a good topic right there for
All
sure.
right.
I think the Mozzie and Micah, somebody texted that in. They said their storyline is Mozzie and Micah. And I don't know if that's 2 separate storylines or the combination of those 2 together.
Because you said Micah was trying to take Mozzie under his wing, because I think he inherently understands how that could make his life easier, right?
Yeah, he wants he wants to provide that culture that Ed Reed and Ray Lewis built in Baltimore. That's what he wants to see, and that's his expectation. And I think that's great whenever you're like an owner and coach that doesn't really want to build culture. You want to let the guys build it themselves, because once they build it themselves, it continues. You don't have to harp on it. They just do the work. And that's where I think Mike is like, look, you're a first-round pick. You come in, you work as hard as me. So I'm hoping that that's the case for Mozzie and that he can grow at a faster pace, because there were some limitations when he was drafted.
And I'm surprised. I've only seen, I think, there's a lot of text. I've only seen one coming in, is how Mike McCarthy taking over play calling will make Dak the MVP. I just put a note for Mike McCarthy play calling, though if that leads to Look, if we're living in a universe where Dak wins the MVP, you're going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, and we'll see how it goes from there. So that would be incredible. But I'm curious how much of a difference people will notice in the McCarthy play calling. Like you brought up Kellen Moore. Sometimes you run for run's sake because that's either what the chart says or you need to move the clock or whatever the case is. I'm curious if this play calling will be as different as some people think it is.
I think if you watched Aaron Rodgers enough over his career, you see that dude would he had big plays downfield. Dak has always had a propensity to look for big plays downfield. I think that's what his offense called for. But a lot of times it caused him to wait too long to get the ball out. And that's what it feels like the more focus is let's get the ball in the hands as quickly to guys that can create after, like we give them avenues to run down. And that's what I think the offense is built for.
I'll tell you another thing I'm interested in is, and maybe it's because I'm watching too much Winning Time, and I've read the book Showtime, so I totally get
2 more episodes this season.
How much Magic Johnson hated Paul Westhead, his kind of first ever coach. I'm wondering the relationship between Dak and McCarthy. I don't think it's like the greatest of relationships. I don't think it's a bad relationship, but for the first time, and Jerry Jones talked about it here on 105.3 The Fan yesterday with RJ and Bobby, is because I'm not putting Sean in there. He was living the millionaire lifestyle yesterday. I'm just looking at it and going, okay, if things don't go great from the start, if it's 2 or 3 games in and Dak isn't loving this system and Dak isn't loving the possible criticism he's getting, and he feels like he's just doing what the head ball coach is asking him to do, could there be a big kind of rift? I get that we're putting McCarthy as in he had nothing to do with Trey Lance. He didn't even really want Trey Lance because he has no clue who Trey Lance is, pretty much. That's like Jerry's like, I didn't talk to anybody. Will McClay doesn't even get to talk to me about stuff like this. The most amazing thing I've ever heard, making sure he took all the credit for it, is I just wonder if it starts going bad, like what will that relationship be as the season continues? And I don't think Dak's smart. Dak doesn't give us real answers when he does press conferences. He's just reading off a teleprompter pretty much. And that's the smart thing to do.
Because you think Dak is smart?
Yes, I think Dak is smart, and I think he should just be reading teleprompter answers. I get that he's not reading something, but he's just giving you the most basic general answer to try to move on to the next game.
Do you think he has a good relationship with McCarthy right now?
I just think it's
not
okay.
really.
I think he wants Kellen Moore. Well, it's over and done with, and he understands it's over and done with. But he lost 2 of his best friends. He lost Kellen Moore and he lost Ezekiel Elliott. And now he's left with Mike McCarthy. And I don't think he loves that is who he's left with.
Okay, and well, then who has more power right now? Mike McCarthy's gotten rid of a lot of people.
Mike McCarthy has
think
more
about
power.
the turnover on the roster that he's created, and right now, does this roster not look better than it did before he got here?
I think it does.
And coaching staff wise, there's been a lot of turnover there too. McCarthy's gotten what he's wanted almost every step of the way. If there's a problem with the quarterback, I am very curious if where Jerry goes in that direction. If he's like, well, I have to deal with this $60 million that Kevin keeps talking about.
Look, hey, they set it up, not me. All right. If I was working with their capologist, we would have gone into different
every
direction.
Day Jerry's like, man, I listen to KNC every day, and Kevin is just whipping my ass.
Let me shadow your capologist and learn more about it and try to have a conversation about how we're doing things, because we could do them better. Look, I think McCarthy has more power inherently as the head coach, but to go along with that, he's more disposable because there's no cap for any of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I remember when A&M got Jimbo Fisher and they gave him $75 million and it was like, look how much we're paying your coach. And I'm like, yeah, but who cares? That's not my money. For Jerry, you could fire Mike McCarthy today, tomorrow, in 4 years. Makes no difference on the salary cap. You can't move away from Dak after this season free and clear like you can with McCarthy.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could be a jarring schedule change for today. It's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey, Rangers played yesterday. They get to play today, too. Next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
The 0-1. That ball lifted high and deep into center field. Leote going back, looking up, and it is gone. Jose Altuve has batted 3 times and hit 3 home runs.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened.
Can we just burn that audio and not play that anymore today?
Oh,
please?
well, guess what? I got a couple other clips just from him, and then we can expand it out if you want. You know what?
Just for
that, can you go ahead and play cut number 1, just so you don't think that it's only Altuve that can put these highlights out?
And he drills this one deep down the left field line. He'll put it into the seats. A home run for Martin Maldonado, his 12th of the year, his 3rd against the Rangers. It's 8-0 Houston.
He's hit a 4th of his home runs against the Rangers this year?
I can't believe that he hit 2 home runs yesterday. He's a horrible hitter.
It's like they're Josh Smith.
As we used to say about my teammate and nice friend, Ken Huckabee, it's like you took a wet newspaper up to the plate.
And then what?
Well, you can't hit with a wet newspaper.
I mean, you can try.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work.
When he got picked up that year is 2004. Good guy. But when he got picked up in our pitchers only meeting, it was a $50 fine if Ken Huckabee got a hit or got on base against you.
Oh my God. That's the information you'll only learn in Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so yesterday, Nate Eovaldi comes back, and it was a leadoff home run, and then it was a base hit, and then it was, I think, another base hit. And I do not blame Nate Eovaldi. I don't blame the Texas Rangers. They're in a desperate situation.
Sure.
There's only so much time left in the season. There was 25 games before yesterday's game. There's 24 games left. If you wanted to rehab Eovaldi correctly and get him back where you felt like when he took the mound, he was able to throw 5 innings and throw the ball where he wanted to with the break that he wanted to and the command that he needs to have at a major league game against a very good major league lineup, he would be ready on October 1st. They don't have the time. So they're taking a huge risk. And the first time, it didn't pay off. He's going to pitch against Toronto his next outing. That's another huge risk, but maybe it will pay off. He will probably have, I believe he threw 35 pitches yesterday. I believe he'll have close to 50 pitches against Toronto on Tuesday, I believe will be the day he pitches. It might be Monday, but he will have about 3 innings or 50 pitches, probably whatever comes first. Maybe he'll throw 3 zeros up. Maybe, he got that kind of, no matter how many years you play in the major leagues, no matter how great Michael Jordan is, Michael Jordan did not look like Michael Jordan. If you're not old enough, he did not look right against the Orlando Magic after playing about 15 regular season games after taking a year and a half off. And there was no injury he was coming back from. He was just coming back from, I don't want to play basketball anymore. My dad got killed. Obviously, there's the gambling thing that I'm trying to get away from. All these things. Michael Jordan didn't even look close to Michael Jordan in 1995 playoffs. So, Nate Eovaldi's not Michael Jordan. And even if Michael Jordan can't do it, then probably Nate Eovaldi only throwing about 6 innings in 2 months of competitive baseball is going to have an issue. There's a reason there's spring training. There's a reason as a starting pitcher, you're building up your arm strength. You're also building up that you can throw 3 to 4 pitches for strikes when you want to. And I went back and I looked. Nate Eovaldi in the month of April, batting average against his 2 breaking balls because they weren't ready out of spring training. Still, with all the spring training and his health in spring training, he had an over 400 batting average in the month of April off of his cutter and curveball. He was a 2-pitch pitcher in the month of April until after about 4 or 5 starts at a major league level with the adrenaline rushing, he found his cutter, and he found his curveball. And then he took off and was unbelievable because he had a 4-pitch mix that he had command of all 4 pitches. In April, he was all right. He had command of a fastball and a splitter, and he can pitch with 2 pitches. Last night, he just didn't have the best command. The adrenaline rush gets to you, and now your ball isn't maybe moving as much as you want, getting located where you want. The ball stays up in the zone a little bit because you're rushing. All of a sudden, your heart's pumping faster than it's pumped in 2 months, and you have to deal with all those things, and he's a veteran, and hopefully he figures it out next time. But it was going to be tough for him to do it. I said last night when Leslie asked me, McCaslin, on the pregame show, what do you expect from Nate Eovaldi? I said, I honestly have no clue. Because doing what he did and coming back without really ever pitching an inning of competitive baseball, it's almost never been done. So I don't know how it's going to go. I get he had bullpen sessions with batters standing in. He had live batting practice against Austin Hedges and Brad Miller. It's not the same. Even last night, Nate Eovaldi admitted in the postgame press conference, nothing can prepare you for the live action of a major league game unless you go down to the minor leagues and you pitch in Frisco for 15 to 20 innings.
If the GM and manager or whoever, if the group came to you and said, hey, after that amount of time and said, hey, can you pitch to big league hitters? What would you say?
Yes.
Okay.
And that makes sense, right?
And because you believe you have to, if you say no, then you're like, crap. Like if you're right. I mean, and Nate Eovaldi wanted it and he gave it his best effort. It's just impossible to do.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping after that outing that he goes and has his bullpen session tomorrow or Friday, since tomorrow's an off day, and that he can improve on what he did.
This feels a little bright side to me, for me, because in my head, I was like, oh no, is he just not going to be useful to us going forward? So I like your explanation because I'm still desperately seeking, Mike, for a bright side. Right. It's hard to find it.
I think Eovaldi can be better his next appearance, but I can't guarantee it.
No, I'll take it.
Here's a little bit of what is scary. That's 3 appearances for Dane Dunning where he's lost his command, he's lost his location, he's lost, like, teams are squaring him up. And so the thing is now Dane Dunning has had a great year. But when Nate Eovaldi pitches the next time against the Toronto Blue Jays, which, hey, we looked at this series as the most important series of the year, and you need to win this game. If you lose this game, if you lose tonight, the chances of you catching the Astros and having a better record than them, since they are 8-4 against you and hold the tiebreaker, and you have to play 4 games better. If you lose this one in 23 games, you have to be 4 games better in those 23 games. You're starting to ask your team to go 18-5 the rest of the way to possibly take over the Astros. You're probably not going to do it. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you're probably not if you lose today. I'm with you. You then start looking at, we got to compete with the wild card situation because catching Houston might not be possible. So it's a big, big game tonight. But now, really the most important series will be that Toronto series starting Monday through Thursday. You go to Toronto, and that will determine a lot. I was talking, our friend Rachel Ring texted me, and she's like, I am an optimist. I love the Rangers, and she's a huge Ranger fan. But what she's saying is this is really tough because obviously in the last 18 games, you've only won 4 of them, and they have not been oh man, we kicked butt those games. It was like, oh, thank God we came back and had a big hit, or, we're able to finally close one out of your 18 games. You've won 4 of them. And so it's tough right now to feel confident about our Texas Rangers, to feel like they're going to have a good game today. But that Toronto series, I told her, I said, wait till after the Toronto series. If Toronto takes 3 of 4 from you, you can probably start going, all right, hey, you can look at the overall season, start doing this and that. But if you go to Toronto and win 3 out of 4, you probably still have a good chance with less than 20 games to go, about 15 at that point, that you could possibly make the playoffs.
This is interesting, and I know he listens from the 206. Honestly, seems like ever since Derek Holland stopped coming on the show, the Rangers are falling apart.
Yeah, Derek, what's up with that?
On him?
Yeah, Derek, where are you at, buddy?
Yeah.
I mean, there's other things going on there too, but yeah.
I choose to ignore those.
I invite Derek up to the station to hang out with us to get the Rangers back in order.
That's right.
If they do get back in order, I think there's a lot of stuff that has to be done.
You have to sweep the Ace Friday through Sunday.
Oh, my God.
Can't lose. You've already lost 3 games to them that you shouldn't have lost.
Yeah.
I don't care. I get it. It's Major League Baseball. That's not a Major League Baseball team. I get they get paid as major leaguers. If I released all 28 Oakland Athletics, if they called up 2 guys, they might have not to save money. Right. But I would bet only 6 or 7 of them would be picked up by major league teams. And then the others would be picked up, but they'd be put in AAA as extras. So tonight is a huge game. Look, it's still, to me, a really fun game that I'm going to be at. Scherzer versus Verlander is pretty exciting. I didn't know this. They've never pitched against each other.
Really?
Because they were with Detroit together.
Right.
And then when you look when they separated, they weren't in the same league. Because if you look at it, when he went to Houston, didn't at that point Max Scherzer went to the Nationals? Because I didn't know, if I have this right, we teased it as the first time they're ever going to face each other. And then you have to get it matched up where they actually face each other.
Well, and I was reading a really interesting article where both of them talked about how they used to not get along.
Yeah.
But as they've gotten older and, like married or kids or whatever, they were like, we look back at it and it's kid stuff. But they were both forthcoming with the fact that, we used to not really get along.
Could this be the turning point then? Everybody rallies around Max Scherzer tonight.
I hope
he pitches
so.
a CG, even though he's like, I got forearm tightness and I'm kind of concerned about it. And then, but the Rangers, it would go. They both they have CGs, both of them.
Well, I will say this.
But
the
one
bullpen,
loses.
There's no excuse of the bullpen being worn out today. Austin Hedges has pitched both games.
Is he the first Rangers pitcher to ever, or Rangers pitcher, Rangers position player to ever pitch in back-to-back games?
I assume so.
That's got to be the case, right?
Here's the other thing. He hasn't given up a run yet.
Do you want to put Austin?
Seventh inning setup guy,
He's
Austin
pitched
Hedges.
an inning and 2/3.
So you want to try him out in a real game situation just to see what happens?
Do you know how ticked off every pitcher is right now because you're getting hammered and you watch a guy throw the ball 55 miles an hour up there and not give up a run. And you are trying everything. You're trying to throw the ball inside at 90 plus. You're trying to break the ball away from a hitter. You're trying to break the ball down and into a hitter. And they are hammering us. They have 36 hits and they have 27 runs in 2 games. They have 11 home runs in the series. If they hit a home run tonight, it ties the record against a Rangers pitching staff for most home runs.
One home run?
One home run would give them 12 on the series, and that would, I believe, tie the record for most home runs given up by a Rangers staff in a 3-game series. If they hit 2 home runs tonight, it breaks the record. I didn't look at this. Our producers and stuff were looking at this. If they hit 2 home runs tonight, the Astros, that's the most home runs ever given up by a Rangers staff in a 3-game series, which would be 13. 12 is the record. I forget when that actually happened. By the way, David Murphy, I think, gave this to me. I think the record is recently, in like the last 5 years or so, the Yankees hit 19 home runs in a 3-game series.
Good night.
Which is the record in a 3-game series against a team. So
we could do it.
Tonight's a big game.
No, we don't want to match
the
that.
bullpen is rested. Like, there's been times where Aroldis Chapman's pitched 3 out of 4 days, 4 out of 5 days. Will Smith's been used inning and 2/3 and then has to come back after throwing almost 2 innings and then throw another inning. You've had 2 days off. All your important pitchers have not pitched in your pen. Stratton's ready to go. Chapman's ready to go. Will Smith's ready to go. Whether it's Brock Burke, who's ready to go. Spores was put on the injured list. Ian Kennedy got called up. His second pitch was a home run. If it comes down to the last 3 innings, there's no excuse of anybody being tired. You got your rest. You've had 2 days off. You didn't have to pitch on Monday. You didn't have to pitch on Tuesday. You have Thursday off. Your bullpen, the guys that are important, are ready to go. So if you have a 3-2 lead after 6 innings because Scherzer has outdueled Verlander and you have to get 9 outs without giving up a run, there's no excuse. If you can't do it, you can't do it. That's what yesterday I said. I'm out of time here. But look, if you can't do it, you just don't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's the deal about the bullpen. Hey, they can keep failing. You just don't make the playoffs. If they succeed, you have a chance to make the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Christian Wood signs with the Lakers. How will he perform? Plus, we talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right.
Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
How are you guys doing today?
We are excellent, and I know we got McCarthy right after this. The Cowboys reworking the contract of Neville Gallimore. Does that make sense to you since they reduced his base but gave him incentives to earn back a chunk of the money?
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair deal for a guy that's number one, he's probably glad to be here, right? Because they chose him instead of Quentin Bohanna.
Were you surprised by that at all?
No, not at all. If for watching practices, and I think Gallimore made more sense than Bohanna at this time. If he's not going to be a starter and he's going to be a backup, then if you can do that and save some cap space for this year, and he's agreeable to it, why not?
Mickey, do you have any concern about McCarthy hasn't won a season opener yet?
Get him out of here.
Did he win any in Green Bay?
I don't.
With the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Cowboys. I don't.
If he never won an opener in Green Bay, I'm changing my pick.
Now, right? Yeah.
And my thing is last year, Dak doesn't play. There's not a lot of the starters play. They looked a little out of sorts. This year, kind of same thing. Not a lot of the starters play. And this is a division opponent. Are you a little concerned about some rust early in this one?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's a hard decision because you got to. I know what they're doing. They're looking at the risk reward.
Yeah.
Like how much?
I get that. Yeah.
How much would you play your first team offense in the preseason?
None.
But if you did, not a lot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's what I mean. If you did.
Oh yeah, I would probably like a first series. I would probably do a first series. Yeah.
So is it worth 10 plays to do that? Risking losing your starting left tackle.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I think that's the way, they're looking at it. And then the other thing is the fact that he feels like, and I know what his answer would be to you, that he's got more of a veteran team, right? The offensive line, the starters anyway, are veterans. The quarterback's a veteran. He's got veteran wide receivers, young tight ends, but the running backs, Pollard's, no spring chicken here now. So I think he looks at it as if it was a young team, and he pointed this out like his first year or two in Green Bay. He said, we were playing a couple preseason games, half maybe in 2 of the 4 games, but it was a young team. So I think he felt like since there were so many veterans, and especially defensively, that maybe risking 12 snaps in a preseason game wasn't worth what the risk would be of losing a starter to an injury.
Yeah, I look at this, Kevin, with the Giants. I just really look at it as, man, you want to win as many division games as you can.
Oh no, absolutely. Yeah. And I think and that's to emphasize the importance of this. So they're all around the building, locker room, where they eat and everything, there are video boards with their schedules on it, the daily schedule. And at the bottom it says division game, and trying to point out the importance of the opener, not only to win the opener, not only to beat the Giants, but win a division game, which they were pretty good at last year, if I remember, until the final game of the season against Washington.
Yeah, and it just seems like even when the Jason Garrett era started, the Cowboys have always been pretty good at winning divisional games.
Right. Well, they were really good at winning season openers when Landry was here, by the way.
That was a long time ago, Kevin.
Well, that's what happens when you have 20 consecutive winning seasons, right?
Who the hell fired him then, Mickey?
Yeah, what was the deal? Well, I don't think he won the openers probably in 88,
Well, it was a mistake. The guy we hired can't even make it in the Ring of Honor.
Oh, that's very good. Very good.
Oh my gosh.
2.5 Super Bowls be damned.
What?
Although speaking of Super Bowls, after that, the Super Bowl after the '88 season, before they made any changes, a guest of Gil Brandt in the Cowboys suite at the Super Bowl was Jimmy Johnson.
Oh.
How about that?
He would have put him in by now. Gil Brandt was great.
Yeah, he was.
I'm curious your breakdown of the Giants. Obviously, last year they had what they feel to be a breakout year. They trust in Daniel Jones. Where do you stand specifically with Daniel Jones to start?
Yeah, I think that if, last year was not an anomaly, that he took the next step. And I think we have to remember they did have a winning season, 9-7. They did win a playoff game, beat Minnesota before they got wiped out for the third time last year by Philadelphia. I think it's a formidable opponent to start the season with. Now, having said that, the Cowboys beat them twice last year, once with Dak Prescott, once without Dak Prescott, and they've won 10 of the last 11 meetings against the Giants. So this will be a good gauge, I think, for, where the Giants think they are. Did their offensive line improve? And I see where on their depth chart they're starting a rookie center, and maybe that's an improvement. But Daniel Jones, the Cowboys sacked him 8 times in 2 games last year. So we'll see. We'll get a better indication of what they're all about for this season in this game. I think defensively, they're probably better, but I also see where they're starting 2 rookie cornerbacks. So saddle up, let's go.
Now, since you brought up the offensive line in that breakdown,
yes,
Tyler Smith, do I need to stop paying attention to it every single day and just let the situation play out?
Well,
or
maybe we find out a little bit more today. It sounded like if you read the rest of Jerry's assessment, Dr. Jerry's assessment.
I heard it right here on the fan.
Right. Yeah, I would imagine you did. And or heard it that after saying we're going to get the MRI, he pointed out that after they finished practice and reassessed the injuries, they weren't as concerned. So we'll see. And look, he doesn't make that stuff up. Somebody tells him that, right?
I assume.
And so, and it was listed as tightness. It didn't say, a strain or, torn or anything like that. It said tightness. And I think that they realized once again, their philosophy, they weren't winning the Super Bowl on September, what was yesterday, 5th, 6th, whatever it was. So let's be cautious here and go get it checked out. So we should find out more today.
Appreciate the insight, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, and we'll go fire some of those questions right at McCarthy.
There you go.
Go get him, Mickey.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Wanted to throw this out real quick. I know Mavs fans and us in the DFW are more invested than maybe the average basketball fan, but Christian Wood going to Los Angeles, do you think he'll have the opportunity to, I'm just going to say, make an impact? You can define that however the hell you want, or do you think it's going to spiral out like it did here and maybe some other places?
I don't know if it'll spiral out. I just think you have to understand what you're getting and use him properly. Moron on defense, isn't going to understand rotations, is going to block some shots, is going to get some rebounds, and is a huge scoring threat.
Yep.
So if you use him like that for 20 to max probably 25 minutes a game, you probably have to worry about how he kills your defense and, makes stupid decisions and doesn't understand rotations and stuff like that. I think he's a very valuable piece. The other thing, too, is, LeBron, maybe he can kind of coach him on the floor on where to be. I don't know. That's when you think of the greatest players of all time, sometimes they can take the dumbest players and make them okay educationally. And sometimes when you give dumb players a non-leader on a team, and nothing against Luka here. He's a young guy. JaVale McGee was never going to respect Luka Doncic. JaVale's a stupid basketball player who needs help with a veteran guy controlling him. And so all of a sudden you give him Steph Curry, you give him that championship team, you give him LeBron James and in the Lakers situation. Like, you can get McGee to kind of be where he's supposed to be engaged in the game. You throw him on Denver 8 years ago or the Mavericks now, and he's going to be a moron.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I saw, I know Christian Wood started in really limited time, so clearly this is an interesting stat, but players with 20 points per game and 2 blocks per game as a starter last year, Christian Wood and Anthony Davis. That's something that speaks to he was never going to be perfect, but it speaks to me about, like, how did we not make this work? He has a skill set that it feels like you need in terms of scoring and rebounding. I realize the defensive part is not there, and people weren't interested. I'm surprised they didn't pick him back up on the cheap. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy, and if we don't, Mike has threatened to take over the segment with a baseball segment.
All right.
Let's find out what happens next right here in The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a question for the Twolos, the Tolos, and the YouTubers. There is a commotion happening at the Star. How long do you want to give Mike McCarthy until Mike tries to take it over with a baseball segment?
All right, so in the restaurant business, you have up to 15 minutes before and up to 15 minutes after. So I'm not saying 15 minutes.
All right. Speaking of restaurant businesses,
Your reservation.
What restaurant business will we be at on Friday?
Oh,
my gosh.
that is a professional transition right there.
We are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, ladies and gentlemen, on Friday. Right there
4140 Lemon.
off of Lemon Avenue. It is Friday Football Feast with the KNC Masterpiece, and we're going to be at a different Buffalo Wild Wings every Friday. Mike has demanded this, by the way.
Yeah.
Mike has been demanding every Monday in our meeting when the boss
That actually does sound
gets
true.
to yell at us instead of Kevin. Every Monday, Mike has said, well, I'm going to yell back. We need to be somewhere for football season, and here we are.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon this Friday. Be there, or as they say in the business, be square.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick
What
then.
business is that? Like
Businesses.
In the radio business.
Yeah.
Oh, the business of business.
Just
Gotcha.
all of the businesses say be there, be square.
Let's say that you still had to be on air and there was some sort of cash prize involved. How many wings could you eat in a show?
In a whole show, in a 4-hour show?
And you're still participating in the show. You're not like,
Oh.
can't do it eating wings. Like, you're still participating in the show as much as you do.
I'm guessing in 4 hours, I might be overestimating my eating of wings. I'm guessing 48.
Okay. What's
12 an hour?
That makes sense.
That seems very doable. I messed up on the roll situation during Thanksgiving years ago.
Yeah, that was we kind of
Much like
overdid it
Reggie
ourselves.
did with the peanut butter cups. I still remember there was like a dollar
You
store.
think you could eat 30?
Yeah, there was a
That
dollar.
was your fault. You baited me
You're
into
right,
saying more.
100%. But the payoff for you, if you could have seen the lady at the dollar store or what Dollar General that was right next to the gym, I came in and I bought every king size Reese's pack they had. And then I said, do you have any more? And she looked at me and she was like, were you at the gym? Do you understand how that works? I don't think you do.
I will always remember that Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon as the place where Gavin Dawson ticked off Jeff Bannister.
Oh, is that the day?
It was an interview. It was a phone interview like we had with Bochy yesterday. And it was, I don't know, I'm going to guess August or so. And he asked him about the standings. And like Bannister said something like, I don't look at the standings. And Dawson questioned, you don't know what the standings are?
Oh, you manage a baseball team?
You have no idea that you're 3 games back or 3 games ahead or whatever. And Bannister got so frustrated with that. And Dawson was getting frustrated back. And I was just sitting there going, this is awesome.
Yeah, that was all right. So, like, should that happen then this Friday? Should that happen then whenever we get this thing going? We'll have Jerry on Friday, right? So,
Oh, dear God. Well, hopefully, if you ask him,
There's no
have you looked at the standings?
Yeah.
I mean, they exist.
Let's see if I can get him to cuss at me and say BS and then say that's why you're on radio.
that's
All right.
happened before.
Wow. And then
See how Mike McCarthy's not coming up because Jerry's listening to us and we're having too much fun. We're talking about Buffalo Wild Wings and football season and all these things. And that fart knocker won't get to the podium and say his boring things that he has to say.
if only we had some sort of audio transition that could. I love that so much. And by the way, for people asking, we will see about getting the complete Buffalo Wild Wings schedule so you can schedule your life accordingly.
I love it.
At the moment, I don't have that in
But
front
it's every
of
Friday.
me. Well,
We'll start
there's
there.
a lot of Buffalo.
Just
Wild
know
Tons of Buffalo
every Friday, and then we'll release the locations for you. How about that? Is that okay, Kevin?
All right. I mean, sure.
Start with Friday. We got to get people to realize
I
Friday's
really
the day.
I really like some sort of like Grateful Dead tour bus kind of thing happening where they're like, hey, we got to hit the Mesquite stop, or hey, we got to get to the Texas Motor Speedway stop. And like,
Of Tolos?
yeah,
What
they're
if we were in
Tolos.
New York for the Buffalo Wild Wings, like where they were playing? It'd be tough for
I
the
really
Tolos.
wish
Hey.
they would have let us know by now that was the case.
And I want to let you know, too, there will be amazing deals at these Buffalo Wild Wings on Miller Lite, the official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. So just remember,
Hopefully
Miller Lite.
Sean will show up with his millions of dollars and give you those, wings. He probably doesn't do wings anymore. He only does.
We might go to the one he owns. you
Sean
know?
Sharif?
Yeah, surely he owns a Buffalo Wild
He's trying
Wings
to
at
get
this
those
point.
to have Nick and Sam's food in it.
I would love that. Now, on the baseball front,
just call me Nick.
This-
That's what Sean says.
This got brought up.
I'll be your Nick.
Well, I don't even know what that
what does
means.
Sounds like a threat.
Or Sam.
Is according to ESPN stats and info, and this is a sad stat. I'm going to give you a heads up, Corey. Jose Altuve became just the fourth player to homer in each of the first 3 innings of a game, joining Manny Machado from 2016, not that long ago, Mike Cameron in 2002, and then all the way back to Carl Reynolds in 1930. Mike, do you know anything about the baseball player Carl Reynolds?
I think he's on Baseball Tonight for a long time on ESPN.
No.
He changed his last name to Ravitch.
That is a different person.
Oh,
Yes.
he doesn't believe in dinosaurs, and we didn't go to the moon.
I don't know.
Carl Everett.
Carl Everett.
Oh, okay.
He sang the national anthem and also was a great sprinter and long jumper.
That's Carl Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
He was a
waited-
really good
I have no clue.
police officer, and his neighbor was just really annoying.
That's Carl Winslow?
He was
Maybe
he was a waiter
born in
bartender on the border.
1905.
So
He didn't even know cars existed when he was born.
Oh, well, you know what's interesting is I show he was born in 1903 in Texas. So that, that just shows.
It was hot when he was born.
Mike, are you the person who said like your grandmother was like, I don't know what my actual birthday is?
True. And
Okay.
She was the 9th child in Connecticut.
Okay, we got Mike McCarthy ready to go.
In her family, not just overall.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Out there in practice, at the end of the week, but they will not work today.
And on someone like on Smith who has the hamstring strain, there's a threshold to return. But do you ever factor in a soft tissue injury early in the season? And even though you reach the threshold, or when you reach the threshold, does that hit their back, or do you say, well, this early in the year you don't want to mess with this?
No, definitely. I mean, there's thresholds once they cross, they play, so that doesn't change. I just think that every injury is a little different. The injury to the individual is always different. Tyler's specific case, he hasn't had this injury before, so this is part of that experience. We have an excellent system in place, and and Britt will get his hands on him today, and we'll see where he is.
All right, so before we start, what exactly happened with Tyler's injury? Did you just pull it before practice? Or?
No, it happened in the individual drill.
And who are the options if he can't go? Who are the options at that?
Well, I mean, I think it's obvious. I mean, we'll look at a couple guys this week, and we'll announce that 90 minutes before the game.
Todd. Mike Toller for the ESPN. How different are the Giants skill guys? How different do they look skill-wise?
More speed. I think the first thing I just talking about the defense. So, but I think the biggest thing we're focused on. I mean, the personnel. We obviously acknowledge that the additions that they've made. But this time of year, to me, September football, there's so much that's in common, and you got to watch that you don't chase every ghost, on all three phases. I just came from a conversation that is fresh on my mind with that, but they do a lot. They're scheme heavy through all their phases, and but their offensive playmaker has gone up obviously with the additions, so we're focused on that.
Sorry.
Buddy. You guys have had some trouble with stopping the run, but have also been good at containing Barkley. What's kind of been the difference there, and why have you guys been able to?
I mean, it's the question's obviously very specific to last year. It's something I talked about Monday. The only thing that really carries forward from last year to this year is statistically is your reputation. So if you look at the way we're built on defense, I think we really established that in 21. It was definitely the case in 22. People are going to try to run the football on us because of the success of our pass rush, and we've been the best in the league 2 years in a row taking the ball away. So, I think the obvious is, it starts with the run game, and the things that come off of that. So we've committed more time, which we have on offense too, to help our defense training camp on the action pass game. Because, obviously we expect the run to be a focal point each and every week, and the action pass off of that is something that we got to do a really good job of.
With Barkley in particular, what challenges does he present?
Well, he's a dynamic back. I think like anything, when you look at a running back, can he play all three downs? Absolutely. He's a good pass protector. I think he's exceptional coming out of the backfield, and he has the ability to hit the long runs too. So he can make you miss, has the speed to close the deal. So he's a complete back.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. What kind of challenge awaits for the Giants' defensive front? What kind of challenge is that for you guys, especially if Tyler can't go?
Well, I think the Giants' front is the first of many division battles. It's an outstanding front. So much is said about both the defensive tackles. Excellent players, a lot of respect for the way they play, and I think they're definitely have come in their own. I thought last year, particularly end of the year, they were playing at an extremely high level. So I do like their edge guys. I think their edge guys are better than advertised. So I think this is an excellent front.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, your defense was the #1 pressure-generating defense a year ago. The Giants' O-line was the worst, or allowed the most quarterback pressures. What are your thoughts about that matchup entering Sunday?
Well, I think it's the beauty of the offseason. It's the beauty of September football. I think the fact that you have unscouted looks, they've had a chance to go through scheme evaluation. They have obviously added, players both through the draft and in free agency. So, but yeah, we're looking at the matchups. Really had time to plan to do it. We're about a day and a half ahead of where we normally would be at this point in the week, and I think that serves us well because we're getting to the point where we're just really focused on what we need to do. And so, like I said, they're scheme heavy. We've put a lot of time into it, and we're off to a good week. But yeah, as far as last year, it's noted, it's understood. You anticipate, but really, your scheme, entry that started last week for us, it really needs to focus on who we feel we are at this point in the season.
Jeff.
Coach Jess Navarez, PFN. Can you talk about the strength within this offensive line, specifically with Tyler Biotic, one of the underrated asset he really is to this line, especially with the chippiness that has been more talked about? Is that something new, or is that something you've always seen out of Tyler?
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't look at Tyler as being underrated. I saw him in Vegas at the Pro Bowl playing flag football, so I think that says a little bit about where he, sits in the league. And I think he's a player that's really coming his own. I really like his climb. He went through the tough moments as a young center, but yeah, I think he's playing with tremendous confidence to play that position in the league. Period. You think about job responsibility. The closer you are to the football, the more responsibility you have, and obviously the center and quarterback have the most. I think he does an excellent job of that. I think he's coming into his time where he's changed his body. So I think he's the anchor that we need up there. I think he's exactly what you're looking for.
Calvin
Watkins, Dallas Morning News. I got two for you. Sam Williams, will he go at all today?
Sam, no, he'll be limited today. He'll be with Brett. Yeah.
Is this one of those weeks where Trey can give you a really good look on the movement of what Daniel Jones can do?
You don't like Cooper moving the ball?
I like Cooper.
Trey moves a little better, yeah, that's for sure. But no, absolutely. We had a chance to practice last week and get into the look teams and the cards and that whole process because there's always a little bit of adjustment to make sure you get the way you want it. Having Trey out there definitely will be part of that process too. So, the look team, that work is so important. So, yes, that's definitely on the table.
John Michaud, The Athletic. Popular topic.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, the thing I'm guessing that people will be most interested in, they're hoping to know more about Tyler Smith as we go along in the day today.
Absolutely. We all do.
And then he said it's obvious who would replace him.
Me.
but he won't say. He'll let everybody know when it gets released 90 minutes before the game.
Competitive
That's Kevin. I don't know if you've learned anything from the Arizona Cardinals this year.
I have.
But the Arizona Cardinals have told us the competitive advantage is what we're looking for. That's why we won't tell you who our quarterback is yet. So that's what we do here in this situation.
Then somebody with an amazing suggestion for the 903. You should create a Tolo Tour passport with each Buffalo Wild Wings location. And if you get them all stamped, you get a gift card or something. Dude, if there's people showing up to every single one of those, I bet we can make that
I'll tell you what.
I'll autograph it and date it.
Okay.
So it's worth a whole bunch.
But on Friday, Kevin.
Okay.
On Friday, I will have handmade Buffalo Wild Wings location Tolo Tour passports.
Oh my God.
From Lucy.
Oh my God! Am I eligible to also get?
You
one?
cannot have.
I'll
one.
be there though.
But that takes away from the Tolos. I mean, I know you're a Tolo. You know what? You can because you are a Tolo.
Is she being compensated for this work?
Yes.
Hey, this is
she gets to live in my
house. The
house.
other part of having a kid. All right. Corey's the NCAA in this instance. And living in the house is her education.
She can go out and get NIL deals.
That's right. We're the KNC
I have
masterpiece.
clothes I need to get rid of. I can give you a pair of underwear or a shirt.
What?
Nobody asked for that, Mike.
But that would prove that you were at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Are they monogrammed?
No. I'll autograph them for
And we
you.
just got our September locations.
So
Kevin.
you know what? Stay tuned. We will give that to you sooner rather than later. But I want to see what that might cost me. I want to see what the feedback is like in this next segment. Is there a song people really make fun of that you love? 877-881-1053. You're damn right. I'm going to play Barbie Girl next right here on The Fan.
You are dialed in to
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to have a little fun. A lot of Cowboy stuff. Obviously, season opener comes up Sunday right here on 105.3 The Fan against the Giants. So, we're going to switch it up. Is there a song people really make fun of that you love? Now, I'm going to go to, I have loved this song ever since it came out. Cut number 10. Maybe the movie is going to change people's perception, even though I know they switched that song out. I think this song is awesome. Social commentary on this song is very ahead of its time, has more than 1 billion views on YouTube, and sold 8 million copies worldwide. People should support this song. Feel like it gets made fun of a lot.
It is the worst song.
What?
It is terrible. And Lucy loves it. And so it's
Good taste.
No, it's not good. This is the worst. It is bad.
It's a good song.
Bad. The beat's bad.
What?
Everything about it is miserable. It's catchy.
Even the message about how women aren't just your playthings?
Is that what the message is?
Yes, it is.
I'm not listening to songs for the message, Kevin. I'm listening to songs because I need something to get me through the next moment, you know?
Then how
The message doesn't help.
And I'm not a Barbie girl. So that's a fact. Nobody can say that about me. I never have been.
Yes, that part is fair.
So it's tough for me to connect to that song, Kevin. It really is, man.
Now, this one's kind of dicey from the 817, because if you'd have said this a month ago, I would have been like, nah, I think you're off base about Sweet Caroline. That is a beloved song. However, what I learned last month or whenever, when that got brought up about who it's about, there's a lot of shady dealings in the background of this song. So you might be onto something there. I still love singing it and love going dun, dun, dun. I feel like, but I probably shouldn't. And I feel like Sweet Caroline is more universally accepted than Barbie Girl.
Okay, yeah, I learned a version of that song, and when I was working at the bars, and we did the karaoke nights.
Wait, a version of the song?
A version where the dun 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 was replaced with other things, and so
inappropriate for air.
Very inappropriate for air.
No!
But hey, that's what karaoke does sometimes, man.
You know what? I should have just guessed this song was going to be on there for the 817, photographed by Nickelback.
You like that song?
They like that
Kevin,
song.
recently there was a person that had their picture posted up of their of going to jail or whatever, and there was some memes out there with and they would show the picture and that was the song. And I was mad because that song got stuck in my head because of that.
That's a funny bit, whatever side of the political spectrum you're on. I think that's a funny bit. And then, as you probably could have guessed from the 561, easy, I could name several different Nickelback songs. And then somebody said the Different Strokes theme song, is that maligned and made fun of? I thought that song was now the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you may not be right for some.
So that's
struggle after
That's your family theme song.
Yeah,
that is my family theme song.
When people ring the doorbell at your house, is that what happens? Is that song plays?
Dude, that would be awesome.
And then you can't open the door until it's done?
Yeah. And like if somebody had some goods for sale, I'd be like, hey, that might be right for you, but it might not be right for some. And then I'd shut the door.
Hey, along those lines, have you ever had a ringtone where you're like, I can't answer immediately. I need to hear more of this before I pick up the phone?
I have not, but I've had other people that I've called where I've at least kind of hoped they didn't answer straight away so I could listen to whatever it was.
Are you serious?
Oh, for sure.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Corey, is there a song that you love that people really like to make fun of? Man, there's some good answers on here.
We can go with, let's read some of the songs,
Okay.
but we can go with Cut 11.
Do people not like this song?
I feel like this song gets made fun of because of it's so difficult for most people to sing the song. When you get to
Or
the
be
high
in
note,
black and white.
Kevin, that was a video, not a documentary.
You can't be in black and white.
I know, because that's not.
Say it anyway.
Okay, so y'all love this song.
This song
Absolutely,
is awesome.
100%.
All right, so does
1000%.
everybody love this song?
Let's take a poll, impromptu. Mike, do you love this song?
Like it.
I love it.
I
Love it.
too. Okay, so never mind.
Thumbs up from Carter.
Just keep playing it, and we can talk about other songs. It's this part
That's why the Barbie song makes sense, because I hate the Barbie song. Can't work out to it. Don't
Yeah.
want to listen to it.
But you disagree on this one. You think this is pretty.
I would say when 90% of people like that song.
Okay. From the 817 and the 803. I think this one's spot on. Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus.
I love that song. That's my one then.
But don't you feel like people
You love
dump
that
on that
song?
song?
What's your favorite part about that song?
Where she goes, ha 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 ha.
She mentions Jay-Z.
And the Jay-Z song was on?
Uh-huh.
That was the lyric that did it for you. You really don't care about the message, do you?
I don't have a
I think
clue what the
Lucius's
message is.
favorite song is Jay's On My Feet with Miley Cyrus.
That's his favorite song.
I like putting that on him.
From the 682, I love most Taylor Swift and Disney Channel songs. Well, guess what? A lot of people love Taylor
think you're
Swift
good.
songs. Like a lot of people will
depends
try and kill you for it, but dude, look at how many times she has sold out every place that
Sure.
she's been in.
It depends on who you hang out with. I'm not going to pretend like there weren't long periods of time in my life when I hung out with people that they would just dump all over that. They'd be like, oh yeah, if I'm going to go corporate rock, that's who I'm going with. And I was like, yeah, I know. But still, all that money is pretty sweet.
There's some great answers on the text line, like from the 945 who says Blue by Eiffel 65.
Oh, I do hate that song.
Why?
I'm blue, dotto.
Yep.
And the thing was, for a long time,
That's what I think. That's how that song sounds in my head. It was like, blah, 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 blah.
What's
blah.
weird is you like the Barbie song, and I feel like that goes in the same category
It
as
has
the Barbie song.
an important social message to it.
There's no way you liked that song 20 years ago knowing the social
Hell
message
yeah.
of it.
Well, I liked it first because of the
Blue?
beat.
No, of the
Oh.
Barbie song.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
maybe Blue has a social message. I'm not familiar. Ooh, from the 682, Achy Breaky Heart. I feel like at the time, everyone loved it, but
I got super tired of that
Yeah.
song. Like, it just...
How much of this is just like being overplayed
yes,
versus just like not liking the song inherently?
that's a huge factor, man.
okay, I'm going to throw out a song that I feel like fell victim to this, because if you just heard it once, you'd be like, that is not a bad song. It's the song Mbop by Hanson. I do not hate that song, but then it was like impossible to escape in society and everybody turned against it. But that's not a bad song. Mike, is there a song that you love that you feel like is not genuinely beloved by folks?
I think I really liked as a kid, not that I listened to it a lot. I really loved Bobby McFerrin's Don't Worry, Be Happy.
Oh,
that was my answer!
That's yours too?
Okay, hold on.
I think this is just a fun song.
Then we have another Corey situation with Take On Me. Because let's do a quick run around the room.
I like
Kevin,
it.
I like it. All of us like it.
We got another thumbs up.
Got another thumbs up from Carter.
Was this yours, Reggie?
Yes.
Oh my
I had
God.
no clue, Reggie. Is this on the run sheet?
No, I didn't put
It's
it
not
on the sheet.
cut sheet.
It was his. It was his
That's
song.
awesome.
So, right when you said it, he was like, "That's
I
fine."
just remember being at Daniel Middle School in Duncanville and just thinking, this is the greatest song. And I'm like, I don't think my classmates are probably going to be rocking out to Don't Worry, Be Happy. But I like it.
I do feel like there's an ebb and flow where at the time it was uber popular, then people hated it, and then a long time went by and they're like, you know what? That song is awesome. So I think now you're in the sweet spot. Years
Good.
ago, could have been in trouble from the 817. For them, it's Call Me Maybe. I get
love
it.
that song.
I started to hate
It's a good
that
song.
song.
I
just
love
met
that
you.
Just because
This is crazy.
it was inescapable
Yeah.
no matter where. And they're like, you better like this video that this team did about it or else you're a monster. And I was like,
Oh, like when the Dolphins cheerleaders did it?
yeah. Or was
was
it the women's
fantastic.
soccer team on the plane?
I don't know.
And I
I
was
don't like
like,
it now.
that's great. I've heard the song 50 million times.
They didn't make him take a bus?
Corey heard me.
I did not hear what
Both
you
of
did.
y'all.
What?
You and Rich.
I didn't hear what you said.
That was also social commentary. What about Baby Shark, ladies and gentlemen?
All right.
I'm not a fan of that anymore.
Don't do it.
I don't
Play
have
it.
it. I don't
Oh,
have
okay.
it. But I read it.
Why are you telling him to do that? I
Because-
don't like that song.
I love that song.
It's such a good song.
And you know why I love it? Because it is the Noah neutralizer. He can be as mad about anything in the world, usually about us not letting him keep our cell phones. He can be furious, but as soon as it goes ping pong, doo doo doo, and then the song comes on, oh my God, he forgot what he was mad about, and he's caught up with those two little kids and the sharks. It's amazing.
Your kid has ADHD.
No, it's not that he's distracted. He's just it's
Mike,
like
why don't you let the doctor say that, all right?
Yeah, that's not what your wife said.
Just because you're married to a doctor.
Done.
In a doctor's
Easily
point of view, not in a burn point of view. His wife is literally Noah's doctor. That wasn't meant as a burn. I realized when I was like, well, that's not what your wife said. That sounded bad. I mean, literally, she is Noah's doctor.
I don't think you can diagnose that at 1 year old. I'm no doctor, but I sleep with one every night.
Oh.
Most nights. We're in Oxnard and stuff. And I don't get to sleep with her those nights.
Technically correct.
Are you talking about like real sleeping?
Yeah. Every night, 100%. Every night we do sleep.
Okay.
From the 806 Summer Girls by LFO.
That song stinks.
That song does stink. And you like
I'm not
it.
sure how it goes.
They love it.
I did see Tub Thumping from Chumbawamba.
Oh, I love that song.
A lot of people hate that song.
I get knocked down,
Oh, yeah.
but I get up again.
Oh, I got in trouble for that one.
Why?
Well, because
Are you talking
I was
about
in
Tony
college
Romo?
with Sue, and we were in Austin. We were visiting for the UT. Little Ricky took out Big Ricky in that game. Little Ricky Williams from Duncanville had a much better game than Big Ricky at UT, and they won, and we were celebrating a lot by drinking a lot, and they were trying to get me to go to sleep, and I decided to keep getting up and sing that song, and I was not maybe the most entertaining person, but I thought I was entertaining.
That
Please
sounds
go to bed.
entertaining.
You know about that song, Kevin? In high school, our quarterback was announced at the pep rally, and they played that song, and I was just like, "Dang it, dude, that is not cool."
Because you're the offensive lineman getting.
I was the
knocked
tight
down.
end. I was trying to go out for passes.
He's gonna get sacked.
That was your issue. They said, "Corey, you're supposed to be blocking."
From the
Pick up the defensive end before you run their
protection here.
From the 817, a song that people really make fun of that you love is "I'm Too Sexy" by Right Said Fred. That's a good one.
This can't be true from the 469 Ace of Base. I think they're just picking songs now. Nobody likes "I Saw the Sign."
Love it.
My wife likes "I Saw the Sign."
The
I'm
sign
with
says
ya.
stop.
I appreciate the fact that
Is it red and octagonal?
you know how Evanescence turned what seemed like three different songs into one song? Ace of Base turned what is for sure one song, and they made three different versions of it. They're like, "No, I saw the sign, and she's having a baby," and you're like, "This is the exact same song." So good for them.
All that you want
For
is
getting
another
able to pull
baby.
that off. I don't know if this counts, but the song that my wife loves that I think people might hate is the Four Non Blonde song, "What's Going On?"
And I said,
It's a hit or miss for me. I could like it some days, and I could say I can't listen to this crap.
Yeah, so I think that would be the vote
From
for
the
her.
From the 469, Mariah Carey is defrosting, guys. It's almost her season.
Oh my gosh.
That song wears you out. You will hear it 400
Yeah.
times during Christmas. Well, actually, it's November to the end of December,
Yeah,
but
it starts in October.
Mariah Carey and Derek Jeter were together.
Oh no.
Nope,
Is he gonna do
I
this
know,
again?
I know. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are any of these teams doomed for disappointment in 2023? Plus, maybe more of Corey. Next, right here on The Fan.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business.
Piece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Josh will take another shotgun snap. Takes the handoff, going to throw it. Looks downfield, fires downfield, looking for Diggs inside the 5. Dives for it, makes the catch, and it is caught. Touchdown Buffalo. Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Will it be the Buffalo Bills? We'll talk about them in just 1 second as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, are any of these teams doomed for disappointment? Now, I can define disappointment for you if you like. Let's start with the New York Jets. Are they doomed to not make at least the divisional round of the playoffs?
All right, so let me tell you something. That stupid show, which my son likes.
Has it got you hyped?
It's got me believing in the Jets a little bit, and it shouldn't, right? They're promoting the team as positively as possible. They don't go, boy, this isn't working out, but I can see where Aaron Rodgers blows up that thing. Brett Favre did it a couple decades ago. I guess less than that, maybe just a decade ago, but I think they're going to make the playoffs. And in a weird way, isn't that a huge accomplishment for the Jets?
I hear what you're saying. I don't think so because of all the hype that's been put behind Aaron Rodgers. I think if they make it to the playoffs, I would think that's a big deal. If the Jets make it to the playoffs and lose in the wild card round, I think that is unquestionably a disappointing season. But y'all could think I'm off about that.
I think if they don't make the playoffs, I guess I wouldn't say successful.
Okay.
I'd be like, all right, that's all right.
Yeah, making the playoffs, making the playoffs, I think would be significant for them because they were literally a guy who knew how to run an offense away. Like the rest of the team is pretty good. They should be in that contention. You know how sometimes people say Cleveland going to Cleveland?
Sure.
And when I say people, I mean Colby Sapp.
Right.
That's
right about
that's where like I think that a lot of people just don't believe that the Jets, because the Jets will Jets. They've always done that. So, but it is a little bit different with the people that are there right now that have the skins on the wall that they do have.
Now I'm going to jump ahead to Buffalo. I'll tell you the expectation. You tell me if you think I'm off base. The Buffalo Bill fan base will be disappointed with anything short of a trip to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I think so too. But that being said, I'm not sure if they make the playoffs.
Wow. Which would be pretty shocking.
What are you doing right now, Mike? How do they not make the playoffs? They're too good.
He believes in the
I
Jets.
think that, well, not that I super believe in the Jets. I do think the Dolphins are a good team too.
Agreed.
And it seems like they're fighting with each other. It seems like they're trying to keep things behind closed doors, but it keeps leaking out. And so I don't think they like each other. And hey, there's been teams that hated each other. From my dad's perspective, the Oakland Athletics all hated each other in the 70s, and they won 3 back-to-back World Series. They three-peated. So it can happen where you don't really like your teammates that much in that moment, in that time, and you still win. But I don't know. This is to me a make or break year for Buffalo. They either winning it all is tough. They either make it to the AFC Championship game and put themselves back into the hey, they really are one of the best teams, or they have to somewhat blow it up, keep Josh Allen, and blow up everything around him.
I agree with Choppy that their window for being a dynasty is gone. I don't like this group is no longer able to be that. Josh Allen needed to do it quicker
because they didn't win either of those games against the Chiefs.
But I think that they are, as long as they keep a semblance of this around, they'll be competitive into the playoffs. But teams do rise up like the Jets.
And that's what I'm curious about is in 2020, they lost to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. But there were no doubt knocking on the door. And then the next year, they lost that overtime game that made the NFL change the overtime system. And then last year, they got smoked, if I remember, in the divisional round by the Bengals. So
in a very weird weather game, like that was a dumb game, you know. Like, and that being said, the Bengals did win. Like they were out there playing in the same conditions too. But I would probably say that I'd love to see that again. But the other thing, though,
honestly, they got a favorable matchup because they didn't get the loss that they were about to have because of the DeMar Hamlin situation.
I do wonder this. Buffalo's doomed from the 214. Allen is on the Madden cover this year. The curse is real.
Oh yeah.
My only question is, what does this team look like without Josh Allen? How much of the weight does he pull for the team versus this team around him is that good? So I am curious to know that.
I think that's a good question. Now I'm going to lump these two teams together because they're not perpetual stars in the NFL. The Detroit Lions and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do both of them have to win a playoff game, or is Detroit just being in the playoff game the victor? Being in the playoffs the victory?
I don't think that Trevor Lawrence has to win a playoff game yet,
even though he did.
But if he yeah, because I mean,
I'm just asking.
I think
if he won a playoff game, I mean, how many more would he have to win to catch up to Dak's record of playoff victories?
0, Mike. I got it.
But
really?
if he was
what
able
about
to
Romo?
If he was able to guide them to a 13-win season, 13-win season and lose the playoffs, because playoffs, a lot of it is what's your matchup. You know, like is that a good matchup for you or not? A lot of times that's what it is. But I think if he was to guide them to a 13-win season and lose in the first round, people would be like, dang, that was awesome, though. Like Jacksonville, you think that people would freak out? Trevor Lawrence still has plenty of time to grow in this thing.
I do think because most likely there's only going to be one team out of that South, and it will be Jacksonville. That means they will have a home game against a wild card team. I think if they lose, then he will take a lot of heat for losing a home game.
Okay.
Now,
as far as Detroit goes,
Detroit just making it, right?
Yeah, like that. Come on.
I mean, they've won one playoff game in I think 150 years, and it was against the Cowboys in 1991.
All right, then the San Francisco 49ers. Is it NFC Championship game or bust? Is it Super Bowl or bust?
They got to get to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's a lot on Brock Purdy. When you guys, were taking free vacation time on Monday, I said, isn't there a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy?
There is.
I mean, they have given him a team that's like, dude, this team should win it all. Make sure you win it all. That's a lot to ask for a guy who started 7 regular season games, if I have that right. And obviously he started playoff games and got hurt against Philadelphia. But that's a lot on his platter to be like, here's the Super Bowl champs. Just lead them there.
We've talked plenty about the show Quarterback, which I thought was very good.
I have Netflix.
Okay, it's back, so you can check it out.
Yeah, I haven't yet. I'm doing a lot of Rangers stuff right now, which has been really fun.
Yeah, I don't think that is
it
probably
has been
accurate.
fun. I just want them to compete.
We'll get to that at 12:20, how not fun it's been. But Peyton Manning said yesterday, he goes, yeah, I just had 3 more turn me down for doing season 2 of Quarterbacks. So I'm kind of having to swallow my pride a little bit here. But the thing that he said that I love is some guys think it's going to be a distraction. And I told them, look at Mahomes. So if you do the show, I guarantee you'll win the Super Bowl. Which I think is just a funny way of, I mean, Mahomes is Mahomes. But I think that is a great selling point is, hey, one of the guys that did the show, they made it to the Super Bowl. One of the other guys had the best season of his career.
Here's who I would love to see on it, Lamar Jackson.
Oh, my God, yes.
I think in a way he needs a little bit of a publicity boost. And in a positive way that he is a good guy. He is a good teammate. He does lead that team. I feel like there's a lot of negative things around Lamar Jackson for him winning pretty much 10-plus games every year, for having an MVP. It's like, it's a fake MVP. I don't know. I feel like he would be a really fun guy to have. In a way, Dak. I think Dak is great at being fake, and he needs to be fake. But what if you got a Netflix deal where you saw a little bit more of the real person of Dak Prescott?
Mm-hmm.
That is,
and that's what Dak doesn't want.
Yeah,
because he says it gets too personal. Yeah, but that, I think I would really be fast. I think people would like him even more. I really do. I think people would like Dak. Just the things that I have heard, I think people would like him a lot more.
The other one is the old man in the room. I would wonder how fun it could be with Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford's a good one. I would oddly be kind of interested in Deshaun Watson just to see what kind of like stuff he deals with on a day-to-day basis. Does everything that happened never come up? Does he go places and people are like, you're trash? Or I would be interested in that aspect.
I mean, just think of the video game coverage you could get from Kyler Murray right now.
This new map is awesome. All right, I got a couple of more potential scheduling notes for you. Did you see the Manning cast schedule? Do you care since there's no Cowboys games on it?
I saw a schedule, but it was at the end of the video, and I didn't care what the schedule said. It was
because there was like 15 million famous people in there.
Fantastic. That
Absolutely,
was
it
brilliant
was.
writing. It was great that they got all those people to be involved in it, and somehow I thought it was awesome.
If you're looking for entertainment, week 1, they do have Bills and the Jets. So that feels like a pretty high-profile game.
I like when they don't have guests on.
So you don't want them to pick up the third host
I
that
want
was
them
rumored?
to talk about the game. I want them to break down what they saw from especially the quarterback position or what they think is about to happen. I get
instead of interviewing some
when they
guy.
have on, I don't know, I'm sorry, they'll have on some political figure who doesn't watch football.
No,
and it's just, I get it. I get how popular that person is, and I just sometimes or they have on The Rock.
Yeah.
And they're talking about his Under Armour gear or something. I get it. I get what they're doing, but to me, I guess I don't know if I want to watch a football game when they're not really ever talking about football.
I Mike, one of the things, this is something we
Like when
learned.
they had on Brett Favre. How's the game going? I haven't been watching.
And I hate that. I really do. But one of the things that we learned was when you have guests on, bring them into your show, right?
Yes.
Make them part of
Agreed.
that. And so, like, that is part of if you're going to have a political figure, they got to have some rooting interest or something, right? But I love when they have a Steve Young on. And now they're talking about quarterbacking with Steve Young.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys running back room. Do you have confidence in Dowdle, and how long till Deuce gets playing time? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about the Cowboys running room. Because
200 yards a game.
I hope that is the case.
That'd be awesome.
Is because Corey, you brought it up. It does feel like a bit of an odd running back room in terms of the first string guy is coming off an injury, and this might be potentially his first full season to shine. Running back 2 feels like a complete and utter afterthought because everybody is excited about running back 3 in Deuce Vaughn.
Mm-hmm.
And so, honestly, like, hopefully if you're listening to the stationary Cowboys fan, you knew it. But otherwise, how many people knew that Rico Dowdle was the backup running back? And what can you tell me interesting about Rico Dowdle?
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't really know what.
Almost the same name as one of our board ops.
Rigo?
Just missing one letter.
You know his last name's not Dowdle, though, right?
Suave.
Nope, that is not his last name either, Mike.
Mendez?
Ooh, Mendoza. That is closer than I would have guessed you got.
Rico Dowdle is
a running back.
He's been injury prone, and that's kind of been a little bit of a problem, but he is a tough runner. And I think like that was one of the things that he showed he could be a good receiver out of the backfield, but he also was good in short yardage. Now, here's what I want to try to make clear as possible in the way the Cowboys see him right now, okay? And this is, Reggie, this has nothing to do with what you saw at Kansas State.
I'm already offended, by the way.
I haven't even said anything, and this isn't my opinion. But the Cowboys see him right now is they have like completely different roles. In not like Pollard and Dowdle have similar roles in that both of them are expected to manage short yardage and pass blocking and a lot of the other things. Deuce Vaughn this year is not going to be expected to do a lot of those things. Like when it comes to short yardage, I would not expect to see him in as the short yardage back. Not yet. And this, I say, Mike, in a year or two, maybe that could be an expectation. But right now, their expectation is short yardage situations, and when it comes to pass protection, that's something that Rico Dowdle can do very well. And so that's the expectation for him from the Cowboys right now. But I am still curious, like the difference between them, the separation between the two running backs. Where is it? Is it an idea of, you know what, one big play and we got to get Deuce Vaughn on the field, or he just can't do what Dowdle does? And I would say it's at this point, he can't do all of those jobs that he can do, but they will try to figure out how to utilize a dude that can be an explosive playmaker. He is not just a dude that you're like, hey, he's a gadget guy. He is an explosive playmaker. Pollard is going to get the lion's share of everything.
Sure.
That's what they're going to put all of that on him. But again, he is coming off injury.
Yep.
So you have to give yourself like the leniency on that. But right now, the Cowboys look at it as our running back 1, we expect him to be on the field. We're paying that dude. We expect him to be on the field. Our RB2, you'll see him in the typical third down situations where either we're getting short yardage stuff out of him or pass pro, and that's what they expect. Deuce will have a place at some point. And I know fans, Kevin, are going to be like, if something goes wrong, what's the first thing? Put Trey Lance out there. Oh, no,
yeah.
I mean Deuce Vaughn.
That's probably going to happen, too.
I'm dead serious about this. I'm not making a joke. After a few weeks, if the Cowboys are struggling in 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 1 situation, I feel like 3rd and 2 is like automatic pass, but if they're struggling in what you're talking about, short yardage situations, how quickly do you go in these situations, 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2, we are bringing in Trey Lance to run some sort of read option run.
See,
that we are going to make the quarterback and the running back a running option to make it more difficult on. Now,
are you saying that Dak can't do that?
I think he can, but maybe not as good as Trey Lance can.
Do you think he can?
Yeah, no, I think he can, but I understand Mike's logic about perhaps that's a better option.
Okay.
You also don't put him in a hurt situation. Like if Trey Lance gets hurt, nothing against Trey Lance. If Trey Lance gets hurt, so what? if Dak gets hurt, that puts you in a very difficult situation. We saw that you're able to overcome that last year for 5 games, but if Dak were to hurt part of his lower half and then have to miss the rest of the season, you probably wouldn't feel as good about your chances.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think this is a point where with Dak where I think running the ball is important. I'm not asking him to go out there and be Lamar Jackson, but I do think that whenever it's time to go ahead and get you that 4 yards, or whatever, or maybe run to the out of bounds marker for a first down.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That is just look at how many times that destroys people on third down when a quarterback gets that yardage that you're like, dadgummit, we had it covered perfectly. And the quarterback Aaron Rodgers has done that to us for years, where he gets that extra possession because he was able to get out of bounds.
As opposed to what I feel like usually happens is I'm going to try to make something happen. I'm like, do you know how huge it would be to get to that stick?
Eyes get big. Eyes get real big whenever you see wide open space downfield and then you realize you're slower than the guys that you're running away from.
Yes.
But trying to get out of bounds is all I need Dak Prescott to do. And it seems like he's always like, no, I need to go pick up 20 yards. You're like, no, dude, just get out of bounds and get the next play going.
The Dixie Chicks wrote a song about Dak in wide open spaces.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know
mistake.
Then they had to get revenge on him because he was not treating that one gal right.
That was
good.
Earl had
Earl.
to die. Yeah. From the 469, I like what y'all are saying about Lance, but do you see the Cowboys doing anything like that, Mike?
I don't, because I think that it will bring into the conversation should Trey Lance be the quarterback, and I do think Mike McCarthy is smart enough to know if I start doing that, like even if they have a conversation in the room, which they should, do I want to bring that conversation? What if Trey Lance is good at it? That's the scary part, is what if we bring him in on 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1 situations to get the first down that we don't believe Dak can get by running this type of option play. Then the conversation does become, we would ask the question, hey, if Trey Lance is really good at this, what if he's always a threat?
Yeah.
Can he make these passes? I want to see if he can make these passes.
That's why Anthony Wright took over, right? Because people, Kevin, people love the backup quarterback, and when they don't like the starter, they're just like, give me. They're just like the bullpen. What else can we throw out there right now? You know, whenever you don't like something, you're just like, what else can we throw out there right now?
And from the 469. The only people talking about Trey Lance playing is you dummies.
Okay.
You, first of all,
hey, you dumbass, go watch national television.
All we said was, Mike suggested was the potential of him running some option stuff.
That's it. In
short
a specialty situation. I don't know if you're confusing us with other shows, but we don't ever talk about that with seriousness. Then
Broadus just texted, by the way, and said he'd have to be the backup to play.
You are so wrong about. We're not talking about it, but if we were, you're so wrong about that. Everybody talks about that. We get texts about that, even in other segments, all of the time.
NFL
media,
Network and
national,
ESPN have lived off of this trade for a week. They've literally, they're eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner off of Trey Lance being on the Cowboys. Do you believe, if you listen to us, moron, have you noticed that we've been living off of the Trey Lance trade since it's happened?
Mike, it could be a new listener, so let's give them a little grace. Maybe it's a new listener that just now found you, and they're like, Mike was my favorite until he called me a moron.
That's fine. I'm either your favorite or your least favorite. I'm okay
I
with that.
can definitely see that.
I'm pretty consistent number 2.
But
all right,
no.
so hey, this other part though is pretty interesting. What did y'all think from the 945? Rico Dowdle reminds me of a slightly faster Marion Barber.
Okay. Oh.
I thought he was very physical in the preseason games whenever he needed to be.
Marion Barber but he was different, closer to Marshawn Lynch in his prime, and so to say Rico Dowdle is because Marion Barber wasn't Marshawn Lynch, but it wasn't when he was in his prime. It wasn't far behind how physical he was and kind of the style they ran at. So I think that's a lot to kind of put on Rico Dowdle if you're saying that he's close to what Marion Barber was in his prime.
But the thing that would be interesting with that in mind, though, is I would like to see them mix it up, right? Is I would like to see maybe you throw out a series where all of a sudden Pollard's a receiver and Dowdle's your lead back. Or you bring in Deuce Vaughn for a series, not to just run some wacky play or whatever, because that was the issue that I always had with the jet sweep. Is any time, and they didn't just do it with one player, it felt like it was 2 or 3 over the years. As soon as that player came into the game, you're like, oh, that's a jet sweep. And it worked once, and then it failed a whole lot. Is I would love to see some versatility. If you do think that about Dowdle, give him a series to run by himself, or give him a series with Pollard or Vaughn featured in a different way. I would love to see that level of versatility. And the Cowboys fan in me thinks not likely, but switching up the play caller, maybe that's where you see a difference.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and Mike, when I was talking about that comparison to Barber, it's more like, okay, what running style do you see that you're trying to compare him to? And yes, Marion Barber had a lot of success here because when he was physical, whenever you could see nobody wanted to tackle that dude. He had the ability to shake tackles. He had the ability to stiff arm. He had a lot in his toolbox. We don't know what Rico Dowdle really has in his toolbox. And quite honestly, would love to not find out. If Tony Pollard's having a good enough season, the Cowboys are rolling, you got a backup that's in there, rotationally, but it's not the similar rotation of Pollard and Zeke last year. It's, hey, we got one lead back, and then this guy comes in to spell it occasionally, and he does his job well.
Do I have my timeline right? He shared with Felix Jones, then he shared with Julio Jones, or he shared with Julio Jones, then Felix Jones? Marion Barber?
I don't.
Julio Jones is a receiver.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
For the Falcons.
I was really
Felix
confused.
Jones, Julius
yes.
Jones.
Yes, Julius Jones. Notre Dame. Julius Jones, Notre Dame. Felix Jones, Arkansas.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I don't think it was quite the same share as it was with Julius Jones later on.
Yeah.
But I do believe.
Sorry, that really threw me off. I thought, did I just miss an era of football right there? I was really, really confused.
If they would have ever won anything, I'd remember their dumb names.
That is so rude.
They're great names. Sorry.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
All the
The
losing
Fan.
runs together for 27 years.
Hey, what a segue. Coming up next, with the Rangers now out of the playoffs. Do you wish this season would just end already? 877-881-1053.
Cowboys?
Plus, no, the Rangers.
Oh.
Plus, an amazing quote from Sean Payton. Next, right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
brought to you by Ciroc, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
One on with 2 men out. Kennedy's pitch is hit deep out into right center field. This one sailing toward the bullpen, and it is gone. Back to the Rangers bullpen. Home run for Yordan Alvarez, his 24th of the year, and the beat goes on for Houston. It's 14-1.
The sadness in that call from Hicksy is everything that it needed to be. All right,
Good song reference, though.
Yes,
I was hanging out with that crew.
We got.
I was there. I was in the box.
And I'm sad for you as well. We got a lot to get to here. Is our Rangers question? It's for most of the season. It's been super fun. The Rangers are now out of the playoffs at this moment. Do you wish the season would just end? But first, I take you to the Corey Majors news desk for news.
The season is not over. Back to you, Kevin.
Breaking news.
Oh, Brian Burns is officially in uniform for practice for the Carolina Panthers right now.
So they can be less bad.
And Kevin, so we don't have to worry about their fan base, as you said yesterday.
I'm not sure I could name 5 players on the Carolina Panthers.
I hope you can get at least one more.
Bryce Young.
There you go. That's what I was hoping for.
Steve Smith.
By the way, it doesn't sound great for Chris Jones. He was at a Kansas City Children's Hospital today. Smart. And he said, look, I could play right now. Hopefully we work it out.
Mm-hmm.
Because their game is tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
And
Hopefully they can
still
work it out.
haven't figured it out. But I like the PR if he's like, hey, I could play right now if I needed to.
Let's go.
And then I take you to the motivational stylings of Sean Payton. I really wanted to get to this in Gridiron. Peyton runs the program, right?
Oh, yeah. Every morning for Sean and RJ.
Yes. I love that he showed a video of a 2022 Ford Bronco driving off a cliff.
Yes.
Now, some people have interpreted that as that's what happened in the season. Other people have said that that's a metaphor to let you know that that season is over. And while you did that last season, that season is over. But then he singled out Russell Wilson.
Yes.
And he said you needed to focus less on Russell Wilson Incorporated, the business. Quote, will you stop effing kissing all the babies? You're not running for public office.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Is Russell Wilson the white bread of white bread? Like, is he the milk drinker of them all? That he's just he's so plain that he has no personality.
I think white bread is way better than wheat bread, but it's not better for you.
All right.
So do you think?
Go back to the milk drinker analogy then, Mike. What about that? Do you love milk?
By itself, not the best.
Okay.
Like if somebody said, here's a glass of milk, I'd be like, where's the cookie?
Yeah, or give me some chocolate syrup. The idea on, what was it, Rick Carlisle said that about Deshaun Stevenson back in the day. He was like, you can't have a whole team of milk drinkers.
Yeah.
You got to have an edge about you in some way. And Russell Wilson doesn't. And I read up on this theory on him that he abides by neutral thinking. So he does not let negative or positive things affect the way he approaches things. And so I understand what Sean Payton is saying about Russell Wilson is, dude, you are like straight down the middle on everything. And you got to pick a side here a little bit because these guys need your attitude. They're going to follow you. You got to give them something to work with.
Yeah, this is probably fair from the 817. You said something about driving off a cliff, and I knew this was a Rangers segment. All right, that is a fair but hurtful point. I want to take you to cut number 5 from yesterday. When you asked this question, I thought, well, he'll give the PC answer. But Corey asks, have you ever experienced a funk like this, and was there a way out? It went in a direction I did not anticipate.
Not quite like this, to be honest, where, it's kind of started early in the season, as you know, when we had to start making adjustments when Johnny Hernandez was struggling. Leclerc lost some confidence there, and it's been ongoing. And, usually if you have a set closer that's staying, he's staying hot, staying consistent, then you can build from there and kind of piece it together. I haven't quite had that like I think we can, and hey, I know we're running out of time, but we still believe we have guys that can do the job down there, and we got to try to help these guys, be the best version of themselves because we need them.
So
as I've said, it's not like we're looking at these starters to go 9, but I think we have the guys that can do it. I really believe it's going to get better.
Now, that right there was the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Thank you very much to them for that.
Made with French grapes.
So when it comes to Bruce Bochy, obviously he doesn't have a history of the Texas Rangers, a recent history of the Texas Rangers, first year to manage. And I don't think Chris Young knows this history, really, because he was playing for the Kansas City Royals at the time, and maybe even a few other teams that I'm forgetting in, like from about 2011 to 2017 or whatever. The last closer the Rangers had was Joe Nathan. That was 2012, 2013. That's literally the last closer they had that they could rely on and depend on. Everybody else has failed at this job. Nobody has started as the closer and finished as a closer in a season since Joe Nathan. It's been a decade. And that's the tough thing about this is what Bochy's saying is, yeah, you're right. I mean, he is right. You started off with Leclerc, and you just kept passing it. And, obviously you thought you had it with Will Smith and you've passed it to Aroldis Chapman. And now you're kind of questioning if Aroldis Chapman can close out these games if you need to. So in the history of the Rangers for 10 years now, you haven't had a closer.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that changes in 2024.
There were some times you didn't need one, yeah, for sure. You're right.
Well, yeah, because you're losing a lot.
You stunk so much, but you need one right
even
now.
in that
What
situation,
an odd counterpoint.
Even in that situation, you had to change the closer because they weren't good enough to hold the job.
And from the 561, I love the Rangers, but it feels like this, man. My active interest in the Rangers is diminishing by the daily ass kickings. And so that's the thing. In their last 18 games, they're 4-14, and they've been outscored in the last 2 days by the Astros 27-7. So another fan texter asked the question, if they could go 500 the rest of the way, could they make the playoffs? I'm not sure about that because they're already out of the playoffs right now. That would put them at 88-74. But the other thing is, at this moment, there's nothing that has led me to believe that the Rangers could go 500 the rest of the way.
They have to win tonight, or I think that it will be very tough to be nice. I'm going to say this nicely. It'll be very tough to catch the Houston Astros if you lose today.
I think they just meant the playoffs in general.
I understand.
But I hear you.
But you have to, right now, overtake either Houston, Seattle, or Toronto. Those are your 3 options. And if you lose to Houston and they take a 3.5 game lead on you because you can't tie them, so you have to, it's really like a 3.5 game lead, not a 3 game lead. I think you put yourself in a position where you look at Houston and go, all right, we're probably not going to catch them. We have to hope for a Houston collapse to catch them. So then you just start moving to Toronto and Seattle. Now, the good thing is you do play Seattle 7 times out of your last 10 games, but you might be to the point, if you don't start playing better starting tonight, you might have to look at that Seattle 7-game series and go, we have to win 6 out of 7 and we have to sweep the Angels. So we have to win 9 out of our last 10 games.
It's an astonishing...
And I don't want to be in that situation.
No, not at all. It's an astonishing turn of events for a team that was in first place in their division 147 of the first 148 days of the season.
Yeah.
And now last night, I think, was the first time that I just wished the season was over because it was just an unrelenting beatdown.
I'm going to give you something positive to think about. And it doesn't mean it will happen because the Rangers have to win. If the Rangers play 500 the rest of the way, I will say they have a chance. And here's why. I'm going to give you Toronto's schedule. And you can't rely on them losing, but this is relying on just Toronto losing and you not really winning. Is they take on Oakland today at 2:30. Unfortunately, they will probably win that game. It's Oakland. That's why you have to sweep Oakland on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because most likely Toronto's about to sweep Oakland here. Then they play Kansas City at home. That's a very easy series. They should win that series, if not sweep. Then the rest of the schedule for Toronto, since that's the main team right now you're kind of looking at trying to eliminate. They play Texas for 4. That's you. Then you play Boston for 3. That's a good team.
Yep.
You play at New York. They're not horrible, but they're not good. New York did just sweep Houston at Houston. Then you play at Tampa. Then you play home against New York and home against Tampa. Now, the unfortunate thing is Tampa might not have anything to play for the last 3. They might be getting themselves ready for hosting whoever the other wild card team is. But that's not the easiest schedule. They do not have, after Kansas City, they are playing over 500, over 500, under 500 in New York, well over 500, under 500 in New York again, then over 500 in Tampa. That's not an easy schedule.
Not at all.
Not that the Rangers have an easy schedule either.
It's interesting the variation of responses. Do you kind of wish the season would just end now? From the 817. Ain't nothing over till it's over, and I mean that. Plenty of teams catch fire. I'll keep cheering until it's done. There are a lot of other people who are decidedly less enthusiastic. From the 940, they lose tonight too. They're done. From the 214, might as well look for next year. This year's cooked. And then from the 817, not only is my interest diminished now, I'm not even sold on next year right now. Wow. And then somebody said they wish they would have watched the team more earlier in the year.
It was a blast.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I just want to remember that now.
I think that's made this part harder for Rangers fans. It's made it harder for me as a Rangers fan, is to see this team was legitimately at one point, you can make an argument they were the best team in baseball. And if you thought that was too far to go, they've been a top 5 team in baseball for most of the season. And just to see them not only fall out of the division, but now fall out of potentially even making the playoffs at all, I think that's made it all the sadder that you did see flashes of this team being the best of the best.
Yeah, it's weird because when you hit rock bottom, you usually look around and go, how did this happen? And you make a run of something. You know, you find some sort of energy to get back into something. This is most of us as humans in general. And I'm not sure if they ever really hit rock bottom until last night.
Yeah.
Last night was the lowest I've felt as a Rangers fan, in that I could not look at it after the 3rd inning.
I'm with you.
And
I mean, obviously I had to, but I'm with you that I think most Ranger fans are feeling like this is the bottom of the barrel right now.
I do know.
And they're a half a game out of the playoffs.
I know we've also looked at, there are a lot of guys that are not going to be here next year or are in contract season, in which they should be motivated as hell. But I wonder if a lot of it kind of fell apart somewhere. And some of those guys just don't really care as much. Martin Perez, I don't know how much he cares right now. He's pitching for his future, but he's probably hurt in his soul. Getting moved from, I'm Texas Rangers' best pitcher last year, to, well, now I'm not even on this thing. And I do wonder if any of them are all sitting there going, guys, it's time to rally. And if Boch can't be that guy, or does he have to be that guy? But have they ever hit rock bottom this season? Not until last night, at least.
Right. And this is what I was wondering about doing. I actually pulled up his phone number, decided not to text him.
You're going to text Bochy?
I was going to text Zach Sorensen.
Oh, okay.
Now, he is one of the mental coaches for the Atlanta Braves. And this is where I felt like, I don't know, like he's with another organization. He used to be with the Rangers for a second. That was 2018-19 that he was with the Rangers, I believe. And I was like, I don't know if it's fair to call him and say, hey, can I talk to you about the Rangers on the air? Because he has the Hard 90 podcast. He is a mental coach for major league players, but it's for the Atlanta Braves. And I just thought, man, I'd love to talk to Zach and, hey, what are you doing with the Braves? And, when the Rangers are going through this, and I thought that might not be fair to call somebody who's working for another organization to be like, hey, talk about the Rangers and how you would try to mentally help them through the situation, because I think there's things playing here. I don't care how they played in the first 2 months. I mean, because what if Seattle doesn't care how they played. We're not playing the Seattle of April and May. We're playing the Seattle of September.
Yeah.
Right? And now they were great in August. They are 500-ish, it looks like, recently. So I don't know how they're going to be playing 2 weeks from now when you have these big series supposedly against Seattle. It matters where they're at and where the Rangers are at in that. So it's, you're only a half game out. How do I convince them mentally they're only a half game out? They don't feel like a half game out. I guarantee you the Rangers feel like they're 100 games out right now.
And that's
and yet
what
they
I
are.
feel like, yeah.
They're a few games away. They are winning tonight, and they are sweeping Oakland away from definitely being back in a playoff position. But I don't know how they feel, because they don't feel – when you lose 14 of 18, hey, you remember how you played in April and May? No, I don't. And it doesn't really matter, because we don't look at how the Cowboys play these first 4 weeks of the season. We won't care about that in December.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when Dak did this against the New York Jets? No, who gives a crap? We're playing right now in December, and it doesn't really matter how you played 3 months ago. It matters how you play now. Right now, my buddy Mike Koploff isn't making scouting reports for the Philadelphia Phillies on how the New York Mets were playing in April. He's making reports on how the Mets are playing in September.
I will say this. I do not feel this way at the moment, but I absolutely understand and appreciate people who are just optimistic by nature. And from the 469, KNC, Mad Max is going to get to the Rangers back on track today. We'll stop this before the 2023 season gets deep six. By the way, if you want to go to the game tonight, Verlander and Scherzer, their tickets as cheap as $4.
Where? Front row?
Probably in the upper deck.
Not in the front row.
I'll take them if they're front row. I got meetings today, but
the front row tickets are significantly more
I was
expensive.
surprised there were, now look, there was 33,000 plus tickets sold yesterday. I was surprised that there were empty seats last night. And I'll be honest, because there's so many Astros fans.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, there's 5,000 extra seats here for Astro fans to fill up, because I saw it. The first game, I'm going to guess there's about 20,000 Astro fans. If there's about 40,000 seats there to be sold, it felt like a 50-50 crowd on Monday. So tonight, it is a really cool matchup. It really is.
Yeah.
It stinks the way the Rangers are playing, and today's a 0-0 start. Obviously, the Astros have to feel good, but remember, we were trying to, on Monday, I know you guys decided not to work. You're like, oh, I don't feel like working today. But on Monday, the whole thing was, hey, how do the Rangers carry this momentum of the walk-off? And the Astros, they had to play the Sunday night game on ESPN, and they're getting in a little bit late, and they just got swept by the Yankees at home, and it was like momentum Rangers, devastation Astros. Well, 2 days later, it's like momentum Astros, devastation Rangers. But it is 0-0. Max Scherzer had nothing to do with these first two games. That's the one thing about being a pitcher.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with 80% of the games. I feel the emotions of them, but I'm literally just sitting there eating my fried chicken and drinking beer like the Red Sox did. They're like, oh man, those starting pitchers. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Not that we're drinking beer and eating fried chicken all the time, but
did that concern you a little bit over the weekend or last week whenever Max Scherzer said he didn't want to go any deeper into that game?
Yes.
Because he was feeling some tightness?
Yes.
For sure.
Do you know what the first sign of Tommy John is?
I knew that was what he was going to say.
When your ankle hurts?
Nope.
No, that's Stanek. Man, nothing was even wrong with him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Am I right? Did you guys watch that late in the Astros game? You probably didn't. He was covering
I was
first.
Out after the third.
Yeah,
well, this was the first game where they were.
Oh, okay.
Every second.
Stanek was covering first base, and he hit the base, and it looked like he turned his ankle inside a little bit, and they carried him off in a cart. I thought for sure his ankle was broken. I was like, dude, or something tore in there. And supposedly, I'm not saying he's fine, but I mean, he's a lot better than what it looked like when they were carrying him off in a cart. I'm like, dude,
I thought it was just a cramp when I saw it.
That stinks. Like, he just broke his ankle, I think. But let me just add on to Max Scherzer. I don't think he's going to need Tommy John in the offseason, but it is worrisome. Whenever they talk about the forearm, the first thing about the forearm is the ligament that you have to replace for Tommy John surgery.
The UCL?
Yes, and I'm not suggesting that at all. I want to make that clear before somebody's like, Mike Bassick said this. No, I did not say that about Max Scherzer. But if right now they were to say that Garrett Cole has forearm tightness, I would from afar go, dude, is like, that usually is like a sign of possibly needing Tommy John surgery. Now, Max Scherzer threw a great 6 innings. Hopefully he throws another great 6 innings. But to the point of Max Scherzer, the last start, I can't expect him to go more than 6 innings.
Okay.
If he is struggling with an injury, which he admitted, I have an injury. I'm pitching with an injury. I hope he pitches great, but probably after 6 innings, you're going to need to take him out. And you know what? No excuse, Rangers. You didn't have to pitch in these 2 games because they were somewhat blowouts. I get it was a close game until the 7th inning that happened in game 1, but you haven't had to use Aroldis Chapman, Will Smith, Chris Stratton. Those are your 3 best relievers. So if you get to a situation tonight where you are winning 3-2 because Max Scherzer has pitched you to a victory, I'm repeating myself if you didn't hear me at 10:20, you're healthy enough.
Yep.
If you lose this game, you're just not good enough. And I think this, just to continue this conversation, here's what I've always wondered with Chris Young. I love Chris Young. I've called him a genius on this air multiple times. Chris Young's mentor is John Daniels. Whether you like that or not, that is his mentor. Is John Daniels, in a way, never believed in paying a bullpen, never believed in building a bullpen in the offseason. I'm wondering if this season continues the way it is, whether they make the playoffs or not. This bullpen has been something that Bochy's had to deal with. He's talked about having to deal with it and struggling to figure out who can pitch the 6th, who can pitch the 7th, who can pitch the 8th, and who can pitch the 9th. And it is a revolving door. I'm wondering if Chris Young sees the game differently than John Daniels in the offseason and says, I don't want to give Bruce Bochy a unknown. I want to give him more knowns. Now, sometimes those knowns pitch like crap, and then you have to move on from them too when you thought you had a guy that was going to be a really good setup guy. But it's going to be interesting how Chris Young sees the bullpen in the offseason and just says, I'm just going to throw 8 guys out there, and if we're good at baseball again, I'll try to figure it out in July in trades. Because that was... And hey, for John Daniels, that worked out a few times, right? I mean, he found Mike Adams. He found whether it was Diekman or Dyson. You know, he figured out ways to make a weakness an okay part of their team.
Didn't it feel, though, that you were kind of like a little, I don't know, maybe you weren't over the barrel to try to make that happen and that teams were like, gotcha.
100%.
And now we need an extra whatever to go into that. I just felt like that maybe. I don't know if I'm right about that or not.
No, and it'll just be interesting. Obviously, you can use people like, nothing against Justin Foscue, but Justin Foskew's probably never going to play for the Texas Rangers.
Not that he's a bad player.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there's 20 teams right now that have called up Chris Young on Justin Foscue, who you drafted first round, who's a infielder for the most part, who has no position ever for the Texas Rangers in his life. And they're probably like, you don't have a position for him. I'll give you this reliever. And Chris Young's probably like, no, that reliever isn't good enough. If it was Pittsburgh, they're like, yeah, give me your closer and we'll make a deal. And they're probably like, no, our closer is too good to give for Justin Foscue. So that was the issue probably Chris Young ran into with some of his better prospects is the other teams know they're never going to play. Luis Angel Acuna was never going to play for the Texas Rangers unless there was a major injury to one of your 3 major guys, Seager, Semien, and Josh Young. And they're not planning on that happening, so they're not planning on Luis Angel Acuna ever playing for them, so they turned it into Max Scherzer. Now Justin Foscue is up next. He's never probably going to play for the Texas Rangers, so how do we use him to gain an asset for our current team? Because the one thing that people have told me at the ballpark and on the text line that you read is that next year, what's promised next year for the Rangers? I don't know. Maybe they win 100 games. Maybe they lose 90 games. I'm not planning on them losing 90 games. It looks like they have a good team returning, but they don't have anybody who's ready in the minor leagues to pitch for them. That's the tough part about 2024 is who is supposed to pitch for the Rangers in the minor leagues right now in 2024. In any role.
Yeah. nothing confirmed there.
So you're probably going to have to work really hard in the offseason in free agency and trades to add to your pitching staff.
I do think,
and then the hope that you are, I don't know, 70 and 50 at the time of, I guess that's too many games, but you're 60 and 40 or something when it comes trade time.
I do think the goal is to make sure that Bochy has in the next 3 years gotten everything out of Chris Young that he could. I think that's what Chris Young is, his intention of having Bochy here is, you're the guy. I gotta give you all the pieces though, and maybe he didn't do it this year, but he's got a lot of pieces going forward, but not enough pieces to fill out the rest of it. So he's got a lot of work this offseason to do.
I know I'm bringing an off-air conversation on air, but we're getting ready for crosstalk yesterday, and Dawson asked me about Wyatt Langford. We brought up Wyatt Langford. We gave the update that he's been moved up to Frisco. If you want to go see him play in Frisco, man, hey, go see him play in Frisco. It's awesome that the 4th overall pick in this recent draft is already in AA. But I don't think I'm making clear, I don't know if Dawson's listening right now or not, but I don't think I'm making clear what SEC baseball is. SEC baseball is the best college baseball in the United States of America. And I don't even know if they have college baseball anywhere else. So they're the best college baseball in the world. But that being said, I'm throwing out this number. I could be wrong on this. 95% of players in the SEC will not even play AA baseball. So literally what he did at Florida, he's not even competing against what you'd consider the first time you ever play real baseball. I hate saying that about A-ball. Look, I have a lot of buddies who played A-ball and were pretty good baseball players, really good at college, really good at high school, and never made it to AA. Most people will tell you have not played real baseball until you get to AA. That's why it's tough on Jack Leiter. That's why we wanted to see Kumar Rocker make a jump to high A ball and then possibly to AA to see what he could do in what we consider the first time you ever play real baseball. So I love what Wyatt Langford's doing. It's very exciting. But to maybe go, hey, could Wyatt Langford help right now? Or could Wyatt Langford be a 2024 starting outfielder on opening day? No, he hasn't played real baseball yet. For the first time in his life, he's playing real baseball, where pitchers look like they could pitch in the major leagues. SEC's not real baseball. That's why Jack Leiter is working on his game at real baseball level. AA is the first time you play real baseball. What we're watching on Saturdays now, SEC football, that's AA baseball. SEC football is AA baseball. What you're watching in SEC baseball is more like really good high school football. Duncanville versus DeSoto on October 27th. That is what I would consider SEC football. SEC baseball. So I try to make this clear. You have to draft these guys out of high school. You have to draft these guys out of college. This is why it's so difficult. It would be like drafting sophomores in high school for football. It would be like, all right, take all the kids that are playing in high school football that are 15 or 16 years old, and you're going to draft them right now to your NFL football team. And you better hope you get it right when they turn 20 and 21, 22, that they can play NFL football. It's really difficult. Wyatt Langford wasn't even that highly of a prospect out of high school.
Yeah.
He was not even considered like a dude you should really draft in the first 3 to 5 rounds, but
he stayed home, right? Wasn't he? He went to high school in Florida and was like, I'm playing here.
And after his freshman year at Florida, there started to be signs that this young man could be good at it. In fact, I didn't know he even caught a little bit his freshman year in like summer ball.
Okay.
Because he was trying to find his way.
Well, we got Mitch Garver,
18,
so we're
19
fine.
years old.
We got Mitch Garver and Jonah, Kevin, so we don't need him to do that.
I think people are searching for answers. I listened to Sandler take questions from listeners last night driving home. I think he does a hell of a job on the post-game show. I think Peasley and those guys.
Yeah, absolutely they do.
Chris Blake, they did a great job while they were doing it too. But right now it's back to Sandler, and Sandler's amazing at it, and the fans are frustrated, and they're kind of asking questions about Kumar Rocker. If he was healthy, would he be in the major leagues? And I mean, Jack Leiter is healthy. I'm not saying hell. Maybe try Jack Leiter tomorrow. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe call. I don't think they should, but I wouldn't. If they did, if they called up Jack Leiter to pitch against the Oakland Athletics in relief, I understand why they would be trying Jack Leiter at this point. But I would just say to maybe the, hey, Wyatt Langford situation, like,
Can he pitch?
Give him time in Double-A. It's the first time in his life he's actually playing real baseball. They finally called him up, and not finally, but it's the first time in his life at 21 years old he's playing real baseball.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Where will I be this Sunday to watch the game, the big
house?
game, Kevin? And Lonely Dudes will do anything. Next on the Fan.
September 9th. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. Mike Bassick is now joining us as well as he's getting his lunch
salad
on, getting his salad action in, and I really appreciate that from him. I got
the salad from Trader Joe's. They make really good salads. I would just love for them to go past the Trinity River and say, gosh, there's people that could use a Trader Joe's there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was wondering how far did you have to travel, Mike, to get that salad?
You
from
just
Trader
always
Joe's?
have to go north of the Trinity if you'd like an H-E-B or Central Market or Trader Joe's.
All right.
One day they just might go south of the Trinity.
All right. Well, there you go. That is the Mike Bassick update during the C Block. And Kevin,
did you need a Joe Jonas update?
Is he divorced?
Man, why do people have to lie? They gave a statement together, him and Sophie Turner, after 4 wonderful years of marriage, we have mutually decided to amicably end our marriage. No, you didn't. No, you didn't have 4 wonderful years of marriage, or you would still be married. You could say, hey, we had 4 solid years of marriage. That would be great. Why would you get divorced if everything was wonderful?
What if it was wonderful, but now their schedules are changing and they don't know how to keep, they're like, we don't know how this is going to work. I'm back out on tour. You're starting Game of Thrones 3, and I don't know if that's a real thing.
She is back working, though. She had taken time off to be a mother.
The 4 years was great.
Then that statement is a lie. Then you need to be but she's going back to work and the Jonas Boys don't play that or whatever, and be I had to be the most important person in the relationship.
Did you just turn Joe Jonas into Homie the Clown?
A little bit.
Hold on. The 4 years could have been great, Kevin.
So it was great, but now it's going to be a travel issue, and you're can't do it.
Happens
divorce.
all the time.
We have a kid together. Divorce.
Do they have a kid together?
Yes.
Oh man, poor kid.
You're home for amicable divorce talk. 105.
I'm with Kevin. Stop lying.
Yeah.
Just say
thank you.
We ended up not liking each other.
Okay,
anymore.
hold on.
It was a celebrity marriage from the start, and we really didn't care about each other.
I would even accept perspectives.
What about we had a
change.
great 3.5 years? The last 6 months, we figured that it's not going to work.
Acceptable.
Okay,
Every single day until we signed these divorce papers was great.
No, then why are you there?
Yeah. I'm a selfish person, and I want this person to please me at all times.
Whoa.
And they're not pleasing me at all times anymore, and I'm going to move on to somebody else who thinks that I'm their whole world, and at any point that they don't think I'm their whole world, I'm moving on to the next person.
Mm-hmm.
Acceptable. Or you could be I'm John Harbaugh in the NFL. 4 years is my max. And then I got to move on to the next one.
Nobody wants to work that hard. NFL players don't want to work that hard.
I just don't understand the point of that statement.
I don't like sharing my life with another person.
Fair enough.
Back to you, Corey.
I wanted more from that.
This is
the end.
These are reasons why people get divorced.
All right.
Yeah, or somebody cheated, or there could be a lot of
I don't really love this person.
There.
Speaking of cheating.
Oh, no.
Or what you do whenever you get divorced. You're lonely, right?
Do you remember that guy on the plane who was talking to us about his app where he found out, and he had just got divorced. He's like, man, I want to, what's the kind of used to be known as a slutty app? Come on.
Tinder?
There you go. Thank you. I wanted to say Grinder, but he was trying to show us stuff and it wasn't that. So he is I just got divorced and I got on Tinder. Never met this person in our entire life. He's sitting between Corey and I. And he's just the second we get anything, it's swipe, swipe, swipe. And he goes, man, I've been out on the scene for a year since my divorce. These girls do crazy things. And then he was about to start telling us, and we're like, dude, we have never had a conversation in our life.
Were you married yet?
No, I don't think so.
So this might have been where you were kind of interested in seeing what this app was all about.
No, I was not.
Because I don't have as clear of a memory on this as you do.
It was crazy. We had never talked to that guy before, and he's they do freaky stuff.
I do drink on a plane though, so it always happens. Well, if you get lonely, there's always something you can turn to. Hotbedding. Have you ever heard of hotbedding?
Is that where you run across the fire rocks?
No, I did talk my buddy into doing that once.
How was it?
He burned his feet. He melted his sandals also while he was doing it. So
You're supposed to do it with no shoes.
I know, and he did it with his sandals on, and they melted to his feet.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, that was weird. Why are you marking that, Reggie? That's a
You'll
weird.
hear later. Don't worry about it.
All right, but there is a forward-thinking entrepreneur making bank renting half of her mattress for people who are looking for cheap sleep, dubbing the practice hot bedding. Her name is Monique Jeremiah from Queensland, Australia, and she came up with the idea of hot bedding during the pandemic when her income dried up. Dried up, and she was
income. Gotcha.
Looking for some extra cash. She rents out half of her bed for $631 a month, declaring it the, quote, perfect solution for those feeling lonely and poor. And I don't know if you're poor,
that's
$630 a month is a lot of money to go to be, I don't know. Is that it? Let's say, Kevin, you need a place to sleep. You're a busy man.
It seems like a good
You
deal.
get
That's
up and go
cheaper
work
than
in the
most
morning.
apartment
I'm not
rents.
saying she's giving you shower. She didn't say anything about
Sure.
that. I don't
Sure.
see anything about shower. But at least you have a place to lay your head at night. And it sounds like you can stink too. It does. I don't see any things that say that you can't just you can't just show up and lay down next to her.
I think this is smart, but deep down, is there a hope that some sort of love?
That's it though.
Will develop?
That is it, Kevin.
I'm saying
there is no hanky panky happening
I said
in the
love.
hotbed.
Love, not hanky panky. You see this person,
she's attractive,
and maybe they'll fall in love.
I think for her, no. She's just
Okay.
like, I need help paying rent.
Okay.
And I have this spot next to me. Why not let some dude lay in that spot?
And does it specify if any cuddling is allowed?
Nope.
Not hanky panky.
No.
Okay.
No cuddling is allowed.
Okay.
All that you do, you show up and you lay down next to her.
Okay.
At night. Mike, you talked about this earlier, how you and your wife sleep next to each other every night.
Yes.
Guaranteed no matter what. Something, God
We've
forbid.
I don't think we've ever slept apart from each other because we were mad at each other.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a snoring issue.
All right.
But.
And is that you that snores?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
She tries not to snore.
Do you bump her in the ribs? Do you hit her in the ribs? Do you yell at her?
No, well.
Hey, shut up!
Not that loud.
Okay. All right. Well,
I try. She tries not to snore, and then she's like, well, was it cute? And I'm like, yeah, it was cute.
The
cute snore.
Do you so many questions coming out on the fan text right now that I don't Mike, if something were to happen and now you're alone.
To me?
Yeah. Or no, to in y'all's relationship and now you're alone.
Yeah.
Which some people were suggesting last week you were going to wind up there anyway. But
I hope not.
And how many years have y'all been married now?
23.
23 years.
Getting close to 24.
Every night sleeping next to that woman.
Yeah.
You're used to it.
Love it.
You have a warm body next to you.
Best decision I ever made.
And now you don't.
Oh no.
All right.
Miserable.
Let's put you. Oh, I see. Would you pay $631 a month to lay next to another person?
Nope.
Yeah. It doesn't. Why would people do this? It drives me nuts. Why would people need to lay next to
Sue wants me to get remarried if something happens to her.
Does she have a candidate for you?
I think she might, but I'm like, I don't want to get
Oh,
remarried.
girl from
But
high school.
I don't want her to get. I don't want her to get remarried. I'm not that nice. I'm like, no. I want if you burn me, like as in after I die, ash me up. If I get
cremated.
Yeah, if I get ashed up, I need. She's like, well, where do you want your ashes spread? We've been going over this will thing, and she has where she wants her ashes spread. And I'm like, here's the deal. I don't want my ashes spread. I want it right in our room. So this is still our room. Nobody else is coming in this room. and sleeping next to you. Unless it's one of our kids.
Uh-huh. So there you go. That is.
I don't know what to do with
Mike's
that.
never going to hotbed. Kevin, you and Jess have been together for a year.
Hold on. So you wouldn't
two.
honor her dying wish? I'm sorry, Corey. Her dying wish was for you to find somebody else if the shoe was on the other foot. Would you go find that other person?
Do I want to go find that other person?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I hope you dog.
That's what she asked you to do, though.
She's worried that I'm not going to be able to take care of myself. That's what she's worried about.
We all are.
Fine, then I die.
Oh my gosh.
I probably want to. If she dies, I want to die.
Kevin, I feel like you've been married for 2 years now?
3.
3 years now? I feel like you probably sleep in a different room than Jess. I don't know. I just feel like you're just like,
Not on
no.
a consistent basis, no.
Do you need a hot bedder?
No.
Okay.
I like being by myself.
And you like money? Like you're like, there's no way I'm spending that much
Now,
money.
I could open it up for a hot
Are you
going to
get ashed up because it costs money to bury you?
Man, I wasn't going to before, but you make a compelling argument. It's still weird that you say ashed up. But yeah, no, I would not want to be a hot bedder with somebody.
Ashed up is a pretty funny thing, though.
It is.
I will be at the Old 75 Beer Garden on Sunday for the game, the Dallas versus the New York. I will be there.
Lotioned up.
Old 75 Beer Garden. It is 740 South Central Expressway, so it's right there. I mean, they have awesome little place. It's an awesome little area to be at. If you want to come out and hang out and watch a football game with somebody.
Are you fun to watch a game with?
I am a blast.
I've watched.
I will hot football with you. All right.
What?
It is a warm body to sit next to and watch football
You have to
games.
bring them back to reality.
Yeah, I will hang out and we will drink some cold beers and we will have so many different foods. It's an awesome place. Really, like if you wanted to build the ultimate backyard, that's what this place looks like.
What is it called?
It's the Old 75 Beer Garden, and I cannot wait for Sunday night to
What
get here.
city?
It's in Richardson. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
740 South Central Expressway, right there off of Central Expressway. Looking forward to seeing everybody there on Sunday. Also,
Will there be prizes here?
we'll get to that.
Oh,
I'll let you know. I'll let you know more of that information, Kevin.
okay.
As
I heard
we,
rumblings that it's possible.
I heard that there were rumblings that there was possible to have some awesome stuff there as well.
From the 817, right off the highway. I'm a golf pro in that area. Old 75 is
Boom.
fantastic.
Yes, I'm telling you, I've been over there. It is an awesome place. Like
And
I
the
said,
Cowboys are playing, right?
the Dallas football team is playing. Yes.
7:20.
Yep.
Sunday night.
You can get there earlier. Hell, if you want to get there to watch the entire day, that's fine.
Good point.
Yeah, watch the entire day of football.
Corey Majors sent you.
Yeah, say Corey sent me. He said he'll be here shortly, and then they'll be like, "We know who you're talking about. We'll be there in a minute."
Are you excited about the game?
I am very excited, Mike. I'm ready for this season to start.
The start
now.
of a long journey.
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
The Cowboy season.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, and after the first game, we can always say this: there's a lot of football left.
What if they lose?
They're not going to lose, Mike. They can't. It's
What?
a division opponent.
Here's what I've been thinking. We are so confident. Everybody here at the station, there's not one person here that thinks the Giants are going to win. What if the Giants win?
Dave's isn't going to let that happen.
I'll be very disappointed.
As Dave as he wants to be, he knows that he can't beat the Cowboys.
Eric's going to be very sad if the Cowboys lose. That's what he was showing me.
They have 28 Misting fans. That is awesome. I didn't count all 28, but that's so if you're like, oh, it's gonna be hot. No, it's not. It's gonna be beautiful.
I think you
Weather's
mean
better.
Mystic.
Mystic fans.
By the way, the Cowboys are only 3.5-point favorites in that
See?
game. So,
And we can't kick field goals.
Is that a good thing?
Let this game, after what the Rangers have done to us, and they're
Why?
going to win tonight. I'm going to be optimistic. There are too many Ranger fans that said I wasn't optimistic enough yesterday.
okay.
And I should have been more optimistic about yesterday's game.
So hold on.
I'm going to be optimistic and say the Rangers win tonight, but all the kind of bullpen situations we've had, what if that game comes down to like a 42-yard field goal? Very makeable. The Cowboys make it, they win. They miss it, they lose. And they lose on a 42-yard field goal.
Not gonna happen. But I did want to add this.
It could happen.
Kevin, you know how I'm getting the passports made for the Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yes.
That we're going to be hanging out every Friday Buffalo Wild Wings. Here's what else I'll do. These are little passports that Lucy's going to make so y'all can get them and then be like run around and be like, I have been to every single one of them with you guys. I'm going to do this at Old 75 Beer Garden too, but it's going to be different because I'm there for every Cowboys away game this year.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm going to get one made. I'm going to get these made for all the beers. So if you want to try different beers,
that's a good idea.
you can have your beer passport. Somebody just said, are you going to have this? And I said, no, we're going to be at Old 75 Beer Garden every Cowboys away game. I'll have passports made for you there too.
I'll tell you what, I know we got to go to break.
All ashed up.
Yeah, that's what the Twitch is saying. Tonight it's time to ash up the Astros.
Oh, I like it, Kevin.
That is pretty good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the debut of NFL Power Ranking, the Power Rankings for the 2023 season. Where do you think the Cowboys should be ranked? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
In the shotgun, Brady with a play fake, and he throws it in the end zone, and it is intercepted in the back of the end zone. Picked off by J-Ron Curse on a ball that went a little too high of the target.
That was the clip that made Tom Brady know that he needed to retire. It is the season debut of NFL Power Ranking. The Power Rankings on the Twitch and the YouTube and the Tolos, 877-881-1053. What do you think the Cowboys should be ranked going into the season?
1. Thank you, Mike.
You do
Mike's
not
holding up
think
a
that
1.
you would put them ahead of the Chiefs?
Why wouldn't you?
They're the most popular team. It's all they talk about. No, let's just put them number 1. Let's just have fun and say they're number 1 till they're not.
Well, they're not number 1 now, if that makes a difference. I can give you a whole bunch of different power rankings. Would you rather go NFL?
I'll put them 5.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The Athletic or CBS?
CBS? We used to be CBS.
That is true.
But we're not anymore.
Then we were.
Let's go with the NFL.
Intercom, and now we're Odyssey.
All right, he wants to go NFL. Reggie, you're the tiebreaker. You want us to go off of CBS or the NFL power rankings?
Let's go from the official NFL.
Yeah, they play in the NFL.
That's true.
It's
It makes sense.
Look, if we hate them,
they
we
would
can
have
go
better
to
power
another.
rankings. They know the team's way better.
If we hate the NFL's version, we'll just go to the next one next time.
Okay, that is an interesting philosophy.
Is it still called a CBS Sports Minute on our station?
And it's
I
not
thought
great.
CBS sold all their radio like a decade ago, it feels like.
Hanging around.
They just said, but we want to keep the Sports Minute.
Yeah, clearly that was the star of the
Boomer Esiason,
portfolio.
hey, St. John's played basketball last night. Felipe Lopez and Chris Mullen used to be there with Bill Winnington.
And that's why you should watch. I'm Boomer Esiason. From the 972, Cowboys should be 3 or 4 at worst, all right? You guys have to work this as a team. Who would like to go first?
Mike.
Kansas City.
The Kansas City Chiefs are number 1 in the power rankings. Corey Majors.
Oh, I got to pick number 2?
Yes.
I guess the Eagles, since they lost
You
the
did
Super
it.
Bowl.
You did it.
It's the Cowboys. No, I'm just kidding. It's the Eagles. It is, in fact.
How do you spell Eagles?
Don't care. Who is number 3?
why your kid can't
I know,
read.
because you do that all the time. It is no wonder my kid can't read. He can't even walk yet either.
You refuse to spell out letters.
By the way,
or really words.
Avery didn't finish how he wanted to in his track meet the other day. And
Did you tell him?
and
That's
I
why
said,
you lost.
I said, if you'd have showed up to practice on Friday, you probably would have done better.
Holy moly.
And he was like, you're right.
Oh, you're building character. Look at that.
So there you go.
Number 3 on the power rankings.
I'm going to lean towards San Francisco.
Are we doing this together or separately? Because I chose one, he chose the other.
No,
one.
you're a team, but it's his turn.
Do you want to pick? I'm thinking Cincinnati,
San Francisco.
Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo. San
Those
Francisco
are
sounds
my
like a-
three to choose from. But you can if you want to tell me different, tell me different.
I think. What are you doing right now,
Man,
what's happening to your face?
In both NFL and CBS, I believe there is a shocking ranking of a team in the top 10.
GJETS.
Not necessarily in a good way.
I will say, I think because the AFC team won, that an AFC team should be next.
Okay.
So do you want to pick Cincinnati?
Bills.
Bills, Buffalo then.
Incorrect. The Buffalo Bills
Sorry, Mike.
are 4th. The Cincinnati Bengals are 3rd.
Dang it.
Now,
have they not seen Brock Purdy kill us?
For real.
So this is a dumb power ranking, right?
No, it's good. I think
Cooper
after you get
Cooper
past
Rush beat the
honestly
Bengals.
the first two, because both those teams seem like they can repeat. Then you get into a hodgepodge
You know
of
what?
teams.
I have to apologize. I really do. I started to read the athletic power ranking.
Oh,
instead.
did you go wrong?
So Kansas City is 1. Philadelphia is 2. Who did you say originally for 3?
I said originally San Francisco, but then you made me change
to Buffalo.
Yeah,
That is correct.
Look at you, Mike.
Man, just wait until you see the athletic one. It is drunk out there.
Didn't
That
they
list
fire
is drugs.
everybody?
Yeah,
Drugs is good.
That's well, I don't know if we should mark that or not.
I'm gonna stand by my
All
statement.
right, I don't think you should.
In a way.
Oh my God.
Now,
No to advocating for that. It's up to you.
Advil's good when you have a headache.
Kevin hates penicillin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the drugstore, Kevin?
Yes.
Don't let him in
Did
CVS.
did you ever get those fake cigarettes, the candy cigarettes?
for sure.
And you're like, look, I'm smoking.
I can see why those
Who's
got
number
banned.
4?
Number 4.
Niners.
Correct.
Cincinnati.
Correct.
Oh, hold on. I said the Cowboys would be 5. Dallas.
The Dallas Cowboys are number 6. How confident are you in this selection?
I said they'd be 5.
Yeah.
So if they're not 5, they're 6.
I think this is where Dallas enters the conversation.
So this is your final answer?
Reggie.
Yes.
All right, Reggie said
That
yes.
is correct.
Did Reggie say yes or did he question yes?
I think it was a yes question mark.
Okay.
I was just
Point
responding
is,
to you say my name.
Who do you think they power rank higher, the Jets or the Dolphins?
The Dolphins.
Probably the Dolphins.
Okay, it's the Dolphins. He just answered it.
Oh, okay.
Incorrect.
Well, why would you say that?
Your question was
Yeah,
who
you
would they
answered
power rank higher, the Dolphins or the Jets? The Dolphins are 8, the Jets are 10. The answer I gave you was correct. You didn't
Technically
ask,
correct,
You
which
didn't
is the
ask
best
who's
kind of
number
correct.
7 because number 7 is the Baltimore Ravens. Number 8 is the Dolphins. 9 is the Jags.
Oh, Mike, look at that.
And 10 is the Jets.
Wow.
That's all right. They're disrespecting the Jags to start off the season. That's okay.
Where do they have my Lions?
Not everybody, that is a great question. They're 11. Not everybody is disrespecting the Jags because I want you to hear this one from The Athletic. This is insane.
I don't know what you're doing with your hands.
Dirk 3.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not that high. The Chiefs are 1. The Eagles are 2.
Jags.
Bengals 3. Bills 4. Jags 5.
Number 16, and I'm not talking Steve Pallure.
There was a time when the Jags were not on the list. They were off the list.
Yes, because they were so terrible. But get this. I think it's wilder from here. The Jags are 5. The Ravens are 6. The Cowboys are 7. You notice a team you haven't heard yet.
Niners.
The Jets are 8. The Chargers are 9. The San Francisco 49ers are 10th.
They're not a Purdy fan.
Whose list is that?
The Athletic.
Okay, somebody did text in and said the New York Times bought The Athletic and then closed its own sports room. New York sports writers were the union. The Athletics were not. So is this all the New York sports writers?
Yeah.
Saying, hey, we don't know
Classic.
what to talk about.
Why do they not have the Jets number 1?
Well, because they know
The Jets
better.
are only 8.
They know better.
And if you would have picked CBS, that is where the Cowboys are the lowest. They have them at 10 behind the Cleveland Browns. So I don't know if Derek Holland got involved in this.
Probably so.
Or what. But CBS Sports also has the Jags at 6. So in these power rankings, the Jags are 9, 6, and 5, which is pretty darn high, whereas the Cowboys sit at 6, 7, and 10. So I think all the power rankings pretty much have them between 6 and 10. Do you look at this Cowboys team before we've played any games and think 6 to 10 sounds about right?
Every year, I feel like this is kind of where we put them based on the quarterback. Like we put the quarterback in that range, right? 7 to 11.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. And that feels like, and then people are like, oh, you're a hater, or oh, you love him too much. And I'm like, what? That's where they are. And that's where the rest of the world kind of looks at the Cowboys as, look, man, if everything goes right for them, something special could happen. But they're going to be just good enough to fall on their face at some point. That's the feeling about that. Who are the bottom 5? Did Derek just text you?
Yeah, he just texted us, let's go. All right, the bottom 5, I feel like you should be able to guess the worst team.
Cardinals.
Yes. Next worst team.
It's just funny because once you said The Athletic, it reminded me to cancel my subscription. so I'm canceling my Athletic subscription
just like
right now.
everybody else.
I think the Rams are going to be miserable this year.
The Rams are 3rd worst.
Okay. All right, 3rd worst. Who's 2nd worst behind the
Houston?
Cardinals?
That is correct.
Wow, because you hate their quarterback. Is that what it is?
No, I don't hate him. I think Stroud is potentially good, but I don't think they have an offensive line very good. Their defense, I think, is subpar. I don't know who in the world he's passing to.
So the bottom 5 in the NFL from NFL.com is the Cardinals, Texans, Rams, Colts, and then the Bucs. So those are the worst 5 teams in the league. And you see kind of a variation of that. So like CBS has the Raiders and the Falcons in the bottom 5. That might feel a little harsh for the Falcons. And the Raiders pop up in the Athletic as well. But Texans, Cardinals, they're in the bottom 2 of all of these power rankings.
Well, I think we just won the power rankings, Mike.
And you helped me save $72 a year.
You're welcome.
That's expensive.
That's why they're having trouble. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
He's back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we talked about this in the other crosstalk. Were you locked in on seeing or reading about Luka in the FIBAs? And is it good to know he's still got his regular season form by getting teed up and kicked out?
That's pretty embarrassing. You know, I think for him, it's something he's got to get a hold of. I can't imagine this happening if you're a fan and you're watching Slovenia try to do the unthinkable and get qualified for a medal and all that, and that happens in that moment with, you know, so little time left. The team actually rallied when he went out, so maybe his, you know, complaining to the refs was holding them back or in some way.
Right.
But yeah, could you imagine if that happened in a Mavs like Game 7 elimination situation?
Unfortunately, I think I could.
He has a couple of years to get a handle on this before it's going to be a lost cause, and hopefully he can, because I think it could get in the way of him in all of his NBA goals.
But something even worse happened in the FIBA than what happened to Luka. Did you see the saga of Borisa Simonik?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He had to have a kidney out after an in-game collision last week. Plays for Serbia. I don't even I know people get hurt. What's that?
On the field? On the court?
On the court.
Wow.
Well, no, they didn't
Emergency
take,
kidney
take
replacement.
His kidney out
Breaking
on the
news.
court.
Did
No.
Dr. J come help him?
After what the Bills did to save DeMar Hamlin, all these places now are ready to just perform surgery like on the middle of any field,
Or
anytime,
Doc
anywhere.
Rivers, who showed up to help.
Who would you rather have operating on you? Doc Rivers, knowing he'll get like a bunch of it right and then probably mess it up at the end, or Dr. J?
I would do a great job with that surgery.
Yeah.
Dr. J went to school at Massachusetts, right? I believe.
I believe that is.
Where'd Doc Rivers go to school, please? Did we know this by any chance?
Sorry, I don't know.
I'm just
because Doc Rivers, you'd get to a situation where he's
his
like,
son went to Duke.
The surgery.
Okay, then I want Doc Rivers with his son assisting.
Yes.
Oh, because Doc Rivers would have you in a surgery to where everything's going so well. It'd be like if you were up
And then
like 3-1 in a series or
Yep.
something, and then all of a sudden, because of his own doing, he
He went
would
to
just
Marquette.
Okay,
would sabotage
Marquette.
it.
Okay,
That's a quality school.
That is a quality school. The same school that Chris Farley went to. So yeah, that there could be some value there.
Herbie Hank.
I think Dr. J's hands are too big to work the instruments.
So clog the arteries.
That's fascinating.
So you're saying in the game of operation, he would not be very good.
Mo Cheeks. Mo Cheeks is my guy.
Perfect for palming a basketball.
Yeah.
Not,
Not
great
for
for
having a
tweezers.
scalpel. Yeah.
He
That's
did
what-
have.
that's me
I have
right
a
there.
feeling that I'm on to what Eric's talking about. I think Doc Rivers would leave tools inside of you.
Yeah.
Like it would be a good surgery, and then wait, we have to go back in.
Be like
and-
Michael Thomas. The
Yeah.
body rejects it.
But then a whole bunch of other hospitals would hire him thinking something else was going to happen,
Yeah.
and then the same thing would happen
Yeah.
over and over.
Because he had one successful surgery his
Yeah.
entire career.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Well, the whole point of that was he had to get his kidney out because of a collision on the court, and so it could be worse.
It's like, imagine I want to see the video. I haven't gotten to see video of it. I want to see how hard this elbow was that he took. Because apparently he took the most lethal elbow to the kidney of all time in the history of elbow throws. And that seems crazy to me in the FIBA World Cup.
It's not the velocity of it. It just looks like it hit like right
spot.
where.
Like DeMar Hamlin.
Right, yeah.
DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Because, I mean, no question, the dude turns when he's making a move towards the basket and throws the elbow. But it didn't look like it was at the speed where you're like, that guy's going to get his kidney.
I think Serbia's pretty soft, to be honest with you.
Well, good thing this doesn't happen too often.
I know,
Watch,
right?
Football
watch
and
80s
boxing and-
basketball, Kent Benson, Jabbar.
Okay, look, if we're going to judge all current sports by the toughness of 80s sports,
Yeah,
that's
we
probably
should.
not going to work out
Absolutely
well.
should.
Ronnie Lott's like, cut off my finger.
Yes.
I'll just keep playing.
Des Bryant was thinking the same thing that one time.
That's
he was,
amazing.
He was
2010's pretty tough.
Yeah, I would say.
Wait till 4 o'clock today. We got another football injury. That's going to be like a very impressive, like Iron Man
tease.
kind of deal, like a Ronnie Lott kind of deal.
That is a good tease.
Thank you.
Now, the other question I have for you that's not related to sports whatsoever, because we had some debate about this. Is there a song that gets continually made fun of that you love? Okay.
You guys had. I really enjoyed this. For
we
me,
learned some of the songs people put forward or not.
How about Reggie and Baskey being on the same playlist?
Mhm.
That was exciting.
Yeah,
was
Bobby
exciting.
McFerrin.
And then it's also kind of comforting the way you found out.
He
Like
happy?
you've been-
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of you guys have been
Don't
going through
worry.
your whole lives thinking you like a song that people don't like, and you're like sort of hiding it, and then you realize actually everybody likes this song.
Yes.
That must have been a
Take On
therapeutic
Me.
moment.
Yeah.
I know.
We
Oh,
made
by
I was like,
Aha.
this is a great
Yes.
song.
Yeah.
It's a great song.
I thought
Yeah,
people
the-
made fun of it
the guy
because
that-
of the high note, and people are nobody can hit that. You know?
Take on
I forget her name,
me.
Rebecca something, but she had that Friday song.
Black?
Rebecca Black.
Rebecca Black.
Yeah.
The Friday song. That's a slapper.
Friday. Honestly, it's these darn Jonas Brothers songs, and I know today's a big Jonas day. My girlfriend is heartbroken for Joe,
Okay,
but she dragged me to the concert last week, and now I
Which
can't
Joe?
get him
What's
out of my
going with
head.
Joe?
Do me a favor.
What?
He's getting a divorce. Do me a favor.
Welcome to the club, Joe.
Ask your okay.
You're still playing with a lead over there.
Let's
I
talk
should know
about that
better.
a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know better.
They put out a statement saying that their 4 years together were wonderful.
Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah, I know. Or else, why are you?
Well, they
giving
might have
Why
been
do we lie in
wonderful
the
when they were
media?
apart.
Why do
from
we
each other.
lie? Why do we have
Just
to say
put out
lies?
no statement.
Yeah, yeah.
I hear you on that Jonas Brothers though. That's some pretty good stuff.
They've got some good songs.
I like it. I think
Sucker.
it's baby making music myself. I like Miley Cyrus stuff though.
Yeah.
Party in the
I get in trouble
USA
with
got
that.
sent in so many.
That is an all-time banger.
Good
Lucius'
jam.
favorite song is
Yeah.
"Jay's on My Feet" with Miley.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I like a lot of the old Madonna songs. My sister always had the latest tape in our minivan, and so I know all the songs and I enjoy most of them.
In honor of Madonna, do you ever think there'll be a time later in your life where you'll just develop an accent?
She married Guy Ritchie and went British,
And she's still British.
Yeah. She lives there though, right?
probably.
I hear you, but like,
Quit hating.
that doesn't change the way you talk, does it?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Think about all the
absolutely.
people that come
does.
from
Oh, yeah,
New York
I was
to Texas.
I sit in Wisconsin, bag.
Okay,
bag.
but you don't talk like that all
Neutral
the
ground.
time.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah, you do. You pick it
When
up
you're there.
When you're there, you do.
Yeah.
You pick it up.
So
By the
you
way-
go there and
drop it
get
when you
that.
leave.
You
Yes.
turn into that, and
Yes.
then you leave, and
Yes.
it goes away.
Wait till I move to Jamaica. You'll see.
Okay, man.
We got our bobsled team.
Yeah.
By the way, that song Friday by Rebecca Black. There's a fan theory out there that is about the JFK assassination. So if you want to look that up,
There is no way she was that
She was on the grassy knoll
They say
singing?
the assassination
No way.
was on a Friday. The driver of the car said, "Get down," and got to get down on Friday. And there's more to it. It's a very lengthy fan.
No, you got me.
I mean, this thing is like, here, I'll send you the link right now.
Don't
Came
read
up
it
with that. Was it
sober.
Derek Holland?
Don't read it sober though, or else you'll be like, this is stupid.
Hey, don't get with Holland about this moon landing thing. Holy jeez. I couldn't get away from him. Seriously, I love you, man, but man, I could not get away from that.
He has some fiery opinions.
And the
across
more
board.
fireball he drinks, the more the opinions start.
Yeah, just ask him if the Earth's flat next time.
And I do see some people, okay, this is fascinating. I lived in El Paso for 3 years and my country accent was there and then it totally went away.
There you go.
And then where you live changes the way you talk. I get it in
Yes.
terms of you say y'all or bag or God, but
Curb.
yeah,
New
but
Orleans, curb.
just to adopt that accent at all times seems peculiar to me.
It's not on purpose. It just happens, dude.
I have a
think it
buddy who
is
talks
with her.
Duncanvillian in Duncanville and then talks Highland Parkian in Highland Park.
How does a Duncanvillian talk?
Like a Duncanville guy. Figure it out. If you don't know, you don't know. Are we talking to one, right? Yeah. You didn't change, right?
Stop it. You stop that, Broadus. I hear you doing the right. Oh, all right.
All right. Yeah. It's like you living in Canada, right?
Hey.
Hey?
Hoser.
It's boot time.
All right. Well, then my question remains
Sorry.
valid. Do you think
Sorry.
at some
Sorry,
point you will
okay.
move elsewhere and adopt a totally?
Absolutely.
Okay. What are you thinking?
Probably Hawaii, brah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bruh.
Yeah.
You guys, same.
My buddy moved to Hawaii. He bought like 2 acres on volcano land. There was a massive volcano decades ago. Jungle has grown on top of it. The volcano might destroy everything in his land again. But in the meantime, he's basically like camping in the jungle of Hawaii for a life.
Lives in Pompeii.
Wow. Did he used to
That sounds
GM
badass.
the Mavs?
no, not
I
GM
just-
and Maps. No,
I
it's a
just-
different
guy.
island.
Yeah. Okay.
I've heard nothing
But
but
you
great
can get
things
an
about
acre for
Jamaica.
like 20 grand.
Oprah's
You know?
looking for his
Not a
land
bad
right
retirement
now.
plan.
She's on this Maui thing, by the way. You see how much she owns now?
No.
Of Maui?
Yeah, and like I've seen some people are like she's hiring private firefighters
Yeah.
to protect her house while she's like, you need to give money.
How
and-
dare her.
And people are like, couldn't you take some of those firefighters
Yeah.
and send them elsewhere?
She's got a lot of acreage there.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We have a Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. Whoever joins us will receive the G-Bag bump and go on to great things tonight. So we're standing by for who it
multiple
is.
players on all at once then to help out with
Max
that?
Scherzer's
Which
back with
entire
us tonight.
bullpen,
Yeah.
I mean, it just, I would think Ezekiel Duran. Can we pull that off? I think that would be the biggest.
You could already put Ian Kennedy.
If you could
on,
have any
too.
guy go hit 4 hundo.
All right. I'm
You know,
looking
just
forward
take
to it.
your pick, John Blake. Put him on the show 320.
Who will the G-Bag Nation fix from the Rangers? Roll home with them. We've been the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Make your way back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I already said on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
You didn't say that Australian at all.
Let's ash up those Astros.
Yeah, ash them up.
They are three. From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, at ease. Here he is, Brian Broaddus, as we're sitting here on a Wednesday of Cowboys game week. Krusty's Corners coming up at 2:40. He's taking a look at that opponent for us. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are reunited. Feels so good. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video for us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You can listen to us through the Odyssey app. And also, we're back on TuneIn, one of the greatest radio streaming apps of all time, TuneIn. We are back with them. And that's it's a good little app over there. How you guys doing?
Great. Fantastic. Thanks for the burrito tacos, homemade, Broaddus. Those were delightful. It's good to be back in the saddle. It's a game week. I mean, it's football game week, boys. Are you kidding me? This is the most important practice of the week right now. It's a Wednesday show. This is how we prepare ourselves physically and mentally for these football giants. So get with the freaking program.
Woo! Yeah, I'm very Cowboys enthused and Rangers depressed. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, you know, I think what's happened with the Rangers, if I had to put my finger on it, is their mindset is just wrecked right now, and I think they've lost trust in one another, and that happens when your bullpen is that bad. I think at some point, and we talk about this, when one part of the team is not holding up their end of the bargain, if it continues for long enough, it will destroy morale, and I think that's where we're at. They're trying to rally. They're coming in, they're pros, they're frustrated, they're ticked off. But when your energy has been drained like this, that a bullpen this bad will do to you, or in the NFL a bad defense, or a quarterback that turns the damn ball over all the time, it's hard to remain focused on your job. I think that's where we're at.
It's in every turn you're looking for like some kind of positivity. You know, you thought maybe you had it after the Adolis walk-off the other night, right? You're like, man, this is great. Okay, maybe that's what they needed. That's the jolt. You have a big series against Houston. And on Monday, when we were out there at the ballpark, I'm thinking this is the game. This is the game they're going to get. You got Houston that's flying in. They just played Sunday Night Baseball. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue on their side. They just got swept. Maybe the arrow's pointing up for you and down for them. 2 days later, my gosh, I'm really, really struggling to find some positivity. It is fun to get a Schurz day against Verlander. This one's going to be really exciting out there at the park. And your bullpen's rested, right? You haven't had to use any of those guys.
Okay, here's where I'm at. I think last night did it. And the 682 text, I've been texting for weeks now saying the Rangers are done, and I hope you all can see that now. I feel like they're done. Now, in sports, anything can happen. Yeah. And an unforeseen development could take place. Somebody doing naked pull-ups, you know?
Okay.
Shots of whiskey before games. You know, that would be from the Red Sox playbook, I believe, in 2004. You know, things can happen. You never know. A galvanizing moment, a fight between teammates. You know, a guy in a bullpen gets his butt kicked, and it's therapeutic. Who knows? You know, but for right now, I'm done, man. That did it last night. I mean, losing by 20 runs combined in back-to-back games, that's the sign of the give up. When you're scuffling and dropping in the 10th inning, it's like, oh, man, you're winning a one-run game against the Mets. You're in the thick of things. What happened the last two nights is the sign that they're down for the count. And, you know, they ain't Rocky Balboa. You know, they're not going to keep getting up and up and up. I think it's taken all their strength, and now they're zapped, and there's not enough time left in the regular season. I'm hoping they can be in a wild card series. That's where I'm at, but I'm doubtful on that as well now.
I mean, I think that the division's gone to me. I mean, you've lost the tiebreaker to the Astros. The Astros are doing what they always do around this time of year. They're peaking. They haven't been that juggernaut in the American League. They've suffered through some injuries. Now their guys are healthy. Now they're playing their best baseball, and they're going to get hot going into the postseason. That's the formula. That's why they've been to so many World Series. They've won championships. They've always been a contender the last 6 to 8 years in the American League. And the Rangers now are falling apart. Now, the saving grace is the Mariners are also looking pretty bad right now. There you
go. Yeah.
And then you've got the Blue Jays.
And they're not great.
Yeah. No, they're not. And I can see the Mariners also going downhill like you did, but you're jockeying for position with them, with the Blue Jays. That Blue Jays series, to me, all eyes are on that. Yeah. And you can't blow any games against the A's as well.
No.
So there's no room for error now. I'm now looking away from the AL West and the division. I'm looking just make the wild card right now.
Yeah, I think it's really Gavin, I like what you're saying about things that happen in a locker room, because I've been in those locker rooms before, where one group is holding up their end of the bargain and the others are struggling. And on the outside, you want to say, you know, hey, man, it's okay.
All for one, one for all.
Yeah, put your hands in, let's talk. But on the ride home, you're texting another teammate.
Yeah.
You know, maybe this is a crummy way of doing, but it's human nature. You know, you're kind of sitting there and you're wondering, like, you know, man, we can't catch a break with our bullpen today. We hit 5 homers and we're still losing games. You know, yeah, our clutch hitting hadn't been great but you know, we should have won that game today.
Yeah.
Every time we put one of these guys, and it's just natural. And I think the guys in the bullpen feel it. You know, but I'll say this though,
putting a lot of pressure on them.
Well,
yeah.
Bochy and CY are doing something that I absolutely am okay with. They're moving pieces in and out. If you're not good enough, Glenn Otto, we move you on. You know, Spores, I know you're injured, but there was a possibility Spores could have got moved on. You know, I mean, you're just not sitting there hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Because you do have your locker room is a point. It was a very galvanized locker room. It still might be, but I feel like though that when things start to go bad in one area that's causing you to lose games, that's a big, big weight on the entire team. And I think the Rangers are dealing with that right now.
And then one of the things, a guy who is sort of the most maybe beloved guy, at least what we've discovered since spring training and then through the season, talking to these players every week, is Eovaldi. Eovaldi is sort of the most beloved, like, heartbeat of the team. And it's like, okay, we're waiting for the Eovaldi shot in the arm. We can't wait for this. We've been talking about it, and then we get it, and it's just a bleep show. And then it's like, okay, now, I mean, we're trying to, like, count what are saving graces. Eovaldi's certainly one of those, genuine hope, and then of course, like, Josh Young coming back. But this was a big one, and for him to come in there, unfortunately, and do what he did,
yeah,
it's kind of like it sucks the life right out of you.
I think it's actually worse what happened with Dane Dunning.
Dunning's had 3 bad outings now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, with Eovaldi, you kind of like, okay, it's something. Mike said it earlier on their show. Mike Bassick did, and he was talking about when he did the pregame last night. You know, and his co-host asked, "Well, what do you expect?" And he goes, "I don't know. I just don't know." And I think there's a guy that played baseball for a long time, professional baseball player, and he knows, you know, how hard and how difficult it is. And even Eovaldi after the game was talking about that. You know how he, you know, you just don't know. But to me, yeah, you were maybe expecting a shot in the arm because everything else you've done, every move that they made pre All-Star break came up aces. Every one they made. You know, I even asked a question of CY about bringing guys up from the minor leagues and how they've. You know, it seems like decades ago that they survived Corey Seager being out of the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that's everything they did earlier, pre-All-Star break, worked. And now things that they're trying to maybe use or navigate are not working. That's the issue right now. But I didn't expect Eovaldi, if he, you know, we're 3 innings, you hope for the best. You really do. The thing is, though, that Dane Dunning came in and didn't do. That's the thing to me. That's the really, because Dane Dunning, he has shown you, you know, Dane Dunning's had a good year. The last 3 times out, he hasn't. So that's to me that's the most disappointing thing. Yeah, Eovaldi wasn't good, but Dane Dunning wasn't much better.
All right, what do you want to say about the Rangers? Truckwreck.com fan text. Houston showed us last night they're the best team in our division. I'm hoping for a playoff spot and some kind of a revival at this point, you know, from the 817. A 214, finally somebody that's not a homer is speaking facts on the Rangers. These guys are cooked and have been cooked. Wow.
85% of the year they've been in first place. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. If you're that type of person, you know, sir or ma'am, you know, hey, good for you. But 85% of this season they have been in first place.
Maybe even more than that. Yeah. 817 Rodeo Ron volunteers to go into the bullpen with a bottle of Jim Beam to get their minds right.
Let's go, Ron. We need you, buddy.
Yeah. It's great to hear from you, Ron. It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Did he call into what you drinking, what you thinking?
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. No.
Well, the Rangers have given up 52 runs in their last 6 games. That's a full collapse. You know, now 4-8 on the year to Houston, and the 2 losses last 2 nights by a combined 20 runs. That is a sobering run of play when they're supposed to be snapping back. They look. I watched the A's and Blue Jays last night. Rangers looked worse than Oakland, and I think there is great momentum where if you're on a winning streak, it's like the next game. You know, you're figuring out ways to get it done. Magical things are happening. Everybody believes you're supposed to win because the power of that streak. The opposite is absolutely true, and that's what's happening.
Tonight, you find a way to get a victory somehow, some way.
Sure,
2-1, 1-0, 10-1, whatever. Find a way to get a win. Then put those wins together, with the A's, and then go to Toronto with some momentum. This team is dying for some momentum right now. And you're right, Zach, with the whole thing with the home run, with the way that they beat the Twins on the walk-off. That should have been momentum. But they need to put together 4 or 5 really good games and get everybody feeling at least, okay, we can do this. I don't care it's the A's. A's or Braves, I don't care. They need to put together some wins.
You're right about that. And hopefully, 7 innings from Scherzer tonight and then a day off tomorrow. And then the bullpen could come back somewhat fresh. Okay, we got Cowboys. Big day of practice and news. Broadus has a report on the Giants coming up at 2:40. Really, we're standing by to see if Udoga is going to play there at left guard, right? And we're not going to have the starting 5 offensive line right out of the gates in week 1 is more and more possible.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Gavin, because I think we talked about this yesterday a little bit, that coaches tend to go with the veteran players. And, I think TJ Bass is my 6th best guy right now. I didn't see anything from Udoga that led me to believe that, hey, this guy could be a bridge player, could be an answer. Oh, he could be the swing. He could be the guard tackle. Well, that's what coaches do. They just don't put rookies out there, initially. And I felt like that Bass has kind of earned his way, but I'm just kind of getting the vibe that Udoga is the guy that's, if they had to, if Smith couldn't play, if Tyler Smith couldn't play, that they would lean on Udoga right out of the gates. And as we're going to get into today, because I'm going to do the Giants defense today, offense tomorrow, I'm going to tell you about some guys inside you're going to have to deal with there.
Yeah,
so, that's going to be something that's going to be a little bit. And hopefully Tyler Smith.
Hopefully he's good. Coach McCarthy said he wants Tyler and then hopefully Donovan Wilson to practice by the end of the week, and we don't have to worry about that.
Sam Williams, I think, is the one you have to worry about the most. But we'll see what happens with Tyler Smith. But it looks like to me that Udoga would be that guy.
You're right, though. I mean, like guys like Awesome Richards and TJ Bass, I get it. They're rookies, and they're probably going to take their lumps. There's going to be growing pains.
Do that.
But goodness, every single game in the preseason and every practice for the most part when we were able to see, those guys improved and they got better. Udoga's been in the league. That dude couldn't be a regular starter with the New York Jets. That offensive line is horrific.
You're 100% right. I mean, if a guy's been in the league, he's used to the speed and the aggressiveness and the power that these guys play with, and that's the best he can do. With young players, they are going to continue to grow tremendously the more they're exposed to that competitive environment. The upside on the young players, if it's anywhere close, I'm playing them, because I feel like after 10 games, especially 20 or 30 games, they're going to be significantly better than Udoga. And you got to start investing in that, Get these players up to playing well while they're still on their rookie deals. It can be a tremendous advantage. Micah Parsons going to start a new podcast. Last year he dabbled with going on with Skip Bayless and then rug pulled him. It was hilarious. But in a discussion with People Magazine, he has announced he's going to do a video podcast entitled The Edge with Micah Parsons. I think this is going to be a content goldmine for us because he sounds off on things and always has a unique take. The new show is said to take fans behind the scenes throughout the upcoming NFL seasons, and Parson himself revealed that it will get into everything. So this is on the Bleacher Report athlete-hosted podcast network. And these are interesting. When the podcast thing started, it was popular for players to team up with a broadcaster like Tom Brady and Jim Grace that have been going on for years. That was the template. But now the players are getting comfortable enough in this streaming environment, in this era of content creators, to just go for it themselves. And it's even better, when you take off the restrictions of like a formal broadcast style.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something, though, and you mentioned that we're excited to have, with Zach Martin.
We are.
On tomorrow at 4:30.
I can't wait.
So, yeah.
My doppelganger.
Yeah, so these players are, I love the basketball podcast, by the way. I think these players all getting together and talking, and we've seen the way they've done that.
Draymond's crushing it.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting when you get players talking together. But if Micah's going to go through this on a singular by himself kind of thing, I think there's going to be a lot of subjects that he's going to cover throughout.
It's going to get interesting for sure. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 here on The Fan, and a sports hodgepodge is next, Chief. What do you have in store for us?
We looks like we have some innovation going on right in our backyard, plus a little click it or flick it next right here in the nation.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. G-Bag of the day in 7 minutes. Here's the chief of the Sports Hodgepodge.
Okay, I wasn't here yesterday. Just to clean things up a bit, did we discuss the bubble gut biohazard diarrhea airplane?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Where there was apparently
Pictures
just
are
spreading
awful.
throughout the
Yeah.
plane. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the questions yesterday were probably all like, "What do you mean spreading throughout the plane? Like, what exactly does this mean?" Was this like
the
a
pictures came out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the photos came out, and it was like, "Oh my god!"
It was a crime scene.
I started asking
Yeah.
myself, like, "Wait, is bubble guts like contagious? When one person has it, did everybody in there just start just completely soiling themselves?" It was an insane video and photo and. What a disaster. There's not a worse airplane story in the history of airplane stories.
I could tell you that if the thing that became, I think, probably the issue was once that it hit the floor, that people started throwing up. That would be the reaction, like that,
It
like,
reminded me of the Andre the Giant poo
Yeah.
story, airplane poo story. You guys remember that, right?
I haven't heard it.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, tomorrow we'll do a Throwback Thursday Restroom Revelations featuring Andre and the Giant poo. How's that sound?
It looked like somebody had thrown a grenade in the septic tank.
Yeah.
Like, it just
Yeah.
doesn't seem
It
humanly
exploded.
possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like, is this a murder scene or
Yeah.
what exactly?
This is
And the media is trash, bro. Like, I see the stories and they're looking for witnesses and people that were on the plane. Can you come talk to us? Like, this person is already embarrassed enough. We don't need you sitting like, I was sitting right next to him and I was smelling it the whole time. Like, what do you want from people?
I'm just telling you, man.
That is crazy.
How did he lose containment to such a high degree?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. What is I'm wondering if this is more of a plumbing problem or an individual having no
I think it was
Just
individual.
run into the
control,
bathroom, and then all of a
physical
sudden it's
control.
just projectile.
You
Colostomy bag incident, maybe?
You can't wait. If you're that bubble guts and they're trying to get you to sit down, no. This is
we got bigger problems here.
This is the biggest example of no, ma'am, or sir, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm going to the men's room. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll hit a little restroom revies tomorrow in honor of this. I was telling him it reminds us of the Andre and the Giant poo story. Remember Andre the Giant?
yes.
Remember that story?
Yes,
Insane.
that is
We bring that
epic.
back Throwback Thursday tomorrow. Stat of the day from the college football weekend. It's not prime, even though everything he's doing right now is freaking amazing. Iowa, the Hawkeyes, they scored a opening drive touchdown. Okay, offensively. This was jarring to all of us. And it was Iowa's first opening drive touchdown pass to start a season since 1991. It had been since 1991 that a Hawkeye fan watched their team on the first game of the season drive down the field and throw a touchdown pass on the first drive of the season.
I was trying to think if that was Chuck Long, maybe. Maybe Chuck Long was before that, or Hartlieb. I was trying to think of the quarterback who actually did that. Did they say Hartlieb?
Either way, congratulations to Iowa.
Go Matt Rogers.
That is
Matt
insane.
Rogers
And they
threw
did it,
more than
right.
one touchdown, which was also
That was a
shocking.
Rose
And they
Bowl
were
team.
both to tight ends,
Yeah, it was
which is
nuts.
basically all
I
they
think
got
Matt
there.
Rogers was number 7.
Gosh, that's wild.
Guys, we have something.
That's some pretty good teams there in the mid-2000s with Brad, what's his name? Was it Brad Smith? Iowa quarterback?
Oh, that was Mizzou.
That was Missouri, yeah.
Same colors. So.
Iowa had
Totally
some good
get that.
teams, though.
They did.
Yeah, and listen, they were probably all running teams. When they were marching down the field on the first game of the season, they were running it into the end zone. This was just the first time touchdown pass. So
They had the TJ Hawkins
There's
and Noah Fant team.
There's 30-plus-year-olds who just saw their first opening drive touchdown pass in the history of their lives as a Hawkeye fan. Like, I just feel like we should be happy.
That
for
is a
those
story.
guys.
I think you got a story there.
Now, it looks like we have a story in Philadelphia brewing. Have we discussed this as well? The
No,
depth
no.
chart. The Eagles depth chart.
Nope, skip this one. I knew you'd like it.
Okay. You'll see everything looks pretty normal until you get into special teams, and you'll see, okay, next to the letter P for punter, there's no name. Next to the letter H for holder, there's no name. They do have a kicker, which tells me they're only guaranteeing you that they're going to do kickoffs after they score the inevitable touchdown that they're going to go for every time, because they currently don't have a holder to hold their field goals or their extra points, and they don't have a punter. They're saying bleep you to fourth downs, bleep you to tradition. We have the cheat code. It's called the tush push, and we have an arrogant enough coach who thinks he can go throughout the season and do it this way. And I got to say, I hate that it's Philadelphia because I freaking love it.
Really? I couldn't resist. Nobody else said anything.
I was like, I'm going to hold my water too. But
I was going to say something, but I had to sit out.
No comments on this?
I had to sit
We have
out.
innovation right here in our division, right here in the NFC East. We just talked about history in Iowa.
We did.
Filthy's making it right now in your own division.
There's no way they
you got
actually.
a coach that can't wait to punt.
They actually say they line up and they don't have a holder or a punter, right? Or maybe the backup quarterback's just going to be the holder.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, maybe there's a way around it there.
I
but
think-
I mean,
think-
punting? Are they punting on
I think-
punting?
Maybe
I
they
think
still
they're
punt.
punting on punting.
I think Jalen Hurts the punter.
There's questions about who their punter is going to be. That's the question.
Well, they don't have one on their depth chart, so
That's
it's not
what I'm
like
saying.
there's
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
They're going to figure this out before the game.
Or
Of
will
course.
they?
They will. I think
Or
you're making a big
will
deal about it,
they,
but that's
Brian?
okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I'll tell you what, if we were sitting here on Wednesday and we didn't have a punter or a holder for our Cowboys, I think we'd be going, what are we doing?
Are you saying that they're arrogant by any means?
Well, I did use that term for their coach. I think that's a pretty fair.
Yeah, I think
fair
they are
thing there.
arrogant.
And it is a bit arrogant. They have every right to be. They invented the tush push. The rest of the 31 teams said
please. No,
what
they
they
did.
do
That was
on
a Reggie
fourth down-
Bush thing, and he's got that thing cornered.
Okay, well, he did not corner it. They cornered it. They patented
No,
it.
they
Now
didn't.
it's their trademark, and every
That's
time you
Notre
use
Dame
it,
how
they
he
get credit
feels.
for it.
Matt
No one
Leinart
thinks
would like
about
a word with you
No
about
one
your
thinks
tush
about
push.
that.
Yeah.
That was a one-man tush push. That wasn't we're lining up 4 giant dudes behind our quarterback, and everybody knows what we're doing here, and we're all going to do it. They had slim 190-pound Reggie Bush come throw his shoulder into their
Lower
quarterback.
body
That was
power,
cool.
that Reggie
He was an
Bush.
innovator.
100%. I was the one who was marveling at his body
And
one
here's
time,
Stefanski
and you guys were shooting me down saying
copying
Reggie Bush isn't that cut.
Reggie Bush. No, he is. He's shredded.
Looks amazing. And he is strong. And I'd love to have him pushing the back of my quarterback into the end zone as well.
I'm sorry to lay out on you like that, Chief. I was trying to think what the edge is. What's the edge they're getting out of this?
We ain't settling for. We're not punting. We don't have a punter. We're going for it on fourth down every time. We score touchdowns.
Or we're not kicking field goals either, right?
And again, that's what I said. They don't have a holder.
Yeah.
So now Walchuk's thinking outside the box, and maybe they go
Maybe it's a
Tony
quarterback.
Romo, backup quarterback style, and
It's Mariota
see how
out
it
there.
goes. Yeah, they put Mario. I don't trust Mariota with the ball.
I
in his
don't
hands.
either.
Not as a holder, not as anything.
So they've been drafting so well they can't afford a punter. I mean, don't let the Joneses find out about this. Way to slash the budget.
They can't
Hey,
afford
Steve,
it.
how important's the punter?
Well, we're already like fringe. Do we have a kicker or not?
Right.
With the boys.
Yeah.
Are you pooping on your Plano Wildcat?
No,
guy
I am
now?
all for Brandon Aubrey, but am I confident? No, I'm not going to lie.
We're big Brandon Aubrey fans. I think some members of maybe his inner circle were mad at us yesterday on the text. And listen, I have nothing but respect and appreciation for this man's attempt to go from soccer to football. I'm pulling for him maybe more than any kicker since Ryan Lindell, who I grew up playing youth soccer with, formerly the Buffalo Bills great.
That's
he can boom
amazing.
him, okay? I'm cheering for Brandon Aubrey more than anybody since Ryan, but the Cowboys do not have a good track record here. They're neglecting the position, and it's one of the highest scoring positions in the game. So we shall see how that goes, but best of luck to Brandon Aubrey. Here's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup.
For Brian is a jolly good fellow. I appreciate those tacos, sir.
Thank you, sir. Glad
You guys
enjoyed
like
them.
those tacos?
Yes.
Yeah, I sure
Those
did.
are outstanding.
So you ate some oxtail in there, Dawson.
I did.
Are you sure
Yep.
did? Look at that.
Yeah, I did.
Holy crap, you put oxtail in
Why,
there?
go on, boy.
Yeah.
You're not from Yard.
Second time
Tim
I've had it.
Fine.
I told you, man, when I moved to Jamaica, my accent will change.
Yeah, it will. It will.
Yeah.
Eventually, it will change. Let's see. Our winner right here is the mid-game interview with the dad that had an interference situation during the Yankees and Houston game. Reached out there, tried to grab that ball a little bit, try to bring it in for her son. You know, it's his son's first time to a game. He just moved to Houston. He'll tell you all about it.
So tell us about that play and how it developed.
So pretty much, I'm out here with my son. This is our first ever game. We just moved here to Houston literally in January. And I just wanted to make the moment special for him. As a father, I feel like it's my job to make sure that I give him the best moments. I apologize to the Astro organization. I didn't know it. Y'all gotta understand, when it's dropping down, it looked like it's coming directly to you. So I reached, and my body went for what I know. But we did have a wonderful moment.
Okay, so you reach out, and what was the reaction that you heard right after the play was over?
The reaction was shock, disgust, happiness, sweat, a little bit of lust, baby. You feel me? I was in there feeling kind of hurt, but my fingers still shaking a little bit. The ball way heavier with the gravity. I'm not gonna lie to you. Charles Ray, we gonna be on TV, baby.
Tell me, it looked like that you went away for a bit, and then you came back. How'd you talk your way back?
So, truthfully, Houston loves me, and I love Houston, and they cannot stop me from supporting the Astros. So what happened was, give them pop real quick. But they wasn't listening, so I showed some love, and they let me come back. They really were just trying to make sure that I wasn't hurt and that making sure that we didn't go off the rails. So salute to the whole organization, great staff. They made sure that I was healthy and I was enjoying the game. They wasn't even making it serious.
8 months in Houston and the Asteroids already love me. They already love me. Hilarious.
Oh,
the
dude.
Asteroids.
What a dude.
Get a little vibes going for you boys. It's a little Wednesday. Hey. All right, let's see what they have next for you boys. We have this lady. Oh, her name is Shorty. She sounds like she could have been a college football nutritionist.
Okay.
There's a man on the street situation, and he walked up to this lady. She was sitting down, actually. Put the mic in her face, and she wouldn't even hear none of the questions he was asking. She wanted to talk about his body.
Okay.
What did you just say to me?
But I was asking you, you understand, I needed you to focus on milk and cornbread.
Milk and cornbread.
Milk
okay.
and cornbread.
I ain't never heard of that combination, but milk and cornbread.
If you want to, you can put that in a bowl and like cereal.
I was gonna ask, do I mix it together and
Yeah,
just?
you can, because you need to. Boy, you about to disappear.
Man, I'm trying. I eat good though. I eat like a fat person. I promise you. But right now, you know,
Your front pockets is touching your back pockets.
I know, but
without no kind of resistance. I'm trying to help my boy out. He's a handsome young man. Listen, I'm just trying to get a little thickness on him. Eat that at midnight. Late. And go to sleep on it.
what's your name?
Me, I'm Shouty.
Shouty. How you doing, Shouty? Man. Nice to meet you, Shouty.
Man, nice to
Say
meet
that one
you
more
too.
time. I like that accent too.
Hey, listen, and this my little yeah.
What up, OG?
This my little yeah.
Oh, y'all cute. Y'all cute as hell.
Check this out. And he already had his cornbread and milk. He don't have to do that no more.
Oh, so she put you on game or you? I'm stabbing gun now. Okay. I'm gonna start doing that for real.
Yeah, that brother was stuffed to the gills sitting right next to him. Yeah, I'm big as hell. Big ass beard, big chest, can't even breathe.
Yeah, we got him good and healthy.
Cholesterol high as hell.
Man.
She like making big old teddy bears out of dudes.
I just want to say God bless all those women out there that think a husky man is healthy. You know, that's where I'm heading.
Hey, come on, bro. Lead into it, man. Lead into being husky. It's called a baller belly. I got a baller belly. I got to feed this body, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Give it a little rub.
Yeah. Give it a little rub. Little Buddha belly. My girl Aquafina, she like guys with Buddha bellies. She said it, Buddha bellies. I heard somebody coughing in there.
That's weed.
That's weed. I heard that cough. I could recognize them coughs. I'm good, fam. I'm good. Where'd you get that, though?
That's some strong stuff.
Swung through Oklahoma this weekend.
Yes, Oklahoma. All right, let's go to the Rangers TV broadcast. They went viral last night with their analysis. Houston fans were not feeling the sarcasm coming from that TV booth.
I saw a note here that said Jose Altuve just the third player in Major League history to homer in each of his first 3 at-bats in the first 3 innings of a game. Manny Machado did it in 2016, and Carl Reynolds did it in 1930.
Well, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
Bouncer third base. Duran throws him out. And you're sitting there bragging about his 6 hits. I would just say, I mean, it's easy to get 6 hits when you hit them over the fence.
Yeah.
It's not like you don't give the other team a chance to even get you out. So it's not really.
You're not giving us a chance.
I mean, it's not that great.
No, I think you bring up a good point, right? Couldn't do it there.
Right. I mean, if he give the Rangers a chance, I think they could fairly well get him. I mean, even the base hit he had that he kept in the yard the other day, we threw him out at second. So I don't know. I'm not sure I'm impressed yet. 0-2.
That's surprised Dave didn't say that was the best. Not strong.
Bro, they were so mad at that. They were so mad. Sarcasm is landing flat nowadays.
Man, when it's going that bad, you need some comedy.
Yes,
you know?
yes. But Houston fans thought it was a real life analysis. They was like, wait a minute, son. You gotta put some respect on his head. So I'm like, what? Are you serious?
Screw you, Astros.
Damn asteroids.
Yeah, the Asteroids. That's their government name, by the way. The Asteroids.
Guy's been in town 8 months taking his kid to an Asteroids game. I love it.
All right, one more before we get out of here. Internet trolls. These guys go around trolling. They're trolling this lady at a bowling alley. She takes bowling very serious. Very, very, very serious.
I know bowling alley etiquette.
I do.
Number one, you're supposed to be in appropriate shoes.
These are PBA approved.
I don't care.
PBA.
A 230 average is an amateur. You don't know nothing nothing about bowling if you think that is an amateur average.
I mean, I average a 280, so like I'm just tough like
You
that.
average 280? I don't believe you. Do you know how you carry a 280 average?
You gotta be him. I'm him. I'm slash him.
You are not him. You are not him.
I am him.
You are not him.
No, I'm not him. I'm just him.
No, you're an idiot.
When she said you are not him, she was pointing up to the sweet Lord above. You are not him. You are not him.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not.
She was totally upset. What did you say? PGA? What did he say? Hold on.
PBA.
Yeah.
No bowling alley etiquette.
I do.
Number one, you're supposed to be in appropriate shoes.
These are PBA approved.
These are PBA.
My man was in some Air Force Ones. He was in some DCs, bro. Some uppies.
Come on. Is it the internet troll at a bowling alley with a try-hard bowler lady?
Oh, damn. Try hard.
Rangers TV broadcast. How about Dave Raymond?
I love him.
CJ Nitkowski getting the job done with a little therapy there, some copium. Shorty, the college football nutritionist, trying to get you some milk and cornbread, or Houston's adopted son and his son there at the Yankee game. I'm going to go with Dave Raymond, Chief. How about you?
Doubling down on it.
Lucian?
Shouty.
2-1. Oh, well, Chuck.
We know the asteroids chant.
2-1, Brian.
Bowling lady.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's friend of the show, Dave Raymond. And CJ Nitkowski there during the Rangers telecast, trying to figure out a way to deal with the assault from Altuve last night. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
It's game week. Let's take a look at this New York Giants defense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
There is a new highest-paid defensive player in the NFL. Nick Bosa's holdout is over. 5-170. APY of $34 million per year as he moves past Jerron Payne, who was at 31. Chris Jones still looking for a deal. Micah Parsons still looking for a deal. You said it yesterday. Is he going to hit 35? I thought, wow, that would be a huge jump, but I guess not.
No.
I guess huge jumps is what's in store for us.
Yeah, no, that's I kind of had a feeling that one of these guys was going to be the first non-quarterback to get, $35 million. And now it's roll up your sleeves, Adam Pacifica and Todd Williams and Stephen Jones, and there's your number right there to kind of work.
Yeah.
At least it gives them some ideas, some structure and things like that. They'll dig into the contract and break it down, and there are probably some things in there that they'll learn and be able to equate to their own situation.
My guess is 5-175 with 125 guaranteed. Bosa's at 5-170 with 122.5. But heck, if they wait another year, maybe it's like 5-200 by the time we get there. Time now for Krusty's Corner. With more on these stories and others, here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It was also, like I said, earlier I brought up the fact of about what I think is going to happen at left guard if you don't get Tyler Smith. We talked about Udoka, right? And so keep an eye on that one for if in fact Tyler Smith can't go. I just feel like that these coaches, especially early games, first game of the season, they tend to go with things that they know. But do we really know anything about Udoka watching him play? Now, I know obviously, they know more than us because they see all the practices and stuff like that. But I know when we were out there in Oxnard, it just didn't look too positive to me, like a guy that was kind of broken down a little bit. And we'll get into the Giants here because there's some spots, especially inside, you don't want to be broken down.
No, but they do. I mean, to your point, they think higher of him than we do. And that's been the conversation even back to when we were doing draft shows. We were thinking, maybe they need to get a guard. Maybe they need an offensive lineman. Then they come away with not taking anybody. They get Bass as an undrafted guy.
Right.
But they seem to value Udoka.
They do. And I like I said, I'm doing radio and they're doing player personnel stuff. So if that's how they're going to work. But, man, to me, I've never hoped more for Tyler Smith to get healthy right now. I know it's the kind of the fandom coming out of me right there, but I want Tyler Smith to play in this game.
Me too.
Oh, it's a huge bummer if he doesn't. Yeah,
it really is a huge bummer because they're going to need an inside presence here. And speaking of the inside presence, it really does start with the guys you're going to have to deal with here. You're going to have to deal with Leonard Williams, and you're going to have to deal with Dexter Lawrence. Now, when you get a Dexter Lawrence, that's a 7.5 sack guy for a defensive tackle at 340 pounds. And so, when you last year against the Cowboys, though, in the couple of games that he got to play against you, he had 5 tackles and 1 quarterback hit. If you average out how it broke down for the 2 times, so the Cowboys did a pretty nice job against him. He averages somewhere right around 55 plays. He's going to get you. So to have the 5 tackles, 1 hit in 2 games, I think is a pretty good measuring stick there for the Cowboys. A nice job of them. But other than that, this guy does get quarterback hits. A lot of it has to do with his mass, the way he's just able to push the front of the pocket. He had 28 quarterback hits last year. He had 7 tackles for the loss. You deal with him, and it's a big, powerful group. The Cowboys have struggled with teams that have powerful inside
That's
players.
what's exciting about getting Tyler Smith at left guard. It gives you a chance to kind of turn the momentum on that.
Yeah.
Just so for in general, it would stink to not have Smith, but especially against those guys on the Giants.
Yeah. Like I say, you're going to have to deal with that, but they're also where the Giants, I think, are a little bit of a team that, is everybody talks about Kayvon Thibodeau as their main guy, as their main pass rusher. His first NFL start was against the Cowboys last year. Didn't watch that game. I watched the Thanksgiving Day game. just to show he did nothing in week 3 is when he got his first start. He was dealing with that hyperextended knee that kind of slowed him down. But in week 12 in that game in Thanksgiving, he had 5 quarterback hits in that game. So now that's something that, you have to kind of think, okay, well,
who was he beating that day?
He was Steele.
It was right before he got hurt.
Yeah.
The week before.
Right before he got hurt. So yeah, he got Steele. And then, so anyway, keep an eye on Thibodeau there. Another guy you need to keep an eye on is Azeez Ojulari.
Mm-hmm.
And where Ojulari got better as the season wore on, last 7 games that he played, and you could tell that he was starting to feel it as a pass rusher. He had 5.5 sacks, in those last 7 games. So he was starting to kind of generate some pass rush. Him, Thibodeau, they went on a little bit of a run there that got him into the playoffs where they were able to create some pressure defensively. Wink Martindale, that's what he wants to do. He's a big blitz guy. And this kind of allows me to segue into this where their secondary is. And they got a couple of rookies that are going to start. And they're going to start in a way that you're going to see them play because the Cowboys are going to get an 11 personnel. But the whole idea is when you get them in 11 personnel, Adoree Jackson is one starter, and then Deonte Banks is the other.
Maryland kid,
who was their first-round pick. But when you get them in 11 personnel, what happens is they'll kick Adoree Jackson inside, and they'll bring in a young man named Trey Hawkins from Old Dominion, who was picked in the 6th round. Now, when you watch Banks and Hawkins play, they're both like sticky man-to-man type guys.
Got to be in that defense.
So you're going to get blitz packages, but you're going to get sticky man coverage with these two players. Adoree Jackson can take your slot. He's a smaller guy. He'll carry your slot. But with Hawkins, Banks, they're going to play press coverage on you, and they're going to try and run with you. Where it looks like that they've had some problems is when you get them especially with Hawkins, you run inside routes on him, and there's that separation, or you take him up the field. Both these guys have struggled with back shoulder throws. So keep an eye on how the Cowboys, if they take routes vertical and then come back to the ball, and maybe it's run these guys past, put on the brakes, come back to the ball. But some back shoulder throws might be what helps the Cowboys. Inside breaking routes, too, I think are going to, because both these guys, like I say, Hawkins is a long guy. Long, kind of a rangy guy. I think Banks runs better of the 2 corners, but Hawkins, like I said, he's the one that kind of doesn't maybe have the pedigree of what Banks has.
Yeah, Banks was, he's a guy that was one of the most athletic corners coming out of the class, but he will take some risks on you. You could see him at Maryland watching that tape, a double move. This could bode well for Brandon Cooks to have a really good week 1 game.
Yeah, I think that to me where that like I say, 2 rookies going at it, when both these kids tackle pretty well. So balls spill into the edge or ball at them and they can make a tackle, I think that's going to be fine for them. But I would take advantage of Hawkins in this game because, again, I think that the way that he plays trail could give up some stuff, but both guys have struggled with the back shoulder stuff. So that's it. They're going to deal with Dexter Lawrence inside of the pressure, his mass, his size. Thibodeau got better as the season wore along. Ojulari, I think, is a guy that on the other side, if you talk about everything going towards Thibodeau, Ojulari could kind of mess up some of your passing game stuff. 2 rookies, Hawkins, and then also Banks. Work Hawkins on the inside, see if you could get him to play some trail. And then with Adoree Jackson, again, that's going to be out of the slot. I think he's equipped to play that way, so it might be going after these rookies initially in this football game that sets you up in the way you need to go.
Sounds like a plan to me, Brian. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Zach, what are we looking at?
We got a Travis Kelce update, UFOs, and Sean Payton's message to Russell Wilson. That's next.
Okay, we want to talk about Window Nation, though, because
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105 through the Fan. Zach has your NFL news of the day here in just a second. Blue Jays are out front of the Athletics again in Oakland. They're playing a little afternoon baseball, and Toronto leads that game 1-0 in the middle of the second inning. A wise man did once say, never count out the A's. So hopefully they can get there and do some work. Blue Jays did take a half-game lead on the Rangers last night in the wild card. It's Scherzer and Verlander for the first time ever tonight. 7:05 first pitch. The pregame's coming up at 6:30. Let's get the rest of this pro football pigskin news. Here's Wolchuk.
The headline news right now, Nick Bosa, Joey's brother, reaching a 5-year, $170 million extension with the San Francisco 49ers. And Kyle Shanahan has said that he was preparing to tell the media he had nothing new. And then he was told on his way to the press conference that the deal was done. Bosa's right now trying to get to Santa Clara as quickly as possible and then suit up and be able to play in their season opener against the Pittsburgh Steelers. We still don't know about George Kittle, if he's going to be available for them. But my gosh, the 49ers have been paying people left and right. They now have the highest paid defensive player in the NFL in Bosa. They've got the highest paid running back in Christian McCaffrey, highest paid fullback in Kyle Juszczyk, third highest paid tight end, third highest paid tackle in Trent Williams, third highest paid linebacker in Fred Warner. The list goes on and on. You got Javon Hargrave, you got Debo, but you got Brock Purdy, who's making $934,000.
That's your saving grace right there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Now, Purdy doesn't end up being good. Who knows? But certainly right now, they're banking on that quarterback rookie deal.
I mean, those are all guys that you pay, though. I mean, those are all tops at their position kind of guys. When you go through that list, it's not like they missed on it. They didn't pay anybody that they're regretting, as far as I can tell. So, and they had to pay Bosa, man.
They had to.
You're as in, this is a win-now situation, obviously, for San Francisco. If he's not the best defensive player in the sport because of Micah, then he's number 2, at worst, number 3. And I don't know what type of edge rush depth they have. I know they have a great front 7. You mentioned Hargrave. Mm-hmm. I don't know who else they have on the edge. Certainly nothing like Bosa.
Nothing like him.
So he had all the leverage here.
He really did.
And he maximized it.
And they got it done. We also found out the Cardinals are trying to play coy. Who is their starting quarterback going to be? So they're playing the Commanders, our division rival. It's going to be Josh Dobbs. Putting out Josh Dobbs week 1.
What do you mean? I thought the coach just said, I'm not telling you. He gets up to the mic. He says, I know who's going to be my starting quarterback, but I'm not telling you guys anything.
And then literally about 30 minutes later, all outlets are reporting it's Josh Dobbs. He's their starter. So I don't know what's going down there in Arizona as that dumpster fire season begins. But
is that one of those deals where you want to give it to a source? You know,
just like float it out there.
Protect you.
Hey, you guys can say who the starter is.
I'm not telling anybody.
Say it.
Yeah.
Well, if Coach Bro was still there, then Peter Schrager would probably have had it. Like, seriously, Peter Schrager had their number 1 draft pick like 5 years in a row. Every year that Cliff was there.
With Cliff,
yeah, every year he was there. Him and Steve Keim, you know.
They all went to Thailand together after the football season.
All had a cocktail somewhere together.
Yeah.
And,
And some drinks.
What happens in Bangkok stays in Bangkok.
Schrags is going to get media watchdog, I believe, later on a Cowboys Twitter, by the way.
Oh, is he really?
Sweet.
Oh, yeah. That's a tease.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, bad takes, Pete.
Chris Jones has, still maintained his holdout with the Chiefs as they get ready to open the season tomorrow. And he was asked about the holdout. He said, quote,
can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, they lost McGlinchey. They lost McGlinchey, the tackle.
The Niners did.
Yes.
Wasn't he deceased after what Micah Parsons did to him on that play in the playoff game?
He said, I don't want to play against Mike anymore. I'm going to go to a different team.
I go to a different conference.
Yeah.
I just wondered, though, you just kind of like rubber stamped the running back deal there for the 49ers. You said, oh, yeah.
It worked out for him.
Yeah.
They got the running back, and their offense went from one of the bottom third of the league offense in advanced metrics to then number 1, and they go undefeated. They have a coach that knows how to use them.
Sometimes the running back matters.
I thought so too.
Sometimes
I just wanted to make sure that we lost McGlinchey, an offensive lineman, because of the.
We had to pay the runner.
We had to pay the runner,
but they really had to pay Nick Bosa.
Well, that one hasn't been proven yet. Well, it remains to be seen. Yeah,
yes.
To be continued because they had the tackle last year. So we'll see. We'll see if that how bad that hurts them.
Okay. I just wanted it noted that we lost an offensive lineman to pay a running back, but you kind of just said, "Oh no, we're good with paying the running back there."
Yes, okay. Because the proof is in the pudding. I can't deny it. What they did last year after trading for McCaffrey was simply be the best offense in the league by most advanced metrics.
You think the running back
just about every game.
back made a difference in that?
Well done.
I do think a running back did make a difference in that scenario.
I just wanted to
Absolutely.
make sure that because again we lost a offensive lineman because we paid a running back.
Yeah, that lineman probably he's in witness protection right now, though. I don't know that anybody really wanted to see him.
It's not like you didn't pay Trent Williams, Broadus. You didn't pay Mike.
I understand paying Trent Williams. I totally get that one.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so if Trent Williams is walking out the door in order to pay Mike or Christian McCaffrey, you might have a different scenario.
Yeah.
But a middle of the road right tackle who Micah Parsons was undressing for 4 quarters is probably not the most re-signable guy in the world.
On one of the best offenses in the NFL, right?
Agreed.
And hopefully not having McGlinchey means that their offensive line's broken and they're not any good.
Okay.
I'd love that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. Yeah.
All good.
No, you never did.
I saw a rubber stamping of running back.
Rubber stamping.
Rubber stamping.
I think the problem is trying to find the McCaffrey or trying to find the Derrick Henry because you're using first-round picks for guys that aren't difference makers. There's been 10 seasons from running backs in the last decade where you'd be like, wow, if we had that guy, it's a total difference maker. Zeke had 1.5 of them. Henry's had 4 or 5 of them. I don't know if McCaffrey's had any more than 2 because he can't stay healthy. You know, the problem is when you're using first-round picks trying to find that guy and your guy breaks down or he gets fat or he's just a first-round bust there's Kansas City.
There's outliers everywhere.
Yep.
You can cherry pick one Christian McCaffrey in the perfect situation with a coach that perfectly knows how to use him and great talent everywhere. Where it's like, okay, this might work out for them. Big picture, it might end up being bad, but if they win a Super Bowl, then that's good.
And worth it.
I just want to make sure.
Chris Jones said, quote, opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one and they all stink.
We say that?
You can't make everybody happy. I'm just asking for a raise, said Chris Jones, as to why he's not on the field and he won't be on the field tomorrow. He said, quote, I could be on the field tomorrow, but they need to pay me. And, they really do. They need to pull the Bosa. And they need to go ahead and just give Chris Jones his money because we're going to see tomorrow one of those first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and that Lions offensive line. How do they look? And they're going to be missing Chris Jones.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I mean, they might be getting greedy because of what they were able to do last year and what they called a rebuilding year, and I think they might be getting a little cocky. You can't do that. Chris Jones is their defense.
Yeah.
Now, I could see them trying to hang on for 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, not have to pay him all those game checks, make a decision at midseason. I could see that because of their confidence and maybe well-founded confidence because they've been able to do it with less of a roster than most contenders.
Yeah, they got some time. I mean, they're not worried about games in September necessarily, but it could go haywire on them. They're close there in terms of, Bosa had every ounce of leverage with the Niners. I think Chris Jones is pretty close, but they have Pat Mahomes. And so they can at least say, we might be able to get by here. If one quarterback and coach can kind of get us by without all the talent, this would be the one. I still think they end up paying them because their defense is going to probably collapse. Mm-hmm. But they're the one team that could say, we could wait this out and let's just see if Mahomes is that magical. But without Kelsey, potentially, that could be a real nightmare.
Who is the competition in their division?
Probably the Chargers.
Yeah.
Unless the Broncos end up being relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you're thinking bigger of they probably want to get that 1 seed in the conference.
Right. Mahomes has never played a road playoff game.
They
so
want to play
those
home.
are eventually going to be important. And you mentioned Travis Kelce. So the Chiefs today put out their injury report ahead of the opener tomorrow. Kelce is listed as questionable. Now, Kadarius Toney's good to go. He's not on the report. L'Jarius Sneed also is off the injury report, their cornerback. But Kelce with the knee, officially questionable. They got to weigh, do they want to play him or not? His brother, Jason Kelce, went on Philadelphia radio. They asked him about his brother. Here's what Jason had to say.
Jason, how's your brother doing? I mean, getting banged up this week with his knee in Kansas City. How is he?
I talked to him yesterday, and I've done the same thing. You just plant or, you do something and your knee hyperextends. Actually, if I'm being truthful, the last time I did this, I was making a bonfire outside, and I thought I was strong enough to kick a piece of wood in half, and I hyperextended my knee and did the same thing, bone bruise.
Oh no!
So,
I don't recall you missing any time for that, Jason.
No, it was in the middle of the season, but my knee did swell up, and I was like, man, that was the dumbest thing I've done in a long time. But yeah, Trev, this was out on the field. He did, I know he's got some swelling going on. But it sounds like as long as they can get that down, you know, he's going to have a chance to go. The ligaments and everything are intact structurally. From what we know right now, his knee's fine. So really it's about getting that swelling down and then seeing how bruised that bone is. Because, you know, if you guys have ever had those, they can be pretty painful, especially if it's in a spot that's rubbing all the time. And that can kind of shut down your muscles and do other things. But I think he's going to be good to go. I really do.
Had one. That's the injury I sustained during the paintball incident.
Oh,
yeah, of 2002. Got high centered on it pretty good, and it did hurt probably for 6 months. You know, I thought when it happened, like I had done major damage to my knee, and I was, you know, heading in for an operation or something. So it's kind of a pleasant surprise when you find out it's just a bone bruise, but it's a traumatic one, and the pain can be substantial. But it doesn't really stop you from doing stuff. I don't think it's going to take away like the strength or anything like that, like some other injuries do.
Yeah, and the fact that he's questionable, it kind of makes me think he's going to suit up and go. Now, for the Chiefs, they got to weigh. Like, is it worth it to just say, hey, we're not going to play you week 1, and then hopefully you're good to go the rest of the season? I think I would have that conversation. But just knowing Travis Kelce, the adrenaline that'll be going pregame, I think he's going to go out there, test it out, and he's going to say, you know what, I'm suiting up and let's do this thing.
You think it's cool that do you think Andy Reid's good with brother talking about his brother's injury?
I think he's got a good relationship with Jason Kelce. I think he understands kind of what they've got going with their side media hustle. Like we were talking about Mike and his podcast.
Sure.
I think he's okay with it, yeah.
That's something new that we're going to have to deal with now with all these guys with the podcasts. You know, like information that you don't want. Like I was talking to somebody over at the Star today. McCarthy's trying to button down everything. I mean, he's trying to like, I don't want you to know about anything kind of thing right now. So I wonder if other coaches are like Andy Reid, like, okay, wait a minute, my tight end information about him is getting out through another channel. Do you say something to like, hey, listen, don't tell your brother what's going on, please? You know, do that.
That's pathetic. It's a game that makes $12 billion
I understand.
a year.
No, I understand. But I'm just saying, I wonder these coaches, and the only reason I say it is because of what McCarthy's trying to do over there with the Cowboys.
If there's any edge, it is microscopic, you know, and it's not worth the time.
Yeah.
It's not worth the time or the energy to try to eliminate it.
Speaking of the Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs believes he can be a 1,000-yard rusher and 500-yard receiver.
Who's that?
This rookie season. Jahmyr Gibbs, their rookie first-round pick that they took 12th overall out of Alabama. I think that he absolutely could. I think that he's very, very capable of that, especially within that offense under Ben Johnson.
You look what Jared Goff did with Todd Gurley back in the day.
Absolutely. Tad. Now, this was hilarious, and at first I had to, like, see, is this a butt crack situation or is this true? But multiple outlets are running with this now, so I think it's legit.
Okay.
This is what Sean Payton told Russell Wilson this offseason. Will you bleeping stop kissing all the babies? You're not running for public office. And this is in reference to basically just the cheeseballness that is Russell Wilson. Let's focus on football. Let's focus less on, just saying all the right things and all the weird policies that he had last year with Denver, where apparently he had his own office and all this stuff. I think Sean Payton's trying to rein in Russell Wilson here a little bit.
I could see that, like, hey, be one of the guys a little bit more. But, nerds come in all shapes and sizes, and sometimes even phenomenal NFL quarterbacks that should be the coolest dudes on the planet are total nerds. They're socially awkward. They're worried about business. They're constantly kissing authorities' butt. To Russell Wilson is, and it served him incredibly well for his career. But he's not going to be cool. What Sean Payton knows is quarterbacks got to be the coolest dude. And if they are, then there is a team bonus that you get. That's why everybody has a problem with Kyler Murray. If dude's a cornerback, if dude's a defensive end, and you're just kind of to yourself and never talk to anybody and aloof, you're fine. As the quarterback, you got to be the dude.
Absolutely.
You can overcome it, but, whether it's Jay Cutler or Kyler Murray, if it doesn't matter.
Blake Bortles.
You got to be the guy that other people want to play for and play around, especially in this era where they're getting all the money and don't get hit. I mean, it's already a perfect recipe to resent the dude that's getting all the money and doesn't actually play a violent game.
Yeah.
But you do. You're giving yourself damn CTE. They're giving this guy $60 million to stand in a pocket. Nobody can hit him.
I love the line. He says he told Wilson to salvage his career and he needed to focus less on Russell Incorporated.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, man. Just stop being Russ. Come on, focus on football.
I think
here.
Sean Payton's hard enough to like you can't even kiss your own children.
No.
Like we're like if I like I'm going to be watching
Stay away
you
from your
family
wife.
day when the families are at the facility. I'm eyeballing you. Don't you kiss those kids.
I know we've talked UFOs on the show before. Last night, Hard Knocks, it was the finale. And all in all, I got to say, very meh season. They also didn't want to.
Thank God, I didn't watch one.
That's not worth going back and rewatching. They also didn't show any of the player cuts. Instead, they decided to show players making the team. That was very important to them. But Aaron Rodgers had a solo one-on-one where he claims he saw a UFO, and here's his story.
We heard the sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky, and it was like a scene out of Independence Day. Whatever the hell it was, I don't know, but it was definitely unidentified. It was definitely flying. It was definitely a large object.
And this was going back to his rookie year when he was drafted in New York at the draft. And it was two other players that were getting drafted that all saw this together. And he says they didn't say anything. They looked and stared like, did we just see what we just saw? And since then, he's become like a UFO historian, which is not a surprise if you follow anything with Aaron Rodgers.
You got to relax.
Who knows?
You got to relax.
Maybe
what is that I'm not surprised thing?
I'm not surprised.
All right, see, I was going to tell y'all, but I didn't. About 2 Sundays ago, I seen a UFO. Really? I mean, 100% real talk. Seen it. See, Broadus is laughing. That's why I didn't say anything.
I believe.
I was gonna come in here. What was that? It's like the whole G-Bag Nation was. You know what? Screw you, Broadus. I'm gonna put my heart. I'm telling you things that I've seen in my life. I will tell this story forever. I seen real life UFO, bro.
I believe in them.
It was about 9:30. I was walking the dogs 2 Sundays ago. It was the week of the big blue moon.
Yeah.
And I just so happened to look up. And when I did, I didn't see anything. You know what I'm saying? Just looking up, seeing the stars and whatnot. I'm walking the dog, wait for them to do their thing. And all of a sudden, it seems like a star turned on. Ooh. It just, woo. I was like, oh, there's something new right there. And then it started like driving up there slowly. And my girl was with me. She was like looking at me like, do you see this? I was like, yes, I do see this. And we didn't move our eyes for a long time. Like we wanted to reach down and grab a phone or something, but I also wanted to see like, where's it going? How long is it going to be there? And it's just putt moving real slow, and it just disappeared up there. And I was like, whoa, I seen a UFO. I'm going to say this for the rest of my life. I seen one. Yeah. I see why we having all these hearings and everything. I seen stuff out there.
I definitely believe that there are. 100%.
Screw you, bro. Look at him, man.
Some people do.
This ain't no jokes, bro. What are you talking about?
Right. I mean,
was it like an Imperial cruiser or like a like a USS Enterprise or
here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Flying saucer?
Oh, here we go. Did he grab you like this? How did he grab you?
Was it like a giant cube like the Borg?
Man, you know what? I'm screwed. Man, 2 Sundays ago, bro, I seen the UFO.
I believe you.
No, you don't.
What is ET like in person?
Yeah, it's just all
That
of a
would
sudden,
be
just
the
a
Sunday
star
to see
just
it.
turned on and said, "Bing."
Did you
And
put
it
your
started
index
driving
finger up to his?
real slow.
Yeah, there's no way they could move that slow.
Real
without
screw you.
better
I
technology.
mean, it looks slow to us, but I know they're moving real
Was it out in
fast. This is a
space?
damn
Light
sky.
years.
Hell yeah, it's out in space. Shut up, bro.
That's awesome.
You know what?
These trolls.
That must have been a
LA,
giant
I
engine.
appreciate you being vulnerable and telling us that story. Because I'm with you. I believe in them. And I saw that damn
Come
same
on,
UFO.
Yeah, dude. 903, bro, got a hold of some bad CBD
Man,
again.
come on. And I even told my girl, I was like, should we report this? Like, what do we do?
Yes.
No, because when you have idiots like this laughing at you on the line. Sir, what did you say? Hold on, one more time. Bob, you got to hear this. Take this call, Bob. Yeah, no, you're not going to do me like that,
Did
bro.
anybody else see Lucius's UFO
I
2
seen it.
Sundays ago during the night of the blue moon?
About 9:30, dog. I seen it, bro.
Okay.
They're here.
We're going to have an appearance.
They are.
Yeah, it might be travel, though. I think it might be travel. Like, you know, people, the aliens pay to come see Earth.
Okay.
And they just get right there and come take a look at it and fly
bus.
off.
They're just watching
Little
and making
tour
fun of
bus.
us.
Yeah. Just pointing at us.
Tour bus. Look at those stupid people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucius. Thank you, Zach Wolchuk, there for NFL News Today. It's time now for the Rangers Players Show. And catcher Austin Hedges joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show.
Yeah, buddy. Austin Hedges, Rangers Players Show. He's going to join us here. Maybe coming up next segment. They're still on the field, putting in some extra work. Try to get back in the win column tonight. How about quarterbacks with most approved in 2023? Where is Dak on this list? And we have a Cowboys injury report here for you. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Wolchuk, what do we have on this injury report?
Yeah, we've got a couple of Cowboys that are listed. We don't have a game designation just yet. That'll come in the coming days. But we've got Jordan Lewis was a full participant with the foot, and then Tyler Smith, Sam Williams, and Donovan Wilson. Those are the only other three Cowboys listed. Tyler with the hammy, Sam Williams with the foot, and then Donovan Wilson, who's been dealing with that calf since training camp. Neither of them, any of them practiced today. So hopefully, later in the week, I know Mike McCarthy said Donovan Wilson, Tyler Smith, hope is they can get back on the practice field. But as Brian's been talking about, I don't know that we should expect Sam Williams to be playing on Sunday.
Yeah, the one about Sam Williams, I kind of feel like that one is taking a lot longer. And again, you're dealing with a guy that his responsibility is that be able to push off to explode. And when you're dealing with a toe that if you've ever had, you guys ever had like a turf toe?
I never had turf toe. No.
I wasn't athletic enough to get that.
It's basically like you playing with a jammed toe.
I broke a toe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah,
I stubbed it in the middle of the night.
Oh, that's like the worst.
I would say that is worse.
Ugh. But yeah, when you're dealing with a turf toe, anything like if it just hits, when you're pushing off and then it hits on the ground, the pain that shoots up your leg and your side and all that. I mean, it's just really hard to deal with. So he's probably dealing with that right now, and they're trying to work him into where. That's not the case. I think this is something he's probably going to have to deal with all year.
Yeah, this is a lingering. Yeah. We mentioned it with Terry McLaurin, Commanders wide receiver.
I watched a Sterling Sharp deal with it too, and it never. Hopefully he can just play in the games and stuff like that, but practicing and it just doesn't ever get well.
Well, they took away his vape pen for dealing with that pain. Yeah, got to get this man. What he needs to heal up.
Yeah.
Get that therapy going.
And the good news is they got they can just promote the young stud pass rusher Isaiah Land off the practice squad, and he can pass rush his balls off on Sunday night.
Yeah. I mean, and there's safer products like Toradol and hydrocodone if he wants to deal with it.
You're doing a bit over there, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm being sarcastic.
Right?
Yeah,
unless you want to go over there and watch the Colts.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because he's now on the Colts.
Right.
He'll be tearing up quarterbacks in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Okay, quarterbacks with the most approved in 2023. What quarterback would you guys say? Truckwreck.com fan text is open. How much pressure does Dak have on him? Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I think it's funny. Do you think of it as like a financial pressure or living up to the, he's been paid. So he's been, in some senses, Russell Wilson, hey, there ain't no pressure, baby. I'm paid. I'm here. I'm good.
Won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I won the Super Bowl. I got a lot more than what Tua's dealing with right now.
Well, I know, but that's he's got a new head coach and all that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people that think that Russell Wilson
there's a legacy component here.
There's a lot of people that just don't even think that he's worth the trouble.
ESPN's Mike Greenberg got conversation started this morning. He did put Russell Wilson number 1 and put Tua number 2.
Oh, nice. Did he put his guy Aaron Rodgers in there? He's a big Jets fan.
Yes. He has Jordan Love 3rd, Dak Prescott 4th, and then Aaron Rodgers number 5. So Tua needs a big year really to save his career. That does seem like there would be more pressure, although he does have the first-round money. I mean, you're talking about a difference of career earnings of like $20 million or $200 million. So this could be exponential type of windfall if he can stay healthy and have the kind of season that it appeared he was heading for last year.
It's weird with him. It's all about health. It's like he proved he can play. Like with these guys that we're looking at, hey, can you accomplish going further in the playoffs? On-field success. For him, it's literally, can you stay healthy for the entire season?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd have Deshaun Watson, maybe coming in number 2 instead of Tua. Just depends how you look at it. He's got all the guaranteed money in the world, and that's terrific for him. But he could also be known as like the worst quarterback contract of all time. And I think there's a competitive reality. There's your financial reality, and then there's your competitive identity. And nobody wants to be a loser. Mm-hmm. They're all super competitive. So I think Deshaun Watson, and especially after everything that Cleveland invested in him and where it looked like his career was heading, Jordan Love for sure. Can he follow Aaron Rodgers? And he doesn't have a lot of time to get the experience necessary to build a career. So I think for him and then Aaron Rodgers, that you have the chance to cement yourself as kind of, second behind maybe Tom Brady after Peyton Manning. You're in that conversation if you can get to 2 Super Bowls and you look at all the statistical accomplishments he's made.
Yeah, and with the New York stuff, that's the most hyped up team of the season. The NFL is force-feeding us Jets and Aaron Rodgers in primetime games. So, there's a ton of pressure on him for that.
How about Sam Howell with the Commanders?
I think so. I think there's a lot of hype around him.
Well, I say that in a way because
he could go earn a job, or
he can earn potentially a better contract. He can maybe save his head coach, who didn't initially have much faith in him.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot, Ryan, because if he doesn't have success, there could be a new coach like I talked about, but there also could be, they're going to potentially draft a quarterback.
In your experience, Brian, are the young guys that need to carve out a career feeling more pressure than the legends trying to maintain their status?
I said Russell Wilson just because I know Sean Payton. I know how Sean is. But the other one, like say Sam Howell, is on the other end of that spectrum for me because he's trying to prove that he could play in this league and be successful. And if he is successful, maybe it keeps – if all of a sudden they win 9 or 10 games and are, getting the wild card, that probably solidifies like maybe we're talking about him the same way we're talking about the guy at San Francisco.
See, I think there's a lot to be said for those younger guys. Like you look at the minor leaguers in the Rangers system right now. These dudes, some of them touted, they've had an opportunity for 4 months. Every day they wake up, they see it on SportsCenter. They see the Dallas Morning News. Maybe they're even listening to our show. Rangers bullpen is trash. Here's your opportunity to go grab a career. Has anybody stepped up and been like, I got it? We thought for a second, Spees. We've seen guys come up and be good for a second. But that pressure right there is debilitating. And if you look at the box scores actually from Frisco and Round Rock over the last 10 days or so, I don't know if guys are feeling that pressure, but they're not pitching well. Like the 4 or 5 guys that, hey, could the Rangers call up this dude? That they're getting shelled right now. They're watching on TV. You got to feel the pressure. You got to be excited. Your parents are calling you like, holy crap, dude. Have you seen how bad the Rangers bullpen is? I can't believe it. You might get to the show. Then the next thing you know, you're pitching even worse than them. Yeah. You're putting on a base runner and a half per inning. Some of the things that are going on down there. I think there's something to be said for that. But Justin Herbert and Daniel Jones, to me, I think are guys that are getting rewarded. They're getting paid or been paid already, and they're like not even proven to be good quarterbacks. I think there's a lot of guys throughout football that probably apply to that.
Mike, the other day when we were doing K&C, he had mentioned, Brock Purdy.
I think Brock Purdy, absolutely. They've moved on from Trey Lance, and you have a Super Bowl ready team right now.
Yeah, there's just expectations. Nick Bosa. You better go win.
They've selected you as the guy. You're the face of the franchise now, and if he doesn't perform, there's a ton of pressure on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think the only guys that there's no pressure on are the guys that are established, but there's really no expectation for them to go be amazing. And maybe that is kind of Dak. It's Kirk Cousins, it's Derek Carr, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. These dudes have money, they're successful, but nobody's expecting them to put a team on their back. And there's only a handful of those kind of guys out there that just are maybe Geno Smith.
Yeah, Geno was the first name that came to mind when you said that, where it's like, dude, play with house money, bro.
Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah,
everything's good. The fans aren't going to get too mad at me because they know who I am.
Exactly.
But somehow I've managed to get into a spot where I've made $35 or $40 million a year a couple of times.
I don't think there's pressure on Dak myself. I really don't, because he's probably going to play this game that he played 2-3 years ago with his contract. The way it's, until the Cowboys come out now. Maybe they've tried to do something with Trey Lance and all and bringing him in, but what pressure? They're probably going to find a way to renegotiate his deal, add more years to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no pressure.
In terms of getting paid,
is there threat?
Yeah, man. I think you could say Dak Prescott's under the most pressure every year because you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Every single throw he makes is being scrutinized. You look at every single show, they're talking about Dak. They're talking about Trey Lance.
Sure they
Dak's
are.
under the microscope more so than any quarterback.
Okay, the microscope, is that pressure or is
Yes.
that or is that just
It's pressure to perform.
Pressure would be from his own front office. That's where pressure is. They don't care what you or I or Eric or anybody said.
That's fine.
They don't care. They really
Speak for
don't.
yourself.
No, they really don't. They really don't. They're going to do what they want to do with their quarterback.
He's going to make his
No,
money.
I
There's
get
no
it.
question. From that standpoint, I hear what you're saying, but I do think there's a lot of pressure there.
There could be
whether or
internal
not you're
pressure
gonna
you
lose
put
your
on
job.
yourself, though. You can put pressure on yourself to be a winner.
Is there really a threat of him losing his job?
No,
I don't think so.
I think that's
Okay.
a great point, that the pressure comes from the front office.
Yeah,
and Dak's not getting
the
a lot
media,
of that.
He's not.
Although they brought in Trey Lance.
That's what I'm saying.
For the second time in 16 years, they brought in somebody to be the heir apparent.
They could be bringing Trey Lance in to try and upgrade Cooper Rush, is what they're really trying to do. You know, maybe they feel like, well, hey, if something, we saw what Cooper Rush could do for 5 games. He won the games, but it's a totally different style than what you play with Dak, right?
Yeah, good conversation, and one we'll have to pick up. Austin Hedges, Rangers catcher, is set to join you. The Rangers Player Show is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening.
Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best year-end offer. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We have a sports audio bonanza coming up at 4 o'clock right here in the nation. It's time now for another edition of That's Weed with Zach Wolchuk. Here he is.
Thank you. That is Weed. Ricky Williams, former Texas Longhorn, Miami Dolphin, New Orleans Saint. I mean, hell, Mike Ditka gave up his entire draft to go get Ricky Williams once.
That's dedication to a pick.
That is. And it was a running back.
How about that?
Woo!
Worked out.
Man after my heart, right, Eric?
Yeah, dude. That was terrible.
I'd have been to the Saints war room. Yes!
Just
yeah,
pouring
Mike.
gasoline all over a draft.
Yes, Mike. Let's add more picks to it. Yes.
So
that's all we're giving up for him?
Ricky.
Mike, we stole him. We stole him.
We just give up picks 1 through 7, and next year's one too. Why not? We'll throw that one in there. But Ricky famously did leave football.
He did,
and basically went to just enjoy the cannabis.
He found himself.
He did.
He went on a walkabout in Australia.
Went to go get his mind right. He was up in that camp healing his brain from those injuries,
and it worked because he came back and he was damn good with the Dolphins. But now he thinks that other players should be allowed to do some healing with the cannabis. And he talked to TMZ Sports. I believe we have the audio of that. But here's Ricky on cannabis use in the National Football League and how he thinks it should be used moving forward.
Or what is your take on the NFL finally loosening up?
Well, it's great. I think of if the NFL had these same kinds of regulations when I was playing, it would allow me to get more out of that time in my life. And so knowing that, part of what I went through is open the doors for players to be able to take care of themselves and not be punished. I think the next step, though, is, at the end of a game, if we're on the plane ride home, the trainer is walking down the aisle and he has two capsule cases, one of Ambien and the other one of Vicodin. And he's walking down the aisle and saying, do you need any of this? Do you need any of this? And the truth is, for football players, we do need something, right? Because it hurts and you're all revved up and it's hard to calm down and go to sleep. And I'd love to see, cannabis as being one of those things that the trainer is walking down the aisle offering to the players.
And, he says, look, we can test it and we could, try it out for a year, see how players' bodies respond. But, you hear about all the painkiller addictions, right? Is this not a better way to go about it, to try and get some help and some medication for these players?
And it works. The THC cream, CBD creams for pain, those things actually work. There's THC patches for pain. They work instantly. And without some type of weird addiction to opioids or whatnot. So you're at industry trying to get your fix.
Yeah, it's almost like it's meant to be. Like maybe we really got off the rails with this thing. There's cannabinoid receptors in our brains. It's like our brains are kind of built to be ready to receive that. And it's hard to know exactly what is all in Mother Nature or God's plan, but that seems like an awful big coincidence to me. And it seems like we've really, probably ended up getting off the rails because cannabis is so easily mass produced in your backyard. And that's a threat to the pharmaceutical industry. So as all these medical revolutions are happening in the early to mid 20th century, and people are researching up whether it's opium or, hydrocodone or all these different ways of masking pain and coming up with different things to ease our suffering as humans, we found out, holy crap, this cannabis thing actually is a better cure than all these things that have toxicity. That's a massive threat. That's like the oil industry seeing alternative fuels and buying it up and then locking it away so it can never threaten their oil. I think that's what happened, and maybe there were good intentions with some politicians who thought this was going to mess up kids, but the farther we've gone, the more research has happened. The downside is less than the chemical drugs. And the upside may be even better. When it comes to holistically addressing the human body and mind, and instead of just like numbing you to sleep or actually, I don't know what Ambien does, but like putting you in some sort of a hypnotic state is what it feels like. It doesn't seem natural.
Make sure you send out racist tweets too, by the way.
Very dangerous. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
The racist just jumps out.
The head trauma, right? We see that we talk about CTE.
and the issues with the concussions. And I mean, marijuana's been used for seizures, in testing for that. I mean, and who knows? I mean, maybe, I don't know what the NFL is laxing up on it a little bit, but I think Ricky Williams is certainly onto something with this.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And I hope more people listen to him. And I think it's probably an easy thing to do, especially as some of these states that the football teams are in are legalizing it. And, they probably have plenty of consumer-ready products available. How bad did it get last night at the ballpark? I bet you felt like you wanted some cannabis to deal with that. Astros fans, maybe 20,000 strong, throwing a party in your house.
Yeah.
It led to a Jared Sandler poll. And this is Sandler's personal hell, seeing Houston do well.
Mm-hmm.
Which team do you dislike the most right now in all of sport as a North Texan? At one point, I saw Astros were leading this with 80%. When I voted on it, I did go Eagles. They have 31.9%. Philly does. The Astros are sitting at 65.6 right now.
I voted for the Astros.
Are the Astros your most hated team in all of DF?
Yeah.
That's not recency bias?
No, not at all. I mean, no, seriously.
it definitely is recency bias if you consider that over the last 5 years.
No, I'm not a fan of Houston. I'm just not a fan of Houston at all. So, and then their sports teams drive me nuts. So yes, no, it's something even though I worked in Philadelphia and competed against them and whatever. No, Houston, what they've done to us the last 2 days is no, I can't stand that. And I talked about the whole thing with the cheating and all that. I understand that. I understand, because I'm kind of a whatever it takes guy, to win. But the Astros, I cannot stand that baseball team. I can't stand their fans. I can't stand the team itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at Astros place. It wasn't always that way.
I respect what the Eagles do. I respect what Howie Roseman and those guys putting together their team. I don't like their coach. I like their coach a lot better when Doug Peterson was there. Doug won a Super Bowl, of course, there.
Mm-hmm.
I respect that kind of team. But the fan base, nah. But the team itself, the Astros, I just don't.
I hear you on the Astros. It will always be the Eagles for me. I can't stand them. The fan base, the team, I don't care if they stink. Like it's a Washington situation.
I hated the Commanders far worse as a kid than I did ever.
Well, they were great.
And I can see that. And maybe it's just because
Steelers, that's another team I hated.
The 49ers.
Yeah. 49ers, there you go.
Absolutely. But the Eagles have always been my most hated.
I mean, there's some proximity that can make the passion more. I think their fans coming into the stadium so much since 2015 really has a significant impact on it. Their success, the fact that they're cheaters, but I could never rank that higher than the Eagles having the most obnoxious fans, maybe in all of sport.
Oh, that bunch
might be worldwide.
That bunch in Houston's trying. They're trying.
They are. They're
trying.
Pretty obnoxious.
They're showing up, and hey, good for them. They're getting the last laughs right now.
Yeah, I think it is the proximity thing for me. Like being at the ballpark the other day with Basky and Walchuk and seeing all the orange, it was so annoying. And you mentioned the cheating and everything. I'm sure if we were much closer to Philadelphia and we were surrounded by Eagles fans sort of all the time, and for the last half decade they'd been the clear big brother in the division, and for us it's kind of back and forth when it comes to the Cowboys and the Eagles. It's not like the Eagles are just consistently crushing you. Now granted, big picture, they've been to the Super Bowl twice now over the last 6 years.
There was a good stretch they did.
Yeah, no, for sure there was. But as of late, it's kind of a coin flip. Which is it going to be, the Eagles this year or the Cowboys this year in the division? And it's not that case. The Astros are clearly far and away your big brother.
Let me ask you this: If you had to pull, would you ever pull? All right, let me ask you this: Would you, the way that the Eagles do business, do you respect them more than? I mean, could you pull for a team? Would you like your team to be like the Eagles?
Yes,
I'd like to have Howie Roseman. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not the fans, but yes, the front office.
See, that's. I mean, that's.
It's a real professional.
I could deal with the fan base and all that, but like I said, the Astros.
But hell, the way the Astros have gone about putting that team together. I mean, the way that they've got people in their minor leagues, the pitchers they're bringing up, they continue to perform. Jordan Alvarez is homegrown. Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, they've done it right too.
I dislike their players. I dislike the Astros players. I don't. I can't say I dislike all the Eagles players.
Oh, we got the Spurs in there as well.
Oh, yeah. I certainly did hate the Spurs quite a bit.
Yeah, some folks hate the
and that might ignite with Wemby being there. Maybe they become relevant again.
The Patriots. I don't know. I think Broadus is taking it easy on Philly because he worked for those birds.
The Eagles will always be my number one.
They didn't give me a chance. I mean, I helped them get Andy Reid and helped them get and helped them with the draft, and Andy took advantage.
We're letting you off way too easy for that one. Buddy.
No.
Thanks for giving him Andy Reid, damn it. That's why I hate him so much.
No, Andy, like I said, Andy deserved the coach. I wish we would have got to stay. I really do. I wish Mike and I would have got to stay. I never got to see that team that we picked work. I mean, they competed against me.
Yeah, so that's frustrating.
I far respect more what goes on in Philadelphia than I do what goes on in Houston.
Well, I always respect a good sports audio bonanza, Chief. What kind of audio cuts do we have?
Well, it will, among other things, feature a historical football injury next right here in the nation.
Nighttime on the Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Rangers Players Show. As joining you now here on your home of the Rangers is catcher Austin Hedges. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? We got him? We got Austin?
I'm here. I'm doing great.
Oh, right on, man. Thanks for joining us here on your home of the Rangers. How's your afternoon going out there?
Oh, it's going good. Got a little work in and getting ready for a fun night with Scherzer Verlander.
Yes, sir. Can you believe this is the first time they faced each other in their careers?
That blows my mind, right? I mean, guys that have pitched for that long to never face each other and that they've pitched so much together, it's going to be pretty fun to watch.
As a catcher, what can you say about these showdowns? What do they mean to you?
I mean, anytime you get two first ballot Hall of Famers, arguably the best of our game of all time, going against each other, it's it's just a time to like soak it in and watch why they're so great and enjoy the, you don't get to see it every day. So I think it's just going to be fun to just enjoy.
Now, from what we understand it, Scherzer doesn't dock too much on game day, but from the looks of your performances, you might have some pretty good tips for him, bro.
Yeah, I'd like to not have to ever do that again. But it was fun while it lasted.
Well, the question is, though, did they give you a bullpen jacket? Do you have like a bullpen jacket now in your locker and stuff like that you can wear around?
Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Hopefully, like I said, that was the last time we're doing that. But I still identify as a catcher. See, I almost said pitcher. My goodness.
Yeah,
I identify as a catcher still.
Contractually, though, we might want to identify as a pitcher, though, right? Would that maybe help us down the line?
I mean, if it's bringing my WAR up, I'll have to take a check.
There you go.
Check it out. Maybe take that as a free agency.
Have you ever worked? When's the last time you actually worked on pitches?
It's funny. I work on pitches all the time, to be honest. Okay. I've spent a lot of time in the outfield during batting practice, just talking to pitchers and all my favorite guys that I try and learn their grips, and then I play catch with them. And so I've got a nice little 12 pitch repertoire that I haven't been able to use on the mound yet because no one necessarily wants to watch me pitch. Trying to get that done as quickly as possible. But it would be fun to go out there one day and mix some curveballs, some cutters, sliders in.
So has that helped you as a catcher? Going out there and practicing that, learning some of the different ways that these pitchers think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and for young guys, some guys, they come up and they're learning grips and learning things. And if I don't necessarily know how to throw these pitches well, but I know that, this guy or this guy, this is how they throw their slider. This is what they said they talked about when they throw their fastball or sinker. And that goes a lot farther than, just my opinion. Like when it's coming from someone that does that at a high level, I think it goes a long way.
Are you serious that you have 12 pitches?
I got a legit 12 pitch repertoire. I got a 4-seam, a 2-seam. No, a 4-seam, a running 2-seam, a sinker, a cutter, 2-seam changeup, 4-seam changeup, splitter, curveball, sweeper, slider. So I don't know how many that was, but it's around there.
We just got to get you. Yeah, we got to get you with a knuckleball guy somewhere, right? To kind of figure
that's the one pitch I can't throw. It's the one I can't throw. I play catch with Bobby Wilson, who's got a great one, but I've yet to learn that one well.
Austin, do other guys do this, or is this kind of like your personal hobby inside the game?
I've never really seen guys do it. I've been doing it for a while. I think my rookie year, anytime I've been a backup catcher, you spend a lot more time in the outfield jagging balls during BP, and it's time to just catch up with pitchers, and I'm fascinated by what makes them great. And so anybody that has a special pitch, I'm like, well, how do you throw that thing? And it's fun information to know, and if I could ever pass that on to a young guy, then it's worth their while.
So, but when you've been getting out there, you're not throwing that repertoire. You're just trying to work location and get out.
I'm trying to throw the ball as slowly as possible, as efficiently as possible, right down the middle. As like I said, I'd love to go out there and pretend like I could show it off on the mound, but no one's there to see me pitch. If I'm coming in the game, it's time to get this game over with as quickly as possible. Okay. And I'm trying to have good tempo and lob it in there.
Hey, Austin, I swear this is the last question about pitching, though. But the first time you did this, though, didn't they have to slow you down? The umpire, like you were way ahead of the pitch clock, right? It wasn't even like 2 seconds. Did they? I was listening to the game the one afternoon or night that you got in, and like you were pitching too quick. Did they try and slow you down, the umpire, the one time?
Yeah, I guess what happened was I didn't like put my hands together like from the windup. I just stepped on the rubber and went to throw, and he's like, "You got to like come set or something." I was like, "Okay, I got you." But I was working pretty fast.
It's Austin Hedges here with you on 105.3 The Fan. So, are the guys keeping it light? How's the mood going here with from our perspective, things are getting tight here over the last couple of weeks and couple days.
Yeah, I mean, the clubhouse is great. The second I got traded over here, you could feel the desire to win and the camaraderie that this team has, and that hasn't changed at all. The reality is we just haven't been playing as good a baseball as we'd like to, and other teams have also been playing good baseball. But that's why we play 162, and that's why the playoffs are in October and not September. So I still think it's a great opportunity for us to get hot right when we need to. It's really in the playoffs. It's about the teams that come in hot. So struggling a little bit at the end of August, early September, that doesn't really change anything. And we have the group to go out and win this division and make a deep playoff run.
Rangers catcher Austin Hedges with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned, if the pitching would improve your WAR. How into those advanced metrics are you when it comes to fan graphs and all that, when pitch framing? And I think it certainly shows which catchers are more valuable these days, even if you're not able to be necessarily a juggernaut at the plate.
Yeah, the receiving one is definitely one I take a lot of pride in. For me, as a catcher, it's game calling is number one, receiving is number two, and it's really just based off of quantity, right? So you're calling a pitch is the thing you're going to do the most, and receiving the ball is the thing you'll do the second most. You only get 4 at bats, you only block a handful of pitches, maybe a guy or two will try and steal. So from a catcher's perspective, if you're truly prepared from a game planning perspective, and then you're receiving the ball the right way, you can really impact the game. And counts matter in this game. So making a 1-1 pitch a strike, 2-1 versus 1-2 is a huge statistical advantage. So those are pretty much the receiving stuff's basically the most thing I pay attention to.
Are you in on robo umps?
I'm in on the challenge system. Not on full robo umps. I think they still bring so much value to the game and how the game's supposed to be played. And then just like in other sports or like replays like we're doing right now, I think they come up with some type of challenge thing like they're doing sometimes in AAA right now. I think that'll make the game really fun and not take away the skill set that catchers have, because we work really hard at our craft. And it'd be too bad if something that a lot of guys have spent, hours upon hours working at something, for that to be taken away would be disheartening.
Austin, what was the hardest you've ever been hit with a foul ball off your mask?
It's been pretty hard, man. I've had 4 concussions, and they're not fun.
Oh, geez.
So, I've bounced around from different masks. I've been hit in the head with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball hitting. So my poor brain has been through some things, which is why I'm a little bit loco. But it's part of the game. It's definitely something that I hope the world and all the scientists out there in the world are figuring out how to deal with this concussion thing, because it's a serious issue. So it's something that's like I said, though, it's part of it, and I've definitely been smoked by some hard ones.
Now, jokes aside from going crazy from head blows, but what's the craziest thing you've done lately?
The craziest thing I've done lately, my goodness, I've just been trying to get settled here in Dallas. I got 2 dogs, and both of them are going through some things. One's got an ear infection. He's a Great Dane. He's got to wear this like bonnet on his head, so that looks hilarious. My other black lab just got some couple like skin tags removed, so he's got the cone of shame. So probably the craziest thing is dealing with a couple wounded animals.
Oh, that's the worst. I'll never forget when Wolchuk had that cone on his head after that whole thing that he was dealing with.
Just a different head.
It's tough, dude. It's tough.
Okay.
So do you when you get traded like this, are you put up in a hotel right now, or are you just like are you getting continental breakfast every morning? What's the deal?
No, I got lucky enough that my wife did some good research and found us a nice Airbnb for a couple months. And it's nice to have a house, have a little bit of a yard. So our dogs are good, and the hotel life can be a bit of a grind during the season. So we're actually nice and settled in here, and we're loving Texas so far.
Can you give us a scouting report on our guy Jack Leiter? Didn't he come up to Globe Life Field? They were doing some live BP. Were you one of those bats?
I was.
What do we need to know? Is he going to be an ace? He kicks ass, right?
it's one of the better fastballs I've ever seen. I was out there like knowing he had a good fastball, trying to get above it, and I just flat out couldn't touch his fastball. I haven't been able to touch a whole lot of guys' fastballs in my career, but he does have a good one. And I think the curveball's real. I think if he gets that slider going a little bit better, we're definitely looking at an ace in this league.
Hell yeah.
Right on, Austin. Well, thank you so much. Welcome to Texas from all of us, and go give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. Austin Hedges. That was fun. Like the 214 says, low-key, Austin is single-handedly keeping me on the Rangers ship with this interview.
Yeah,
it'll keep you engaged.
I do, absolutely. And for keeping us engaged, Pluckers is going to give him a $100 gift certificate. So got 8 of those Pluckers locations in that DFW area. So thanks for Austin for being on with us, and thanks to Pluckers.
I guess it's good that they keep, saying everything's light still. We're in a good mood. We have our morale going. Our chemistry is, not being too slowed down from this losing. But, man, I just don't know if I can believe it, because it seems like they've lost confidence in each other and maybe even themselves. I think just the historically bad run from their bullpen, I think, popped their balloon. And I don't know if anything puts it back other than an offseason and new personnel. I think, what is this now? The third time we've had a real sustained losing period. And it sucks, as a contender, you go through that once and you put it in the rearview mirror and you're like, yeah, that's right. That's not who we are. But then it comes back like Jason in Friday the 13th. So it's standing on your front porch again. And then you're like, okay, cool. We've won 4 of 5, almost swept the Mets there. We got it, and it's like, bang, right back down. This time, your return to playing well didn't even last that long. I guess the veterans have been in it for so long. They've seen crazy things happen. They understand. But also believes that they've been around so long and they know what you got to say. That you don't want to become a distraction. You don't want to make it about you. Those are 2 of the biggest rules in a baseball interview. But I just don't know how you could watch that happen in the and not feel a tremendous amount of pressure and adrenaline, urgency. I'm waking up in a bad mood. I'm not wanting to talk to anybody. Everybody should be Max Scherzer right now, but baseball players are just different, I guess, especially by the time they get to the big leagues.
But there might be nothing they can do.
Yeah.
It might be to the point where...
And a lot of them have millions of dollars, so how bad could it really be?
No, but, I mean, if you look at it, though, that just coming to the ballpark and being positive, that's probably the best thing you could do.
Yeah.
But then you realize it gets to a certain point in time of the game, that's when you lose all confidence.
Maybe that's the best thing you can do as a teammate, though, is insist on just remaining positive.
Yeah, I think
not contributing to the down.
Yeah, don't be the guy that's causing all the problems. I remember a guy like Terrell Owens, coming into locker rooms, making things just divisive and stuff in there. You can't have that. I mean, even if things are going super bad, let the manager, let CY handle that. Don't you be the player that's kind of dragging people into your little bitch party that you're dealing with.
Yeah, that was the problem with him, with T.O. dividing the locker room.
He did.
At least that's what Jerry felt. 214, I'm with you guys concerning the Astros. I really don't like them. Great Hedges interview, says the 817. 214, my goodness, what a good interview. That dude is smart. That was an incredible insight. That's your guy, Jesus and Garland.
Smart dude for sure.
It's funny that as I was going to maybe one time you asked, you say, catchers make really good managers.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and you can kind of see why. If a guy's kind of got a broad,
absolutely,
view of everything, trying to learn a little bit more, 12 pitches, all this stuff. That's why these catchers make pretty good managers.
Yeah, I was just thankful he mentioned that he had been doing the pitching practice stuff for a while now. I thought he showed up to the Rangers, saw the bullpen, and was like, oh, dear God, they're actually going to need a hand here. I better get to work. So that actually made me feel a little better.
He developed 12 pitches since he's been here.
Yeah, he showed up and was like,
added 3 more to my arsenal.
I see an opportunity to help
He might have done this before, right? Might be everywhere he's been. He's had to kind of be that guy.
I haven't thrown a pitch since high school, and I guarantee you in a month I can get in that bullpen and mow down some batters.
That was a crazy can of worms to open. And on that matter, I feel like if I'm still at that game and the Rangers are losing 14-1 and Austin Hedges come in, I do want to see the repertoire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see. That's the most entertaining.
If you're waving the white flag and
see.
you're putting out a position player to pitch, go ahead. Show me that two-seamer
I
that's
guess
running.
You don't want to show up the opposing hitters, or you don't want to make it about you, but we're making it about the fans. We want to see catchers throw 12 different pitches, please.
The Rangers for a while there before the All-Star break it seemed like every fifth or sixth game they were playing against a position player pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like they were, and now
it's come full circle.
Now it's come full circle to them.
Jeez, Brian, that's too soon.
Loved what he said about Jack Leiter, though, and I completely forgot about that.
That's a great question,
BP.
by the way.
Yeah,
man, that was a good.
I mean,
one.
not that he was going to say anything bad, but still, that's encouraging.
Yeah, heck yeah.
All right, top 10. Where are we going, Bully?
All right, The Equalizer 3's been at the top of the box office with Denzel. I got the top 10 movie sequels. Personalized list. Been stressing about it. What's your favorite sequel of all time? That's next.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, with his top 10.
Thank you very much. About to get into the top 10 movie sequels in honor of The Equalizer 3. Shout out to Denzel, still getting it done, as that movie has been at the top of the box office over the last week. This was a tough list to do. I didn't realize how many damn good sequels we've got out there. We've got quite a few good sequels. Very quickly, though, some NFL news. We do have news about Cooper Kupp. He is not going to be playing. He's officially been ruled out for their season opener against the Seahawks, according to head coach Sean McVay. And they might end up just putting him on the PUP list and say, look, you're going to miss the first 4 weeks as he tries to figure out that hamstring
I don't
injury.
think he'd go on PUP.
That's not what Sean McVay was saying.
I don't think he can go
I think
on.
you can put a player.
I was wondering about that too. I was like, I thought it was too late for
Is he
PUP.
already on PUP?
No, he's not currently on the PUP list
I
because
think
they
they
were
did-
holding out hopes that he could play
I
week
think he'd have
one.
to go on IR.
He has to go on IR.
With the return, like there's
with the return designation, which I
Yeah.
think would mean that's like 8 weeks.
Is it 8?
I think it's 8.
It's 4.
What's the difference between IR and PUP then if it's 4?
Well, it's
PUP's 4. What's the IR?
Well, I think there's a certain amount of guys you can have on each, and so before the season, it's PUP. Once we've gotten down to the final 53-man roster,
Yeah.
now there's no PUP options, and it's just the IR options because you can't just
Right,
put a
but how
million
long-
guys
PUP
on
is
IR.
PUP is 4 weeks because
I knew that.
Yeah, and is IR 6?
Maybe it's 6.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's 4.
Yeah.
And if it is, then that's awesome. Maybe that's the loophole. Maybe that's what they can put him
I
in.
wish I knew the rules. I used to know the rules.
Well, but it's not your fault because they've changed it up. Like they
That's
used to
what I'm
not
saying.
have the short-term IR. Now that they do.
Eric, you looking it up?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it here. I mean, 8 players can return from IR during the season. An individual can be designated twice. There might not be actually be a limit on how if your IR return, with the designation to return.
That might be the way.
I don't think you have to miss an exact period of time. Let's see, players. How long does a player have to stay on injured reserve? As long as they need to heal, they have a 4-week window to be promoted back to the active roster the week after they start practicing again.
Okay.
So
maybe it
I
is
get-
like
I-
6 weeks roughly.
Yeah, so there's, I don't know, the NFL has changed the way they do the IR thing over the last 2 years, and it's a little bit, I mean, it's beneficial for the teams, but it's a little bit more confusing.
The fact that he didn't start on PUP, I don't think he could be
He
put
can't
on.
be put back. He can't be
No.
put on it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough situation with Cooper Kupp because he went and saw the specialist there. They were thinking he'd be good to go. Now he's not good to go. So we'll see moving forward what the Rams decide to do with the wide receiver. He's been one of the best in football. It's just unfortunate with the injuries, and it's already begun for the Rams when it comes to their injuries and players not being available. Well, let's slide into the list. We got a lot of good text coming in from the 785, their favorite sequels. We got Weekend at Bernie's, Indiana Jones, Back to the Future, Karate Kid.
Those are my two, actually.
Really?
Karate
Okay.
Kid and Back to the Future, too, although Indiana Jones, incredible.
Indiana Jones, and which one?
Temple of
817.
Doom.
If any of the Toy Stories don't make the top 10, then we're having a fight. Look, Toy Story 3 is a heartwarmer for me. I mean, Andy goes to college, and it came out the same year that I was graduating and going to college. I mean, the time frame, and I saw Toy Story as a kid. I'm with you. Toy Story, very, very heartwarming. LA, do you have a favorite sequel?
Terminator 2, The Dark Knight, and I just got into the the Hunger Games.
Oh yeah,
I know it's old as hell, but I'm just now getting into them. The Hunger Games are amazing.
Damn, the second Hunger Games was really good.
Yeah.
I actually forgot all about those. That's another one. See, I completely I forgot about the Hunger Games. They're not on here.
Saw 2.
Free Willy's being texted in. I didn't think the Free Willy sequel was very good.
By the way, folks listening to the program that I know said 4 games.
Really? Okay.
4 games.
For
Awesome.
IR?
For IR.
You for sure have to miss 4.
4 games, yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Yep.
All right. Well, maybe that is what the Rams will end up doing. Nothing official yet. Right now, they have not decided to do anything with him. He's just officially been ruled out for Week 1. We got love for Bad Boys 2 and Rush Hour 2. Both honorable mentions for me. Absolutely. Mighty Ducks being texted in. I'm with you.
It's just like good sequels, not like a sequel better than the first, nothing like that, right?
No, it's just like your favorite sequel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we've got a lot like Ocean's 12, I think, is a good sequel.
Yeah,
there you
Blade
go.
2. Like, is Blade 2 better than Blade? I don't think so, but Blade 2 is really badass.
Right. Yeah.
Really, really good. My top, I got Mad Max Fury Road, deserves an honorable mention as well. That movie's sick. Next Friday. I didn't think it was better than Friday, but I thought Next Friday was still really hilarious. The Austin Powers sequel I was also one. But my top 10.
Oh, so this is personalized.
Yep, I start at number 10.
Is this where you get nervous?
I get nervous.
He does. He clams up a little bit during these.
Airbud got texted in, of course. Star Wars, Shrek 2. Absolutely love Shrek.
Well, he gets a lot of strongly worded emails.
I get a lot of
after
emails,
these.
a lot of DMs.
So many emails.
And the list is constantly changing. I mean, I didn't even think about like Catching Fire, those Hunger Game sequels until Lucius brought it up.
Oh, so good.
Might have to make some adjustments.
We're constantly evolving, man.
Number 10, I do have D2 The Mighty Ducks. I grew up on those movies, and I think D2's the best one. We get the Knuckle Puck.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
We get
The advent of the Knuckle Puck was pretty special.
No doubt. And you've got the tournament. It's like worldwide against Iceland. You get the incorporation of the new characters that
Actually,
you end
a
up
warm
meeting.
place at Iceland.
Kenny Wu, you get the
Freaky too up
the
there.
rodeo
Yeah,
guy.
Super
really.
freaky.
Julie the Cat Gaffney. Look, D2 Mighty Ducks is sick.
You rest your case.
Number 9, and this is a movie that gets slept on, and that's why I put it in the top 10. Logan.
Oh, Wolverine.
Logan is incredible.
Yeah.
That is a movie that
Is that a
doesn't get
prequel?
enough love.
That's with the Hard Knocks voice. Isn't that with Liv Schreiber?
Liv Schreiber, yes. Because like they did the origin stories of Wolverine,
Yeah.
and they made, I think, 2 before that one, and they were pretty meh. And then Logan, holy hell, that one was a home run.
And Logan is Logan actually Wolverine, or is Logan the brother? Okay, so Logan is Wolverine.
Logan is Wolverine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Is
Logan
that an
is
origin story?
It is.
I love origin stories.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 8.
I'm a little late.
I might have this a little bit low for some people because I think a lot of people it's their number 1. Is
Wait a minute, you have an 8 and some people have an 1?
yeah.
Okay.
It's T2 Judgment Day, Terminator 2. And the only reason I have it at 8, not that it's not an epic movie and it might be the greatest sequel of all time in terms of being better than the first one, I just don't watch as much as some of the other movies I put ahead of it. Not trying to deny its greatness, but for me, watchability, I've just seen these other ones a lot more than I have ahead of it.
Yeah, more great movies like Mighty Ducks D2. I almost checked out when you started the list with that, by the way,
bleep
but you've
off.
recovered. You have recovered.
Number 7, I've got Spider-Man 2. This is the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire. Spider-Man 2 is the best of the 3. It's fantastic.
P-word.
Wait. That's not the one with James Franco and the Green Goblin?
James Franco's in those, yes, absolutely.
But is that the Green Goblin? Is that William Dafoe?
William Dafoe's the Green Goblin, but that's Spider-Man 1. Spider-Man 2 is Doc Ock.
Is that the guy with the
Yes.
octopus?
Yes.
You thought that was better?
It's definitely better. Go back and rewatch it.
Okay.
Spider-Man 2 is better than Spider-Man.
Go
It's
watch,
a- it's
he
a-
just
it's
told you
pretty
to
good
watch
movie.
the tape.
It's
He just
very
told
good.
you to watch the tape.
It's
is
a-
what he
I
did.
mean,
It's
the numbers
really, really
say
good.
something different, but I
you
guess
don't
I'll go
watch
watch
tape.
the tape again.
Yeah, you got to watch the
Hey,
tape.
that's an eye test thing for you.
Dude, Tobey Maguire and the other Tom Holland guy, they were both Spider-Mans were at the Messi game the other night.
Hey, those guys get along, and I love them. Number 6, okay, and this is a yearly watch for me on Christmas time. And when you get sequels that are, this is better than the first one. It's National Lampoon Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
That is an epic movie.
Freaking absolutely,
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Number 5 is Two Towers, Lord of the Rings. Battle of Helm's Deep's one of the best fight scenes you'll ever see in your life. Absolutely incredible. And I think it's the best of the 3. Number 4, I've got The Godfather Part 2.
There you go.
And it was tough not to put this higher.
Finally, a movie I've seen.
But Godfather Part 2.
I thought you were a big Schmeagol guy.
Not really.
I thought you loved like dwarves and wizardry and
mud on your
dragons.
Yeah, mud on your face and dragon. No, hell no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I never watched one of those episodes of those things. I'm sorry. If you like it, great. Yeah, good for you.
But you're not a Dungeons and Dragons guy?
I thought you used to play growing up.
I thought he was a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
I thought he was a member of the Hellfire Club.
What?
Yeah.
What's that all about?
You were part of the Oasis.
Do you not do any sci-fi at all?
You don't LARP?
No.
Star Wars, Star Trek?
No. None at all.
So you don't LARP anymore?
No, I just don't. The whole thing with like.
You had your day.
I watched Star Trek like when it was in the 60s.
Star Trek?
Yeah, but not the.
It's a good track.
But not the Star Trek, right?
Star Trek.
There was just a vowel.
You got to watch Logan's Run, bro. That's old school as hell right there. That's so good.
Logan's Run. Who was in that? Was it Jan Michael Vincent, maybe?
Oh, don't act like you don't know. You know. You saw
Come
it.
on, man. Don't play with me like that.
Is that who was in it?
Yeah. So I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. How about that for you?
Brian.
Yeah.
Well, Brian doesn't know how to look things up. We got to look it up for him.
Brought us a big World of Warcraft guy.
You loved World of Warcraft.
He's trying to hide this. He's being bashful about
You've
it.
named like 7 movies I haven't ever seen.
Well, that's not surprising.
World of Warcraft is one of your favorite movies of all time.
Die Hard 2 getting texted in again. The Die Hards,
Yes,
I
yes.
might have slept on those ones. I might need
You
to
did.
adjust the list. Porky's 2 is getting texted in. That's a great one. Yeah, Star Trek 2 Wrath of Khan. A lot of people love that movie. I've seen it one time, so I wasn't going to put it on here. And yes, I didn't want to fight through the Harry Potter movies, 817, but I do love Harry Potter. And American Pie 2 is the best of the American Pies. Definitely deserves to be mentioned. Top 3. I did this one for you, Gavin, at number 3, because I do think it's the best of the sequels, and the entire franchise is a special place
Freddy
in my
got
heart.
fingered?
It is Rocky 4.
Rocky 4, there you go. Yes.
Dude, I mean, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, they're all. I mean, Rocky 2 is pretty good, but I think Rocky 4 is the best of the sequels.
And if you watch that coming up anytime soon, it surprised me looking back on that how cool the Russians were when they first got there. You know, they were trying to be humble.
They were trying.
They were trying their hardest, and then they got bitter. And I thought after they killed Creed, they should have gone back to being cool, but they didn't. And that's what really twisted that dagger, and I think brought out the emotions and made it one of the greatest American movies of all time.
How many
Not only a
times
great sports movie.
How many times have you seen it in the last month?
3.
Is there a reason why?
It's on my
new package.
It's on my streaming service. There's a Rocky Balboa channel.
Let me tell you what. That streaming service. There's a lot more going on than you can move around a little bit.
It's kind of like the old school satellite dishes, but over the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, why fix it if it ain't broken, man? You got the Italian stallion on your screen.
I just know.
What are we doing
You
here?
just you
Flipping
didn't want to
through the
change the channel.
channels?
You just didn't want to.
No, I'm enjoying it.
Are you just? I'm
enjoying it.
Are you just sitting around like, oh man, I can't change the
Stuck
channel.
on
Number
Stallone.
4. If number 4 is on, I'm not clicking the channel.
It's hard to move over. And
Yeah.
Home Alone 2 is getting texted in a bunch. Home Alone 2 deserves an honorable mention. I don't like it more than Home Alone 1, but still very, very good movie. I gave love to Rush Hour 2. Bad Boys 2 absolutely is in the conversation. I thought about putting that in the top 10. I went with next Friday, not Friday After Next, but Friday After Next is getting texted in quite a bit as well. The Creed sequels, absolutely. Number 2, Empire Strikes Back. It's I think the best Star Wars.
Yes.
And it's got maybe the most iconic line in the history of movies.
The Empire.
Yes. It's epic. I mean,
What's the line?
Darth Vader, Luke, I am your father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
You saw that one, right?
Sorry, I missed that one.
The
You
middle.
missed that one? Damn it,
He
Brian.
hasn't seen a single Star Wars.
Oh, maybe on our cable package it might come
You-
on,
you
and
could.
I can watch. that.
Although I would highly recommend you just take a total pass on the ones that came out from like 98 to 2003.
I agree.
Those are terrible.
I saw the original one
Yeah.
like in the 70s.
They're not good.
You know what's funny about the Star Wars in that line is they say we misquote that, and I haven't gone back to check myself, but they say that he doesn't actually say, Luke, I am your father. He says, no, I am your father.
Really?
What are you
Yes.
selling over there,
I'm serious.
bro?
No, this is like
No, I'm asking Wolchuk.
Well,
What do you mean, what am I selling? I'm selling what the rest of America and the world believes.
They literally
is what
have
he says.
it's a misquoted movie lines website. It's legit. I heard this from somebody.
I am your father.
A while ago. Yeah,
It's like the Berenstein Bears thing.
yes, like you think it's one thing your whole life, but it's something else.
Yeah, I also heard that you dirty rat.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Yeah.
Really?
That's a James Cagney.
What about leave the gun, take the cannoli? Is that legit?
That's legit. That's
I hope
legit.
so.
Yeah,
Those are
that
words
is
to live
legit.
by.
Good
Yeah,
Lord.
after poor son. No, the guy in the back of the head.
Yeah, it is the Mandela effect. Absolutely. So there you go. No, I am your father. I'll make sure we say that from next time. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 getting texted in. Top Gun 2.
That's a Go Ninja. Go Ninja. Yeah.
Go Ninja.
Secret of the Ooze, bro.
The
What?
3 ninjas.
Oh,
Dude,
bro.
those all deserve some love. Of
Love
course,
those.
Top Gun Maverick. Yes, Top Gun Maverick was in
What,
consideration. to be in the top
20-something
10.
years apart? How far was that apart?
But
matter.
It was still a good
I'm
sequel.
just asking.
It was still really
It's the
good.
same movie,
Probably
right?
30 plus years.
Number one, though, best sequel, in my opinion. It's also arguably my favorite movie ever. It is The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
And rest in peace, Heath Ledger.
Thank you, Bully. There it is, his top 10 at 420. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Sean Merriman's going to join you. Lights out. We'll talk with him about the upcoming NFL season and if he still feels betrayed by the Cowboys. Cowboys Twitter's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation with you. If you want or need new windows, go to windownation.com, call 866-90-NATION. They are the star of window replacement, proud partner.
Foundation is there. You can join them in giving back to our communities by donating through North Texas Giving Day. It takes place on September 21st, but you don't have to wait until then. Visit NorthTexasGivingDay.org and search Texas Rangers to donate today.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
We have a Micah Parsons themed edition of Cowboys Twitter here coming up in just a second. Sean Merriman coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll preview the NFL season with the former Charger superstar.
Oakland up 5-2 on Toronto in the bottom of the 8th.
Thank you. Okay, could be even here in an hour or so. And Rangers pregame tonight, 6:30 with Verlander against Scherzer. They try to get one against Houston, and they could move a half game back up in the wild card and within a game of Houston in the division. I would like to point out, 806, your list is trash solely for the fact you said Spider-Man 2 is a good movie. Nothing but a boring love movie with Kirsten Dunst looking constipated the whole time.
I think you're thinking Spider-Man 3, not Spider-Man 2.
Okay. Not a love story in Spider-Man 2?
There's love throughout the entire trilogy there. I mean, every Batman, I mean, you name it, there's going to be some love. But Spider-Man 2 is badass. Spider-Man 3 is ass.
I feel like the Spider-Man franchise is it's just off because Spider-Man's too sensitive.
Maybe he is.
You know, he's nothing like a man's man. I don't even think girls like that level of sensitivity.
I feel that way about every one of these Marvel characters.
Yeah.
It's like for 2.5 hours they get their ass kicked, and at the end they're like, and then I end up winning. Like they're always getting crushed, and then they find a way to win at the end. If you're a superhero, be a badass for 3 hours.
Come on. Yeah. Can we get more dubs? You know?
Yeah. It's like we take L's for the 90% of the movie, and then we find a way to win at the end on a Hail Mary.
But you don't want anybody to find out your identity, so you have to kind of act like you
really
take some
ass whoopings every once in a while.
Yeah, like you got to kind of be low key.
Another pathetic thing. I'm a superstar. I want everybody to know who the crap I am.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
Can't
like,
arrest
who's
me.
my man? Who's my man that is Spider-Man's boss? What's his name? Perry White used to be.
Stan Lee.
No.
Stan Lee.
It was
the
guy at the newspaper business.
J.K. Simmons. But yeah, he's the guy at the Daily Bugle.
J at the Daily, but he always was on his
J.
ass.
Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, he's always on his ass about stuff. You know, so he has to kind of like, he wants to kick his, he wants to beat that guy up.
And you're getting verbally badgered
That's
as
what
a
I'm saying,
superstar.
though, that you're kind of like, okay, it's all right. But you know in real life, hey, you're saving the
beta.
world. You're saving the world at night.
He's a teenager. He's in high school.
Okay, we go to
Get more pictures of Spider-Man, would you?
we go to the Twitter account of John Machota. Micah Parsons on Nick Bosa's new 5-year, $170 million contract. Super happy for Nick. Really showed why he was the best player in the league last year. Gives you something to chase, and not in terms of his contract, but in terms of how great he was. He knows that I'm coming. He even said, I won this year, and I know you'll be coming for it next year. And I said, you're damn right. Micah was asked, is there any extra juice starting the season with the Giants, a division rival? Micah said, no. Everyone gets the same smoke. And I love that. And then there's a new theme out there, Brian. I don't know if you've seen this.
Carpe Diem?
Carpe Omnia.
Oh, that's save everything.
It's a play off the Carpe Diem where you would seize the day with the diem, but this is seize everything.
It's all Greek to me.
They got Carpe Omnia sweatshirts. Micah was wearing one of those, and they have a big display there as you're going into the locker room area that somewhere back in their halls
Kind of
or
like we're
something.
at Vegas at one of these
so.
hotels. Big
Yes.
display like we're walking into some Roman thing.
They're being encouraged to go get greedy, take everything. The world is yours as a cowboy. That should be your destiny, and maybe we become lost on that.
Light me up like a Roman candle.
Let me tell you what. Bring back
that old Jerry Papa John's commercial.
Bring back the 17-inch sweatshirt. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, you never found that, did you?
No, I'm going to continue to look.
Damn,
Chief, I want you to have that. Though,
I know. I want that thing.
Yeah,
should have given it to Austin Hedges.
Yeah, we should. We should send that over with a couple of those Pluckers chicken wings. If you can ever find it, it's in there's a DFW Cougar that's wearing that thing to sleep every single night.
Damn right she is. It was her lucky week when she saw Brian strutting through the grocery store in that sweatshirt.
Wood hauler's ass.
Excuse me, sir. How many inches?
Okay, Micah on keys to the season. Fundamentally, communication. I feel like this is the best team, best defense I've ever been on. the addition to Gilmore, people can't always go away from Diggs. Now they've got to face the music with both of them. So Micah Parsons did a media session today, and because of that, he was highly featured here in this Cowboys Twitter. And if you get on there and follow the guys, you'll see him. Okay, we had the news of Neville Gallimore's restructure. It looks like they forced him to take a pay cut.
They did.
A day later. That's what that was.
I'm sorry, I was laughing. Every time I see an airplane fly by our window, I think a diarrhea airplane.
Oh wow! Yeah, just wait till tomorrow when I give you Andre and the Giant. Poo.
Yes,
it's clear that with those pictures out now, he was a runner.
Yeah,
and he was wearing boxers,
and it
and there was a major
shorts,
containment
maybe,
issue.
Shorts,
he might have been going full commando in like some Umbros because that faucet was wide open as he made his way down that aisle.
So he already lost a pair of underwear. This is the second round hitting. Probably the third round hitting by this point.
I think we're on our way to Spain, right? So maybe some soccer gear was involved. A lot of soccer gear worn on planes like that.
I could see
but
that.
you said yes. This was a reduction in salary. It was.
So he can earn it back, but that's one of those deals where you're like, hey, we're thinking about moving on from you, but if you're willing to take $1.5 million less, you can stay on the team. That's pretty. That's pretty tough negotiating there from the Cowboys.
Well, he's also though with I feel like they're going to need him, but I hope he doesn't stand in the way of getting Mozzie Smith on the field. I'm all about putting Mozzie out there and letting it work or not work, but just figure it out. Don't give me excuses like there's two guys ahead of him and Mozzie needs to learn and all that. No, go play the guy. And if Gallimore stands in that way, then you can take all the reductions you want. I don't think it helps you.
If you don't play a first round pick, it's bad.
Yeah.
It is. It's a sign that, boy, you messed up and you know it, and you don't want them to go out there and make you look even worse. Gavin's an idiot, says the 817. Peter Parker was written like that in the comics. He was a skinny, shy nerd who liked science. Part of his appeal to the readers was that he worried about regular stiffs like getting a date and paying his bills. Well,
sounds pretty deep.
That might be accurate.
Is that his character?
Yep.
Really?
It absolutely is. Read a freaking book for once.
No, it's just like once the mask is on, now we're no
Is that a
longer
book?
the weak beta, as you mentioned. When the suit comes on, now I'm a different animal. Now I'm not taking shots. I'm not worried about. I'm a superhero and I'm here to dominate you.
Which
and
he does.
we're over here taking a bunch of punches and he gets his rear end kicked plenty. Now,
so we shouldn't have any good villains, according to you.
At least for Spider-Man's
God forbid there's
sake.
a villain that can put up a fight and make something entertaining
That
and fun to
Silver
watch.
Surfer was pretty tough.
I don't mind
Silver
that
Surfer sucked.
nearly as much as I
They call it a super villain movie then.
Yeah.
That's part of having a superhero. You've got to have somebody to fight and combat. And if you just kick his ass every time, then there's nothing to watch.
It's predictable.
Batman rotated.
Oh, no,
they're all
this
predictable.
one's unbeatable. Oh, my goodness.
Then you
we
find a
beat
way to
him.
beat him. Damn right.
But you can see it coming from like 30 minutes away, and the final fight scene just goes on and on and on and on and on. So I'm annoyed by that. But more than anything, it's injecting the romance into good action movies, good comedies. Just get it
That's
out.
fair. That's fine.
Just get it out. Everything's a damn love story. Come on, dude.
You got to have someone for the ladies.
And see, that's the problem.
We're trying to appease to everybody.
Our minds are different. Can I just get movies for dudes? Can I get a Super Bowl for dudes? It's our thing. Nope. We got to put on a musical act here for 30 minutes at halftime for your teenage daughter.
Yeah.
We're being marginalized. It's the wussification of America, Wolchuk, and I'm not going to stand for it any longer.
And you stand on the table.
Okay, Sean Merriman, lights out himself, going to join us and talk NFL Week 1. That's next right here, G-Bag Nation, the fan. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. The Frankels will fight for you. They are. They've been in the Metroplex for nearly 30 years and helping victims of negligence make a full recovery when you're hurt. Look, life's unpredictable. You never know when it can happen, but it does. In between 200 and 500 times every day here in North Texas, there's a pretty serious vehicle accident. And you can think of the Frankels as your car and truck wreck attorneys. They hit you. You could have, a very expensive ambulance ride to start with. And then you're sitting there in the hospital for days, weeks. You've seen the size of those bills, physical therapy, the medicines, the crutches, the lost wages, and vehicle repair. These settlements can hit six figures, folks. You deserve to be compensated for pain and suffering. This thing goes spinal. It affects your legs, your feet, your back. You can't get around like you used to. That's pain and suffering for life. And the Frankels make sure you get compensated for it. Don't let somebody's negligence go unpunished when it impacts your life in such a massive way. If it happens to you, have the Frankels number handy, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Salute.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. USC star Caleb Williams and his father are adding intrigue to his NFL future. His father recently told GQ magazine that he could come back to USC if the team picking number 1 isn't a good situation. A little reminiscent of Peyton Manning, who spurned the New York Jets and went back to Tennessee. But Caleb Williams could also go the route of Eli Manning, who refused to play for the Chargers, instead spending his career with the New York Giants. I'm Maggie Gray.
Nothing says summer like an ice-cold Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol. Look for Twisted Tea in the bright yellow cans. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great time. We're going to get Sean Merriman on here in just a second. We got to talk about the Texas Rangers here for just a moment, guys. And with the pregame coming up at 6:30 tonight, do you feel like, with Scherzer on the hill, tonight is a must-win situation, Brian?
They've gone final in Oakland. It's 5-2. The A's beat Toronto. Final.
Okay. Well, that's beautiful. Thank you, A's. Playing some spoiler. It feels.
I love you, Oakland.
It definitely. I mean, all these games feel must win at this point, and especially when you have your ace beast on the mound. You want to come. I mean, you can't get swept. Can't get swept here. it feels as much of a must-win as any game could feel in the regular season. I mean, this is like, my gosh, dude, it's panic mode time. It's panic mode time, and you traded for Scherzer to be a guy that can get you through some storms, and this is the biggest storm of the year.
Problem is they've got Verlander,
for sure.
So like Scherzer can't really do anything if Verlander is going out there and just mowing through your lineup, and then you got to turn things over to the bullpen. And how's that been going?
Yeah.
So it's just tonight. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'd love for them to get a win. I don't know if it is technically a must-win. I think that the Blue Jays series, those are all going to be ones we're looking at and saying, hey, you can't give any of these up. But yeah, I mean, certainly they need the win desperately. They really, really do.
Right now, you have. What do you think FanGraphs says the chances are percentage-wise to make the playoffs for the Rangers? Would you guess they have it above 50% to make the playoffs, or is it now fallen under 50%?
I think it's fallen under.
It was 68% yesterday until they lost. That's what some of the percentage I was seeing on some of these baseball sites that I follow.
FanGraphs.
What's it at now?
It's at 55.8.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
So they're still, according to FanGraphs,
Let's
more
go.
likely than not that the Rangers make the playoffs, even though it doesn't feel that way.
No, it
I think if you
doesn't.
take the temperature of the fan base, it'd probably be like what? You got like 35% hope, 40% hope.
Oh,
something
dude,
like
I think
that.
a lot of folks are single-digiting it right now. Like, this has been such a depressing collapse. I don't know what Vegas is thinking, to have the Rangers even favored in tonight's game. I couldn't imagine placing any sort of a wager on the Texas Rangers. And for more on wagering and sports, it's time now for our special guest to join us, courtesy of Bet Online, betonline.net. It's Sean Merriman here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good evening, sir. Thanks for joining us on the home of the Cowboys. How you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Man, it's great to talk to you. It really is. Of course, your career in the Cowboys intersecting right there from draft night. We can't wait to talk to you about that. But now there's kind of an intersection with the Cowboys and Chargers with Kellen Moore moving on to L.A. Is he going to do for Herbert what he was unable to do for Dak and the Cowboys as far as winning big games?
I think so. And look, the match made in heaven has happened, right? Because you have Justin Herbert, who has the strongest arm in the NFL. And you also have Kellen Moore, who likes to spread the field, get the ball down the field. And it's nothing against Dak Prescott. I just think that him and Justin Herbert are two different players when you talk about big play capabilities, getting the ball down the field. And also, too, I don't think the Cowboys had as many weapons on offense as the Chargers, so it also put them, behind the meter a little bit as well. So I don't know about winning and everything else. I know that the match made in heaven has happened, and Kellen Moore has walked into probably the best situation he could have walked into out of all 32 teams with what he's dealing with in talent.
Now, Sean, I imagine Cowboys fans are thinking right now, if Justin Herbert's so good, why hasn't he had more team success so far?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing would come down to that, and I can attribute to this is coaching, right? When you have an offensive coordinator there that believes in dinking and dunking and getting the ball out your hands early, and the collapse they had last year against the Jacksonville Jaguars, taking their foot off the gas in the second half. I just don't think that Kellen Moore. There's two different coaching styles there. And also last year, injuries, man, they were pretty beat. The Chargers were pretty beat up. One of the most injured teams, if not the most injured team in the National Football League. So I think that we'll see, man. Me playing there with the Chargers, we've been on the cuffs several times. And so I can get it why sometimes people are not jumping on that bandwagon just yet because they just haven't followed through. But I think if they stay healthy, they could do it this year.
What'd you think of Nick Bosa's big-time contract that he got today, and how much do you think Mike is going to end up making?
Well, for one, it had me seeing if I could get my three-point stance again to see what I got left in the tank. I definitely stretched my hamstrings a few times around the place, but he's deserving of it, right? When you talk about dominant defensive players, guys who can just flat out get after the quarterback and make things happen, it's Nick Bosa. And kind of like him only comes around, every 10 to 15 years, just like Micah, man. Micah, obviously, in my opinion, I think he should win the Defensive Player of the Year. When I talk to him, one of the big things I talk to Micah about is he has such a big target. Now he's on everybody's radar. He's on everybody's map. And sometimes when you have that big year, like I have my first and second year to my third year, offensive coordinators come out and scheme you to death. I mean, they're going to target you every time you line up. They're going to start fanning and sliding the offensive line to your side of the field because you're such a dynamic player. So this is the year, and it's kind of crazy to say this, for him to have a breakout year, right? We all know what he can do, but now that the target is on his back and he's such a sought-after guy on the defense side of the football, this is the year to show what he can really do, and I think he's going to go out there and do it. He's my defensive player of the year.
It's Lights Out Sean Merriman here with you on 105.3 The Fan, a guy who once knocked out 4 players in one high school game, 3 in the first half, 1 in the second half. That's how he got the nickname, if you didn't know, one of the most feared defensive player of the 2000s in the NFL, Rookie of the Year, 2006, first team All-Pro. How hard is it at this position, speaking of Micah, to stay on top of your game throughout your 20s? This is year 3 he's going into now.
Well, what gets harder is you just become more of a target, right? And when I was telling him, I gave a prime example. I used to have offensive coordinators and offensive line coaches walk up to me before the game and say, "Sean, I don't care who else makes a play today, as long as you don't." Right? That was the mentality of offensive coordinators and teams going into games when they had to come and face us. They just knew that if they blocked me, they had a better chance of success. Same thing with Micah, man. I mean, and the difference is with him that was different with me. He's capable of being moved around a lot more, and he's a lot more shiftier than I was. I was a bigger guy. I wasn't as fast, wasn't as mobile as he is. But he has this weird this crazy combination of leverage, speed, and power. As you see last year, when he gave the big hump over the right tackle there, and he just threw that guy around like he was a 12-year-old kid. And I texted him right after the game, and I sent him a text or DM, and I said, "Dude, that was just wrong. That was absolutely wrong what you did to another grown human being." But he has those capabilities, right? We haven't seen anything like that in a very long time in the NFL, and who knows? We talk about these contracts and who should be up what and whatever. If Michael goes out and wins the Defensive Player of the Year, like I think he should this year, he'll have the biggest defensive contract ever, because Dallas would be crazy. The Cowboys would be crazy not to go ahead and sign him now, because if he has another big year after that, you may not be able to afford him.
Hey, Sean, I have this question for you, because I was on the staff here in Dallas, on the scouting staff in 2005, and we didn't know as scouts the morning we figured out you and D. Ware's tags were literally touching on our board. Did anybody from our organization contact you the day of the draft and tell you what direction we were going? Did anybody, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, any Bill Parcells? Because I've always wondered that because we didn't know who we were going to take until the morning of the draft. Did anybody ever tell you which way we were going?
No. Well, in fact, it was like 3 teams that told me that if I made it out of that, top 5, top 10 range, that they were going to draft me. Cowboys were the one. And I remember sitting up in that little tiny office with Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells, breathing down my neck, and I'm sitting there as a 20-year-old kid, and I'm not easily, backing down or feeling small or insecure. I mean, they had me in this little tiny office. You got 2 of the most prominent figures in football history sitting there looking at you, telling you going to draft you. And I don't even know what to swallow or spit or drink a glass of water. I'm just nervous. I'm very nervous at that time. Nobody reached out the day of, but they did tell me, because I think that day, I don't know if you can remember or not, they flew out about 15 or 20 of the top guys who they thought that was going to be drafted.
Sure.
So they were looking at a bunch of us, and I did know that they was interested, just didn't know if they were going to pull the trigger or not.
Yeah, because literally it was one of the best fights I've ever been a part of in a war room when it came to you, because Parcells had your back, and some scouts had your back too. And the back and forth that we were going through with you and again, the Chargers, right after we picked, the Chargers grab you. And then you started, like you said, you make rookie. And now the scouts that went against you, we all felt like that, what did we just do
Took
here?
the wrong guy.
Yeah, what did we just do here? So congratulations on having a great career, though. But I was just always curious if you knew that someone would tell you that we were going a different direction, because we didn't know until the morning of.
You know what? My agent told me that no matter who tells me what, it doesn't matter till they call you.
Sure.
name.
No,
So,
that's a good point.
I was always under that impression. In fact, because I grew up in Prince George's County, Maryland, literally walking distance from FedEx Field, my family was divided up into two fan bases, and that was the then Redskins and the Cowboys. So I had family members who went out and had custom-made 56 Merriman jersey, Cowboy jerseys that was ready to be pulled out the bag. And so when the Cowboys were up, I heard the jerseys coming out the bag, and then I heard the wind being taken out the room. And the other half of my family, who were then Redskins fans, were jumping up and down for joy because they didn't want me to go to the Cowboys. So I think either way, I was going to make somebody really happy that day. I was going to piss them off. So it worked out.
Do you hold it against the Cowboys in any way for that?
No. In fact, I've always had a very close relationship with Jerry Jones and the Jones family. I still
he
do,
liked
actually.
you. He sure did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I still do. We just talked. We went to dinner in LA not too long ago, and we talked again at the Fanatics party at the Super Bowl for about an hour. Man, we spent time together. So, I've always had love for Jerry and love for the Jones family. We still talk all the time, actually.
Sean Merriman with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You played with Darren Sproles, small running back. We got one like Deuce Vaughn. As a defender, what type of challenges? I feel like you could get lost. You could just lose the guy because he's so small.
It was. And we used to lose Darren Sproles in practice all the time, man, because his ability to stay low to the ground and change the direction and his start and goal was unbelievable. Same thing with your guys, man. I saw him in the preseason. He had a couple big runs, scored in a couple big runs. But, people talk about the smaller running backs and their capabilities of getting away from you. It is hard to tackle these guys, not even, because he's smaller. It's just that his center of gravity, and you think he got him wrapped up and he's going down. He's just actually going down to start back up again because he's so low to the ground already. And so, he's just a guy, man, that reminds me a lot of Darren Sproles that's going to have some success in the NFL.
As a defense, what would you be trying to do to get Dak off his game?
One thing about Dak, man, he's a great team leader. He's everything you want in a teammate. And he's just a guy that you can believe in all the time. But at this point in time, it's a make or break season for Dak. And I know that Jerry Jones and the staff are talking about, re-upping his deal or renegotiating, but they also brought in Trey Lance. And if he can go on there and Dak doesn't get his stuff together, I mean, they might make a move at some point. So I like Dak a lot. I've been around him. I think he's a tremendous teammate, a tremendous person, a great leader. But at some point in time, when you dump that amount of money in a quarterback, you have to perform, right? And for the Cowboys at this stage right now, and what Jerry Jones and the family expect, is for them to win a championship. Bare minimum, they have to get to an NFC championship game. I think that's the bare minimum this year for the Cowboys, is to get there and possibly get to a Super Bowl at some point.
So if you're getting ready to play the Cowboys, you think you can handle what Dak's going to bring you every Sunday?
Yeah, but and you're gonna get 60 minutes of just a hard-fought effort from that. That's one thing that you're going to get week in and week out. He is going to give you his all every single time he steps on the field. So at no point in time do you ever let your guard down against Dak, because he can scorch you for 400-plus yards in the game. He's done it plenty of times. He's thrown for 500. He's done this before. So with him, you just got to constantly get after him, seeing how much you can weigh him down and force him to do some of these things that he don't want to do.
We talked about Micah, but looking at the rest of this Cowboys defense, the addition of Stephon Gilmore, how good do you think that unit can be? Can they be arguably the best defense in the NFL this year?
Well, I played with Gilmore with Buffalo, and I was the first person he greeted when he walked into the locker room, and I cherish that time, man, because, when you get these young rookies that come in, the first thing you start noticing is the type of questions they ask. And that's how you know what caliber of player that they intend on being, because they come to the guys who are established, that have success in the NFL, and they start to ask the right questions. When guys walk in and they just kind of, I don't need to talk to anybody, I'll just go out there and do my thing on the field, those guys are in and out the league in a second. Stephon Gilmore came in the very first day. He walked up to me and was asking questions on how to get better. What time did I come in? What time was I listening? Can he meet me in the meeting room here? These are the questions he asked me on the first day of him walking in. I'm not surprised at all at the career he's had. I think that tandem cornerback position is what Trayvon Diggs is top 3 in the NFL, maybe even top 2. So I'm expecting a lot of turnovers and big plays this year from them.
Sean Merriman, betonline.net. Congrats on a great career in the NFL. Enjoy the season, sir.
Thanks. We got a big fight, by the way, for Lights Out Extreme Fighting on October 7th in Long Beach. But you guys can watch us on Fubo TV, Fubo Sports. Lights Out Extreme Fighting 11 is coming up.
Right on. We look forward to it. Sean Merriman, there he goes with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, as our show rolls on. And, man, it did not seem like he was that worried about Dak, but he's hugely bullish on Herbert and Kellen Moore. And I think outside of the Cowboys, and their fortunes, that's the most interesting storyline for us as the season gets ready to get underway. Time now to hit the expressway. Is tonight a must-win? And how do you respond to this poll that the Dutch Oven just posted about your Texas Rangers? And we'll get you all the storylines that have been developing throughout the day next here on 105.3 The Fan. About a message from D&M Leasing, guys. It's quitting time. Maybe you're on your way home right now, and you're thinking, I would love to upgrade this vehicle.